and to Natalie.singer@bhas.org. Presented in person during the public comment sections as indicated in the agenda. Board members may be contacted through the emails listed below. Requests for special assistance, including for persons with disabilities, may be sent to natalie.singer@bhas.org. I call this meeting to order officially at 8:14 p.m. And we'll begin by reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. In the absence of Secretary Triplett, Ms. Singer, can you please call the roll?
President Robinson.
Present.
Vice President Bowen.
Present.
Secretary Triplett. Treasurer Bradley.
Present.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Present.
Trustee Gavin.
Present.
Trustee Doyle.
Present.
Madam President.
All right, next up, we have approval of the agenda. As you all are aware, today we have our NRSB training, and we also have our first round interviews, as well as the appointment or discussion regarding the appointment of an interim superintendent. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
Madam President, I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second and support? Support. The motion has been made by trustee Rocket Martin and supported by trustee Gavin. Any questions, comments, or concerns? Hearing none, Ms. Singer, can you please call the?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bowen.
Yes.
Treasurer Bradley.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
Trustee Doyle.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right, up next we have the review of our board norms, the Board of Education norms for Benton Harbor area schools. We will treat each other with respect. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversations. We will use our time wisely, starting and ending our meetings on time. We will challenge ideas, not people. We will ask questions when in doubt. There will be no surprises at the board table. Practice the 7 R's of collaboration. Those are pausing, paraphrasing, posing questions, putting ideas on the table, providing data, paying attention to self and others, and presuming positive intentions. Next, we have public comment on agenda items. Anyone present for public comment on agenda items? Seeing none, we'll proceed. Reminder, as of 9/13/2022, comments will be limited to 2 minutes per trustee per topic. Our first item of business this morning, as you all are aware, is our final partnership training with MASB. Secretary Triplett is on his way. So without further ado, I will pass the floor to Ms. Merkin. You have the floor.
You'll have to wait for him. President Robinson.
Is there a delay?
Trustee Robinson, can you?
I can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Was that? Was that past the floor?
Yes, I'm gonna sit closer to you. I'll just do it that way. I'll sit there.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I don't know how soon he's gonna make it.
I think it's a delay to her.
So I told you.
Is it gonna count? Is it gonna count? Cause I don't wanna do it over.
Yeah, he's on his way.
Okay. They won't hear it.
She's supposed to live one.
I don't think that's how that works.
Thank you for the opportunity to see what's going on. Deputy Head Row, Trustee Robinson, I can begin.
Yep, so can you hear me better now?
Yes, a lot better now. Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm actually sitting closer to the mic so that you can hear me consistently. If there's a question or a comment from the trustees and you're unable to hear them, then I can just play back whatever's been asked. Maybe that'll be a little bit easier for us to ensure that you're able to hear everyone.
You know what, that would be absolutely perfect. Thank you.
Okay, and so I do want to make note, Secretary Triplett is on his way. So we can We can begin, but if we can try to wait until he's here to dig into the meat of the training, that would be perfect.
All right, should I start with a bit of an overview then, or do you wish to, wait?
You can do an overview or icebreaker, whatever your preference would be.
Right, well, you know what, because I knew time was tight, I do have a favorite icebreaker. And I would love to include, how is that?
That works perfectly.
All right, one of the things that, I have to start with is say, thank you for the opportunity to again support Benton Harbor Schools. You're on, are you getting an echo?
No, I'm not. I hear you okay.
Oh, all right, just wanted to make sure. So here's a favorite icebreaker that actually offers quite a bit of insight in working with groups of any size. And this is one that I'm thinking we've used before. And it starts with a question. What is each of you hoping to accomplish with this opportunity to connect in a virtual training? What are your hopes? Would each person think of at least one thing they're looking to take out of this conversation between 8 and 10?
So can you let them know the topic of the training and what you're actually discussing? Because it's not noted on the agenda, it just says MASB training. And they will be able to better.
Second, was the handout printed?
Yes,
Included in
we
the
have it on our
materials?
end.
It is.
All right, so I'm literally speaking right from the handout. So this topic is called Good Governance is Core to Impactful District Leadership, Setting the Stage. And that means beginning the conversation about good governance that's based on the work of Michael Fullen, Davis Campbell, and Babs Kavanaugh out of California. This presents a model that has received a great amount of accolades in terms of specifically supporting trustees and superintendents working together with an emphasis on together. There'll clearly be some concepts that you know, one in particular, and I can't wait to highlight that. And then there will also be some topics and concepts that may be new. So this is an opportunity to look at, in a holistic way, what board governance does look like in districts that are reporting very positive results in terms of improving student achievement. And it's actually a prelude to a conversation that we discussed with you, Trustee Robinson, some time ago that would have the board in a study session together, looking at good governance from a high level and then understanding what that means and what that could bring to Benton Harbor.
Excellent.
Right, so the icebreaker question really has two parts. The first one is, what are you hoping to accomplish in this introductory conversation? You definitely will have a lot going on for you for the rest of the day. But for this period of time, what are you hoping? What are you hoping for?
All right, so I'll pass the floor to Trustee Gavin with understanding that you may not be able to hear her responses. I'll try to wrap up what she stated. So Trustee Gavin,
I see a section that's, and just a note that Secretary Triplett is here.
you want to notate on the record that Secretary Triplett arrived about 8:22 a.m. All right, you have the floor, Trustee Gavin.
I see a section in here that speaks to decisions based on evidence, data, and research. I want to be able to make those types of decisions.
All right, and so she indicated she's looking forward to learning about decisions based on evidence and data.
Yes, and yes. Thank you.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Evidence, please.
and evidence as well. Trustee Rocket Martin.
I'm looking at, how superintendents and boards can work together in a way when, maybe the decision is not what either one wants to hear. The board may make a decision, maybe that the superintendent doesn't agree with, and then the superintendent may make a decision that the board doesn't agree with. How can we get a consensus or work together with that, so that there's, cohesion with the board and the superintendent?
So I take it you heard her, okay?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I did. I'll offer a brief comment so that everyone, offer their insight into this. Trustee Rocket Martin, you used in your statement one of the key concepts that will be presented, that of cohesion, that of coherence. So you will be seeing that in this material, and you'll have an opportunity to follow up on it. Thank you for that.
All right, Trustee Doyle.
Dang, it's gotta go all the way there.
So, okay, okay. All right, can you hear me?
Speak loud.
Can you hear me?
That's probably barely. I'm
Okay, so as I look through the paperwork, I'm looking at systems thinking and just the mindset of the children should be first and the decisions should be centered around the children's benefit.
So she said she's looking at systems, and she said the decision should be centered around the children. That was Trustee Doyle.
We can give a check to that one too, Trustee Doyle. You'll clearly see that in the content that has already been shared.
All right, up next we'll go to Treasurer Bradley.
Good morning, Ms. Deb. How are you? So what I was looking at was, excuse me, was looking at strategic intent, the governance mindset, and deep learning. Looking at those three in the presentation, and learning some more things from those three areas. Again, they are strategic intent, governance mindset, and deep learning.
He said he's looking forward to learning about strategic intent, governance mindset, and deep learning. That was Treasurer Bradley.
That is definitely on tape. Thank you.
All right, Secretary Triplett. Vice President Barnes.
I'm looking for us to making sure we understand our roles. Sometimes we can get caught up in protecting our special interests. But our goal is to be governing of the board, of the school district. It's accountability, it's oversight, and it's making sure that the district is working hand in hand with the superintendent to make sure we're providing a student first mantra and policy.
You able to hear him okay?
Trustee Bowen, I'm confident that you'll see that in our conversation.
All right, Secretary Triplett.
Morning. For today, I think the thing that I'm looking forward to is getting an understanding a collective understanding of what governance really means and what governance really is. I think that's very, very critical, because if you don't understand and know what it is, it doesn't matter what is presented here today. We'll still have gaps and what have you. So I just really want to get a clear understanding of, when we say governance, what do we really mean? And what is it that's expected of us in the area of governance? Thank you.
Alrighty, and then I am the last, you heard him, okay, correct? Okay,
The triplet, I'm confident that that information will be included as well. Yes, you now yourself, trustee Robbins.
all right, so I am intrigued to learn more about governance culture. We are a board that's big on culture and climate, but I think this may be one of the first times that I've actually seen governance reflected as a culture, so what that looks like and what that feels like entirely.
What each of you has added is a facilitator's dream. Because each of you have selected a different component of what is planned in our conversation. Now, I'll also have to say, the subtitle is Setting the Stage. The governance core is going to become seminal work that shapes and influences education in the future going forward. Look now at slide 2. So our targets for today will be to introduce governance 2.0. And here's something that's important. If you were to look at the work of Governance Core, you'll see its first publication out in 2019. Now, that was something that a number of us were familiar with. And when looking at it, it appears rather academic, even more academic than some of us think it should. And literally this year in 2025, a second edition came out within just a handful of years. The second edition is incredibly user-friendly, and what is in front of you would be a fusion of the early concepts as well as published user-friendly information. And we will be taking a look deeply at governance now, because all of you participate very actively in CBAs. Some of you may have been in the CBA where a very short definition of governance is shared. And that short definition is that governance is about your accountability, your oversight, and your decision-making processes. And that definition is absolutely global. In Governance Core 2.0, each aspect of your decision-making as an elected school board member is broken down in a way to understand how all of the parts fit together. This is also going to be a time for you to share your ideas. Now, there is absolutely, even in this brief overview, more content than we would actually be able to absorb in a short amount of time. So calling this Setting the Stage is with the idea that in the fall, in a few months, there will be an opportunity to take a much deeper dive, because there is so much here, and I'm hoping that that will be satisfactory. By the way, I'm still reading and rereading Governance Core, and because I'm on camera, here's a copy.
Okay.
And I've literally invested in both a hard copy as well as a Kindle copy so that I can search for any word or phrase. and that has become very, very helpful. Right now, look at slide number 3. And what the question here is, what makes this conversation so important to you? What makes this important? Trustee Robinson, not everyone may want to address this, but it would be helpful if someone has a comment that you proceed as you've already done and give feedback, so I'll be able to place their comments in context. Why is the conversation about governance important right now?
Secretary Triplett?
I think it's important right now is because as we move through our forming, norming, storming, and performing stages, for us to get to the performing stages, I think that that's some a lack of understanding or a collective model of how we see governance. Because I think that each one of us look at it differently. And so that's a problem. So sometimes it makes us, we might get into norming, and because of somebody different perception of what governance is, then we'll fall back into a storming situation. So that's why I think that it's critical.
And Trustee Triplett, you have already given an introduction to the next topic that we'll discuss. And let's stay with this question of why now, so that others who wish to voice their interest can do so.
When you say voice their interest, what do you mean? So who voiced their interest?
Any other trustee that wants to add to what you've stated?
Okay.
Trustee Rockett, would you have anything to add?
Well, I think if you just kind of look at education as a whole in the nation, it's beginning, the lines are beginning to get really headed, as to who runs what, who's in charge of what. If you look, the federal government is trying to run the states. The states are trying to run the local. So I think it's just, as a whole in our entire nation, it's just something that needs to be clarified so people will know their boundaries and their line.
Word definitely fits in here. Thank you for that.
One thing that this is President Robinson, I think right now, even though we are here as a governance team of 8 together, with our superintendent planning his transition as of June 30th, and as anticipating a new superintendent, I think it's great for us to use this as a refresher to set the stage for what our next governance teams will be like. So even though we're not going to be working collaboratively together, this can be a refresher for Dr. West to help him set the stage with his new potential district, and also helping us to set the stage of governance for our incoming team members. So I think it's good to do this as a wrap up with our team currently, and then also kind of help us with our future ambitions as we part ways.
Thank you to the 3 of you for what you've added, because each of your voices adds more to what the options are for your governance team, and also acknowledging something really important. So Trustee Robinson, when you and I spoke, one of the things that I thought was important, this is not the same governance team that was in place 2 years ago. Not the same governance team 5 years ago, or even more. You're building now and designing your future. There will be a new superintendent. You'll have an opportunity to enter that relationship. Actually, I'm thinking with even more questions and more opportunities. So with that, I'll ask that you take a look at the graphic on slide 4. By the way, we could actually do the entire conversation looking at this graphic. But what I'd like to do is break it down a bit so that you'll see, I hope you'll see that the comments that each of you made in your hopes, as well as to the question, why now, will really fit. So the authors of Governance Core are renowned experts in public education.
Okay.
Renowned experts in public education. They are published authors, their work is research-based, and the three of them coming together to share what they have each seen work exceptionally well and also directly give direction to how to bring about positive changes in districts. Their focus is on 3 pillars. And I know you'll know if one pillar is missing, the entire structure will fall down. So the 3 pillars are, and I know you'll see this on your handout, governance mindset. And I have to admit, in looking at leadership literature that focuses on school boards, mindset has never been discussed. To me, mindset has never been discussed before. And it brings together what must we be thinking about? What must we be considering as elected leaders? And by the way, much of what we're going to introduce and discuss, most of it will be focused on mindset. Now, I'm assuming your handout is color coded, so you'll see the darkest of the colors is mindset, and that is a way to indicate that the authors clearly feel that only until all of these components are in place will success as far as leadership occur. The middle pillar, when those of you spoke of collaboration, cohesion, that is what this is about. Now, in a number of MASB workshops, specifically, I know there been, and this is included in workshops that I've introduced, excuse me, would be a model that includes the moral imperative. And by the way, another word for moral imperative being is this question: how does the board define unity? So would you make that note on your copy? I kept it at the content that the authors provide, but when you see moral imperative, it means what is our collective purpose? What does unity mean to us? And then it also speaks of collaboration and trust. Now, a follow-up question to both what is unity and collaboration and trust means, and one of you mentioned it earlier in your introduction, we each have a different definition. Success in governance leadership will mean having a collective definition, not a definition for 7 trustees and a superintendent, but what is that definition for the entire governance team together? And then the third pillar, there must be principles, norms, and protocols. Now, Trustee Robinson, did I not hear you reading the norms?
Correct.
And is that not a practice that every single time the Benton Harbor team comes together, those norms are front and center? You are leading with that, and you've agreed upon them. Now, the norms fit in the middle between principles and protocols. Now, there is going to be a reference to principles, norms, and protocols a bit later, but there's something that I'd like to insert in. There is a key question that defines principles. And here's the question. What do we believe? What do we believe? I also know that you have belief statements because those were an integral part of building your strategic plan. It's not what do I believe as one member of the board, but it's what do we believe? And then norms answer the question, how will we treat one another? And you, the Benton Harbor Board, has been very specific about addressing that. You following the norms of collaboration. And governance protocols have a motivating question as well. And that question is, what are our operating rules or written agreements? What are our operating rules or written agreements? It really means, how do we wish to do things? How do we wish to do things as a board, as a board leadership team? And I do know that over some time, you've had conversations as a board about documenting your written agreements. Now, what's the opposite of written agreements? Or written rules?
Verbal.
Wait, say that, what is that?
Verbal. The responses were verbal.
Yes, that, or the unwritten rules, is that it?
Yeah.
There are the rules we all break down, and then the rules that are yet unwritten, or yet written. For a governance team to be functioning at its highest level, all the rules need to be written down. And I'll stop for a minute and ask, what's the benefit of the rules, of all the rules being written down?
Clarity.
Trustee Gavin said clarity.
Madam President,
Absolutely.
I can take the floor.
Secretary Triplett is gonna pass the mic.
Yes, Secretary Triplett, I'm assisting my president.
So the Secretary Triplett.
Okay. I'll bring.
Anyone else like to add?
So that there's no confusion, I would also add that too as well. Everybody will be on the same page.
You team member, correct?
Correct.
Change any member of the team and it's a new team. Or change any conditions under which the team function. And it's a new team as well, because you'll be working toward different assumptions, working toward different objectives, working toward different purposes. If something in your entire environment or in the community were to change. So governance core literally provides evidence-based results. The descriptions here come from years of experience tested by the California School Board Association. I should have looked to see if they're the largest or not, but they're certainly one of the largest. And regularly, the different associations across the country do share resources. And a number of the resources that introduced to Michigan school board members do come from California. And by the way, I also see evidence when I look at other associations, they're borrowing or leveraging information that was developed by MASB as well. So in looking at what is, so Trustee Triplett, you asked, what is governance? This particular graphic is the best many of us have seen in terms of isolating and bringing together the various components. It's not that any one of these is governance. All of them represent effective, impactful governance. And won't you now look at slide 5. The governance mindset consists of 4 parts, and you see them there in the graphic that we just looked at. So I'll start with an overview in systems thinking, or start here with systems thinking. And that means, how might a decision today impact for the long term all of the other systems of which the school board is responsible? This would be eliminating silos where decisions are made without their consequences being considered as they would impact possibly different grades, possibly different stakeholder groups, possibly different staffing, but what is the level of interconnectedness among all systems? And literally, think of it this way. Who sits in the highest chair? Who has the highest view? And I know you know what that response would be. Board members are functioning at the 50,000 foot level. Another way to say it is balcony view. So board members uniquely are in a position to see everything, not required in a detailed way, but at a high level. Great.
Question.
President Robinson, was there something that comment shared or trustee shared?
Secretary Triplett has the floor. Go ahead.
Yes, I noticed that, you know, in my years of being a part of the Michigan Association School Board, Michigan Association of School Boards, that this is something that is pushed for the 50,000 to 500,000 feet in the air. You just gave some clarification on it. From there, you can see things more clear. But when you sit there from that view, you don't sit there and suffer in silence because you can see the entire picture. And so, how do you see one of these pillars firmly? You just sit there and look at it, or do you move? Because I think that needs some clarification for me.
To recap that last part.
So the last piece of what he stated is, if you are in your 50,000 foot view where you see everything and you see that one of your pillars are crumbling, what is the expectation of a board member at that particular time?
This assignment or this work is for the governance team. And a crumbling pillar would be addressed by the team of 8. And there is a thread going through all of these pieces. Excuse me. That itself is not isolated and is critical to every pillar, to every component of every pillar. And it's definitely going to show up in the protocols. And it would be this. What options exist for board members to communicate with one another? To say, I see something happening here. Is this something that needs our attention? The notion of regular and consistent communications between and among the team of 8 will be critical. So who is to respond to a crumbling pillar? Is it one board member's responsibility to alert everyone else? So that instead of one pair of hands on deck, it then becomes the team's unity of purpose.
So, Jeb, I have a question with what you're stating. For example, if one of the board members have a concern and they inform that board or they inform their colleagues of it, sometimes you're accused of not staying at 50,000 feet view.
President Robinson, would you repeat that last part?
He said, so sometimes if you see something happening, you basically attempt to respond to that, you're accused of not respecting the 50,000 foot view. The church to let the superintendent do his job, but if you're a team of 8 and you're the governance, shouldn't you be able to expound on that? Or shouldn't you be able to express yourself and to your colleagues and everything? And validate your concern and let them see your concern.
Trustee Triplett, can you rehash the end of what Trustee Bowen just said? My apologies, the dynamics of the room make it sometimes a little difficult.
Basically, he said, what if you see something rumbling or something that is very, very concerning, and you do talk to your colleague, are you expected to just sit there and not do anything and let the pillar crumble?
What this is about is going to culminate in the protocol piece that says, shall we, with emphasis on the we. How do we decide? This is not about individual action to fix. Like, I'm going to go to the hardware store, I know where it is, whatever it is, and I'm going to buy all the things I need to show that pillar. That's not, that would not be consistent with impactful governance being with an emphasis here on how will the entire team listen and respond. One of the things that I could absolutely suggest, and you'll see in this down, it's modeled as best as I could. Teammates, as people, respond differently to questions than, there's something wrong here than statements. And when I say questions, even if not asked directly, even if asked rhetorically, really get our brain started. So, Trustee Bowen, I would say, hold on to that idea that it is our role as governance leaders to communicate to our team in a way that teammates can hear us, in a way that teammates can understand us. And that will begin with an emphasis on what are our communication protocols. What the authors here literally do is lay out the governance view according to systems thinking, strategic focus, deep learning, and managing manner. And I will absolutely say a bit more, a lot more about that, but doing so in a way where there is a coherency, there is collaboration, there is coherence. Literally, one of the authors, Michael Fullen, has more than one entire publication on the notion of coherence in public education. And this is their effort to take that concept and place it on the table of governance leaders, educators at every level. And that means serving our students wherever they are, or being encouraged and have been for decades by Michael Fullen's research-based work to focus on interconnectedness. And this literally is an early opportunity to bring that to the table for board members. All right, let me now go to strategic focus. What strategic focus means also is an opportunity for us to answer the question that was raised in the hopes section. And it's this: whose job is it? Governance leaders are elected by their communities because governance leaders are to understand community values and then translate those values into action to provide the policies necessary to educate students in a way consistent with those community values. What strategic focus means, strategic decision-making is the responsibility of the board, of the elected leaders. As you go through governance core, you'll see that tactical decisions belong to the superintendent. Strategic intent belongs to the board, and board members answer the question of what must occur across the district, not for every decision that hits the table of the superintendent, but provides broad direction. What deep learning is about is something that all of you are practicing. Every single one of you in the Benton Harbor board take your personal learning as governance leaders exceptionally seriously. And this is about even raising that to a level where, as you return from learning more, you develop a way to each one teach one. And by the way, are you aware, I'll step to the side just a little bit to say, are you aware that that each one teach one reference is born out of African American tradition in America? So each of us would be modeling that. When learning more, we create a communication structure within at the governance table to share with others not only share with others what we've learned, but also work to effectively make future decisions together. That reference to managing manner, there's literally not another publication or another theory within public education that speaks of managing manner. And this is the one that, so you, President Robinson, when you spoke about culture, this is about what is the governance culture. And governance culture speaks literally about what is the behavior of board members. As an example, all of you right now are training together, and later you'll be in preparation for deliberation about the most significant decision you'll ever make together. Those are examples of efforts, of activities, of engagement work that is an example of not only building, but sustaining and maintaining governance culture. When you mention governance culture, President Robinson, what other things were you thinking? What were you thinking about?
So when I mentioned it because I never, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you all very well.
Okay.
I hear you very well.
Okay. I mentioned it because I never really saw the word governance and culture put together. We think about culture and climate as it relates to what the environment is within the district operationally. But the governance culture as it relates to the leadership team, the concept that I had
not yet heard in our studies. And so that was interesting to me. I say that leadership begins at the top. And so that governance culture piece kind of really intrigued me in learning. I would be interested in the board defining what we want our governance culture to look like. And hopefully that's something that can transcend throughout the district.
President Robinson, I would ask you to please capture a question that you asked. What do we want our governance culture at the board table to look like? As a matter of fact, that question is key. And it will include what are our behaviors, how do we treat one another, how do we build trust? There's so many components of that. And I'm sure that some of you have heard this reference. Every family, no matter where, every family has a family culture, correct? Yeah. And the example that I like to use in America, Thanksgiving is a revered holiday. Does every family honor and celebrate Thanksgiving the same way? Well, the nuances of that, and again, it's the nuances of how will we celebrate Thanksgiving, how will we honor Thanksgiving in our family is the same question. How will we, the governance team, define how we relate to one another? How do we wish to define how together we'll lead, how together we'll make critical decisions? How will we hold one another accountable? Those are all examples of questions that will be part of governance culture. Taken literally right from governance core, look at slide 6. And this is an overview of what governance mindset means. So governance mindset literally has those 4 components that were just introduced, and so very, very much more. Now, this is an area where I'm going to ask each of you, I'm looking at my digital clock, I'll stop and ask each of you, on your own, would you read all 8 of these items that describe governance mindset? And then I'll ask you to identify one that you'd like to lift up. It's 9:08 on all of my digital clocks here. Take 4 minutes, read all of these, and circle or check or highlight one that you'd like to lift up. And I'm looking at my clock now. Let's make it 9:30, 4 minutes.
Ms. Duncan, I think we need to,
Would you repeat that, please?
we're actually ready to proceed.
I missed that.
We're ready to proceed. We don't need the rest of your minutes. Okay, so I'll start with trustee Gavin. Which number is your focus? I love all of them. I love them, but the top one for me, of course, is always keeping the board's focus on the students. Okay, she said she loves them. Her top is number one, is keeping the board's focus on the students. All right, Dr. Martin.
I also like them all. The one that kind of stood out for me the most, being a good employee, supporting us, the superintendent and staff, the board employees, and creating a positive organizational culture.
So she identified number 6. Could you hear okay? Okay. Secretary Triplett, you're next.
Always keeping the board's focus on the students. After reading all 8 of them, if you, everything that follows aligns with goals, keeping it's on the students. Done that.
I want to give Dr. Buck an opportunity to be part of this governance team. I'm sorry I've overlooked giving you an opportunity to give input prior.
Oh, I got both of them. So that transition and I look at being the board employees, supporting superintendent and staff and the board employees, creating positive organizational culture. Transition and a new team member comes on, and with that portion of that piece, it supports the other pillars and creating a great culture team and forward.
So, okay, Dr. Buck selected number 6, good employee. Vice President Williams.
I would go with, I like number 1. I believe that should be our main one, but I also like number 7 and 8.
So trustee Barnes indicated he believes he likes number 1, always keeping boards focused on the students. He thinks that should be our main one, but he also likes number 7, the district accountable to the community it serves and keeping informed and up to date the district, as well as 8, keeping the community informed and supporting the district's educational program. Treasurer Bradley.
Definitely all of them are very good. Definitely number one, but the ones that stuck out to me, I just couldn't pick one, was 5, building and maintaining a strong governance infrastructure. 6, being a good employer, supporting the superintendent and staff. And number 7, holding the district accountable to the community it serves, keeping informed and up to date on the work of the district. So 5, 6, and 7.
So he's indicated he loves 5, 6, and 7. Do you have 1 out of the 3? That's your name, Treasurer name?
And number 5.
So he said number 5 would be his priority. Okay. Trustee Doyle. Okay, so both of mine has come out. Number 1 is really, so number 1 is her priority. Always keep the boys focused on the students. And then to wrap, I would say my preference would be number 3, keeping focused on the long-term more important and strategic goals of the board. And keeping the goals of the board in mind each step of the way, we can ensure that we're making progress. So that would be my answer at this point.
About is asking you to look at all of those points. And clearly, I think each of you would have wanted, well, I like even more of these. But the idea is that would mindset be the same if any one of these were removed at random? And the answer is no. They each work collectively. And a future example, especially looking at the graphic of the pillars of effective governance, the overall question would be, what work must we do to embrace all of these elements of mindset? Because with any one of them being removed, this pillar will begin to crumble. And so it's what efforts must be made on the part of the entire team to keep the pillar standing, to keep the pillar strong, to keep this pillar doing the work it is designed to do, and also not to be overburdened. When this pillar remains strong and sturdy and maintained, it will be doing its part, and then will also be in a position to better reach out to support the others. So thank you for sharing your ideas there. Now, in putting this packet together, I knew there would be more here than there would be time in this period to reflect on together. So some of what is here was designed so that you have a reference in looking back. So now look at slides 7, 8, 9, 7, 8, and 9. This was designed so that you have a ready reference to what those components meant. And the question that you see on slide 10, what efforts could you see being made to find common, so that each of you had some interest overlap in terms of governance mindset? That is absolutely understandable. The goal would be to get to a point where through conversation, through practice, it would be a way for the entire team of 8 to embrace even all of those points. So what are some examples of ways you can think of to build common ground within your team of eight? What are you building?
President. Retreats and, board trainings together.
Treasurer Bradley said, retreats and board trainings, holding those together. Trustee Rockett,
Agree to disagree. And come up with a consensus.
she said aligning to agree to disagree and coming up with a consensus.
That's part coming up with.
Consensus. All right, so that's the only feedback we have currently.
In answering the question, what efforts would be made to find common ground? You said retreat, trainings, agree to disagree, and reach consensus. When those become your written rules, those are 4 examples. I know there are more. I know you'll come up with more. Maybe others of you have already thought of some already. Including those items in your protocols, in your written agreements would be, we commit to regular retreats, regular trainings. We commit to agree to disagree, and we commit to consensus. So what I just shared would be how you might leverage the protocols to see that you're supporting other parts of the system as well. Does that make sense?
Yes.
And by the way, please check off retreat because you do an annual retreat. Please check off trainings because this is one of your goal requirements. You are in trainings regularly together and individually. I see all of you at different times in MASB trainings.
Mrs. Mason.
Trustee Rockett had a question.
That this annual board self-evaluations.
By the way, Trustee Rockett Martin, I think you've looked ahead at the notes because that question is in here. Thank you for that. And you've given me a window to introduce another concept that is consistent with this. Retreats would be, when a board learns together, when a board together does deep learning, it could be called a retreat, a workshop, or an in-district training. So count this conversation as a retreat. Count this as a training, very much so. Now, Trustee Rockett Martin, when you mentioned self-assessment, there's something that recently I've been asking governance teams to consider. And it's this. Would you consider aligning your calendar for superintendent evaluation with your calendar for self-assessment? And here's what that would look like. I know you support, because all boards are required to, and you absolutely support and participate in the superintendent's evaluation. This year, is the first year, there is the mid-year review. And there also are 2 other quarters. So would you consider informal check-ins on your own board self-assessment at the same time as you're looking at the superintendent's self-evaluation? So that you're, as a team, each offering feedback to all 8 members of the team moving forward.
I like that idea. We can discuss that more. I said, I think that's a great idea. We can discuss that more in the future.
You know what, that's what this is about. This is about considering those types of opportunities. Here's a key question on slide 11. What would be the benefits to the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board with increased collaboration and trust building? What would result? What are your beliefs about improving collaboration and trust building?
I think having collaboration and, excuse me, having trust and collaboration building will, give the community definitely a sure thing of they'll be unified and that, be transparent. And then as a board, it helps us to work better together as a governance team.
Points, increase unity, transparency, and working effectively. What more, President Robinson?
Bobby, can you restate that? What did she miss?
No, that was, she had no.
He said you got him. You got the points.
Supporting the strategic plan.
Trustee Doyle had a comment to add. I'm sorry. For me, it looks like our students, it looks like we can really build educational program that's exceptional and would be something that others will follow if we do. She said that she thinks that it would be able to help us get our students and be a part of the others to follow. Trustee Doyle, if we will do that.
You said numbers.
Get our students, retain our students, recruit our students back, and then set a model for others to follow.
That sounds like an opportunity for increased enrollment, increased retention, which I'm confident are part of your strategic plan, correct?
Yes.
It's also it's not cooperation, or trust building. Students transfer, retention changes, trust erodes. And I'm making notes. Right, slide 12 was included as a reminder. Slide 13 goes along with asking you to do a little bit of homework, not homework, but a little bit of thinking on your own. What 5 words would you use to describe how the Benton Harbor Area Schools Board functions? Think of 5 words, stop talking and I'll ask you. What 5 words describe how your school board functions? Make them single words or no more than a 2-word phrase. And I'll invite anyone to share. It doesn't have to be 5. What words?
Yes, from the board. So I would take it right now. I think we might be choosing to present positive intent and pause on answering this question. A good space of the team right now. I think some of the answers might be sort of a trigger based on the faces that I see from my colleagues. Secretary Triplett he's gonna give it a try.
Can you repeat the question?
The question is select 5 words you would use to describe how your school board functions, its protocols and practices.
Slide 13. President Robinson, I understand.
Madam President,
Right.
we are accountable, innovative.
So trust, Vice President Owens does have a couple he'd like to add. He said accountable.
We hold district and we hold each other accountable.
So accountability.
We are a resilient board, resilience. We demand respect.
We demand respect. Innovative.
We're innovative.
We're innovative.
Well, she said some of them could be like a two-word phrase.
That's what we have to. It's not.
It's all we can give today.
And trust the record minds of the listeners.
And also note that your response to this question is absolutely intended to encourage positive intent. And it's also encouraged to have you do a deeper dive. So I would follow up with each of these with an additional question, not for answering now, but for you to think about. What protocol is in place to demonstrate accountability? What protocols are in place that encourage resilience? What protocols are in place to facilitate respect? What protocols identify behaviors that are innovative? And what behaviors are in place that encourage listening? Now, your answer to each one of those in writing becomes a protocol. And that way, any new member of your board, any new member of the team would know. Here is how accountability, here's what accountability looks like here. Here is what resilience looks like here, etc. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Wanted to know if I was okay. If I were there in person, I could see your faces better and have a better sense. The reference to strategic intent on slide 14 is literally about clarifying your roles and responsibilities, identifying your lane for your governance team of 8, the 7 elected and 1 selected have different roles. Look at slide 15. When you see the reference to strategic, not tactical, that means the trustee that sees a pillar crumbling. Team, let's come together to share our observations. That teammate is not running the Ace Hardware to buy plaster. Tactical refers to the work of the superintendent. And when you see in that 4th bullet, the what, please note that the what work belongs to the board. What is it that needs attention? And it's your superintendent that provides the how.
Can I ask a question?
Of course, please.
When you say you see maybe, something crumbling, would it be best to get everybody's view on that crumbling building? Because what you see is not what somebody else might see. So, I think we'd have to get a clarification on that first before we say the building is crumbling down.
I think, okay, let's pause for 1 second. Did you hear her question?
Can you recap it? I heard most of it.
So she said, so basically what she's saying is sometimes there may be one trustee that sees the pillar as crumbling, but what that trustee sees may be different from what the trustee sees. And so a second trustee may not see the pillar is crumbling, and so she's seeking clarification on how do you navigate, how do you get the,
What clarification?
So that you understand, so that everybody sees what everybody sees.
oh, so what she's saying is how do you get to a point where everyone is seeing the same thing on the same page with what the actual status of that pillar is essentially?
Trustee Doyle, your question.
That was Rocket Martin's.
So sorry, trustee Rocket Martin, your question is the global question presented by Governance Core. Another way to say it would be, how do we all get on the same page? How do we all develop a common vision for our culture at the board table? There is only one way that I know to say that, and that means developing your
Doing all right.
will communicate, listen, and express your interest. What are the ways to do that? So is there an opportunity for you, governance team of 8, to say, I've noticed something. Which part, is there a role here, or what is the role for this observation of an elected school board member? And the entire team may need to weigh in on that. So is there a time where trustees can share their insights, to share their observations? And is there a space where board members can say, is this my work? Is this our work? Or is this work that we need to know about, but it's not ours to address? This is comparable to the conversation in CBA 101 that asks, what is the role of the superintendent? What is the role of elected school board members, and how do they align? So here in governance mindset, we reference systems thinking. And systems thinking focused on interconnectedness. So how do we see something and then say something? And the governance team would do that all in one spot. And it would be up to the team to be able to answer that question. Now, what might happen if that question goes unanswered? Might you have a trustee heading to the hardware store to get a rake? Because you know that landscape is just not the way we want. That's not it. It's about coming together. Governance core, this content is asking boards to develop systems and thinking and decision-making and learning that would put everyone on the same page.
Trustee Gavin had a comment.
Yes, and turn it on. Turn it on.
Can you hear me, Ms. Lincoln? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I the bird on? Can you hear me? What do you want to say? Ms. Lincoln, can you hear me? Look, for some reason, you can't hear Trustee Gavin, but you can hear Dr. Martin, who's right next to her. So she's gonna come up to the seat so she can dialogue with you. Hi, can you hear me now? Okay, thank you. I think for me, and I don't want to hold up the group, but this is what resonates with me. And we talk about perspective. So my perspective is from within the classroom, the parent, like all of those hats, right? Not to take away from anybody else, but I've worn a lot of hats in almost multiple buildings. And so the analogies is like airplanes and rakes and all this other stuff. And if we neglect our role, that translates into child abuse, right? And so for me, it's very serious. And seeing districts lose their whole district. And so I am definitely for collaboration. I'm definitely for team. I'm definitely for governance. But there are times when if we don't step in and sound the alarm, if it's a serious situation, then we are neglecting kids. And so how do you square that circle when you're saying, one, be at the 50,000 foot level, and then two, you're seeing that there's some emergency solutions that need to be in play immediately. If your peers don't see it as an emergency situation.
Mr. Gavin, that's a lot. And that's governance work. Now, governance leaders are not there to follow up on, to initiate or follow up on governance work, or I'm sorry, not governance work, on emergency work. What that would mean, when you see an emergency, that's a call directly to your board president and superintendent. Here's an emergency. This is an observation. Where does this go from here? And this is also a question that the governance team would have to answer for itself. Now, we all have a duty to report. We all have a duty to report. So what will the team answer be to, there's an emergency, I see an emergency here. What is our next step? Emphasis on the hour. And that's a direct contact, again, with your board chair and with your superintendent. And can I also add that this is another example of what is a board member's next step in witnessing an emergency.
Can you restate that last statement?
Her battery.
We were glitching slightly.
Right.
But it's also freezing.
What I heard from trustee Gavin is this question. What is a board member's responsibility when witnessing an emergency? And that answer would come from the board, and I did from the governance team. And something that I did not say, this could also be an opportunity to ask your legal team, Brad Vanasek, what options exist should a board member be in a position to witness an emergency?
I think this comment or this discussion makes me a book that we were referencing in one of our live sessions at a recent conference, and it was about the various lenses, the lens, how there's different sections of the lens, and how your personal lens, like Trustee Gavin said, depends upon your previous background experience, your knowledge level, things of that nature. And so I like to look at our lens. The team is having distinct sections of our lens. And so Trustee Gavin may see something as a heightened emergency based on her cultural experiences and her professional knowledge. But there may be something else that I see as a heightened emergency based on mine. But we have to remember that we are a collective team. And so even if your lens does not see what her lens sees as an emergency, you should still respect her viewpoint because she is one of the layers of the strength of the whole team lens. And so I would like us to get to a point where we are working collaboratively and respecting what each other deems as an emergency and kind of working collaboratively on what providing support as a governance team looks like when one trustee has a particular concern.
Madam President, I would also say that goes to our norms.
Let's pause.
I don't know what's.
She's frozen.
Oh,
Look at there.
she paused, you know.
Yeah.
What you just laid out, you're freezing on my end.
This reason so we're just okay, we got it, okay.
President Robinson and Trustee Gavin, what each of you said, and what I hear is a definite need for a conversation within the governance team about what options exist when we do or don't see an issue through the same lens. On that list of questions is also, how do we build a single lens? Taking into account that we do bring different experiences, right? Am I coming through all right?
Yes, you are. Yes, we can hear you okay.
All right, what could happen? I see a situation that needs an intervention, you know, and I am there, so I do it. What I've done is go beyond my responsibility as a governance leader into tactical work. that belongs to the superintendent. It would be, I would recommend it better for this conversation and many more to be topics at a regular governance conversation where you determine what is our culture. When should a situation arise, such as any that we've mentioned now, we have advanced knowledge about how to address that because we've already discussed it and come to a resolution. And that all of those come under the category of either principles, norms, or protocols. So that third pillar is taking all of the questions and anticipating those questions, addressing them, so when a situation occurs, we each know our responsibility here is to do what is written, what we've decided as a board to do.
Madam.
Yes. Secretary Triplett had a question. Trustee Raquel Martin, can you pass him the mic, please?
I've been sitting here trying to kind of like work my way through conversation. And, you know, it's what I'm saying of collaboration. The two that for some time now that I've just chose to focus on was pausing and presuming positive intentions. And so it's very difficult, you know, it's almost hypocritical when people say, you know, like when you're talking about on this Board of Education, where there are things that we put out that this is the way we're going to follow, these are the norms that we're going to follow, these are the rules that we're going to follow. And as we're going to follow these rules as long as it agrees with what you think it should be.
Mm-hmm.
And then when it's not that way, then you get an opportunity to see where people are and you're not being genuine because it's a give and take. And that was the first thing that I learned going to Michigan Association of School Boards. And as a new school board member, there will be times that you will be on the 5-2 and you will be on the 2. But you can't sit up and act like you're the scholar and the representative of all of these things. But then when you're in the 2, you show your true colors and you show your face. And so for me, I'm struggling as a board member because we're talking about governance and we're talking about working together. We're talking about working with the superintendent. But for me right now, I'm stuck because I do not, in order for us to be able to go forward, because we have some serious work to do that's coming down the pipe.
Excuse me, Trustee Triplett. I need to ask President Robinson to do a bit of a recap. I heard you say you feel stuck. Is that correct?
Well,
Yeah, he said he's stuck because we have certain standards and priorities that we value, but when a situation or circumstance doesn't fit a certain trustee, then there's a different expectation.
and it's not a certain
Just sit
trustee.
here.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let him sit in the mic one sec.
All right.
Yeah, can you hear me now? Okay, so I guess basically, and it's not about any specific trustee, it's about the work of each one of us. You know, when we set up in here, when we said, for me, I'm gonna break it down. For me, I'm stuck. And I don't want to, I have almost gotten to the point where I can't presume positive intentions. I think that have been said and things that's been done. And so I don't want to be a hindrance to the work, but I'm stuck in a place, in a space, and I can't come into this place and work and not be honest with where I am with my colleagues. And so how do you work with that? How do you move forward? Because this is some serious work. How do you really move forward when you feel like you've lost respect? You know, on the board with colleagues. And then how do you navigate through that? Because we still got to do the work. I don't have respect.
Secretary Triplett, you've shared your truth,
Yes.
and I'm going to say that it may be likely that there are other members of the governance team who might feel a portion of what you just shared. What governance core, what this conversation is all about and is setting up, and I know we're coming to the point where we need to stop because you have a commitment at 10 sharp. This is a conversation that starts here. My introduction is about the conversation. It's what I'm sharing is how to shape that conversation, that difficult conversations need to be held. It will be the team's responsibility to carve out the time and the opportunity to flush those answers out. It's not a place where I can say, here is what must be done all of the time. This is a team, it's everything referenced here is about what is the wish of the majority, or what is the wish of the board, and if there is not an opportunity for the entire board to come together, it then becomes a question, what is the wish of a majority of the board? Governance core is going back to, I believe it was Trustee Rocket Martin who spoke of consensus. This is designed for boards who wish to lead in a consensus manner. The opposite, not the opposite, but a second option is, what does the majority of the board feel? And President Robinson, if I may review what the board has in the rest of your handout, note that this was intended to be a setting the stage. The majority of the work for the majority of our conversation has been in that first pillar. We have touched pillars 2 and pillar 3. Going forward, you have a couple of role plays, and on slide 16 and another on slide 18. This board scores high on deep learning, which would be slides 19 and slides 20. And slide 22 on slide 21. I'm thinking there's several things that you would want to cover. You definitely do your board self-assessment and workshops, but there is more to do. President Robinson, it's not my intent to not finish absolutely all of what is here. I'm hoping that this gives you a basis for considering whether you wish to take a deeper dive. This making a switch from one culture to another and putting those things in your culture that you want and removing those things that are barriers is a process, literally. So President Robinson, I don't want to overstay my boundaries. I'm more than willing to follow up, and I will send you back some written notes from some highlights of notes that I've taken. This was about learning and in overview, giving you more questions than you have.
So I would like to say thank you so much for your Okay, we had a bad connection for a second. So I just want to say,
On meeting, congratulations on meeting your training objective with them.
Good job.
Thank you, Ms. Macon. Can you hear me okay?
And yes, I can right now.
okay, I think we have a slight delay, so I'll be sure to pause. I just want to thank you for your willingness to support us, not only today virtually, but throughout this process. I do think that this is a conversation that the board we want to have, take a deeper dive into, as you stated, regardless of whether or not we want the requirements of the partnership agreement. I think that this is a greater conversation that the board is interested in, specifically in the governance culture and what that 50,000 foot view actually looks like in a daily basis, and things of that nature. So we appreciate you, we value you, and I will follow up more regarding the board assessment and a follow up to this training as well.
Right with that, I'll leave the line so you will be free to your next steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time, we're going to pause and take a brief recess for members of the public that are tuned in. We do have interviews that are scheduled to begin at 10:01 currently. So we are going to take just a quick 10-minute recess to give ourselves an opportunity to reset the room and the stage, and then we'll be back shortly. All right, so welcome to our superintendent first round interviews. To the board, the following topics and questions were identified by the board members to provide consistency to the search interviews. The board member identified before each item should assume the responsibility for making sure the topic is covered during the interview. If the candidate covers the topic during his or her opening statement or while discussing another topic, there's no need to bring the topic up again. Remember, try to keep the interview as informal as possible. The questions are designed to be asked by the assigned board member. Once the topic is introduced and other board members can engage in asking clarifying questions if needed. Be aware though that you want to use as little time as possible in presenting your questions so that you will have ample time to garner from the candidate his or her thoughts and thinking process. Also, please be conscious of the time. Given that there are 11 questions, actually, you'll need to keep each topic under 4 minutes on average. That will leave sufficient time for the candidate to ask his or her questions. Please do not discuss the respective candidates amongst yourselves until you have seen all candidates. This is the only way you will be able to maintain your objectivity and treat all candidates fairly. We'll be reviewing all of the candidates as a group at the end of each session. Finally, remember you are not allowed to inquire regarding topics of race, age, sex, religion, marital status, whether they have children, ethnic origin, arrest, or financial affairs. Please also refrain from questions related to these topics. And so now we are going to officially begin. So Mr. Pearson, good morning. On behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to officially welcome you to Tiger Nation. Congratulations on your selection as a first round candidate for superintendent of Benton Harbor Area Schools. I will briefly introduce you to our board. We have our Vice President Trenton Barnes. Our Secretary Triplett is currently absent due to a family matter. We have our Treasurer Matthew Bradley. We have Trustee Angela Doyle, trustee Raquel Martin, as well as trustee Galvin. You will be allotted 35 minutes to interview. HYA Associate Dr. Collins will keep track and signal as the time draws close to the end of your interview time. You'll be asked to give an introduction to share your experiences and why you are interested in being the next superintendent of Benton Harbor. This intro should be 1 minute or less. The board already has application and resume information, so we know about you. You will be asked approximately 11 questions from the board. Therefore, your response for each question should be within 4 minutes or less. Once we have concluded our interview questions, you will be allowed to ask any questions you have for the board. You may also choose to make a closing comment. Please be mindful of the time. We will officially begin. And then just a reference for the board, your score sheet is there on how to evaluate exceptional, strong, satisfactory, weak, or poor. You want to also make notations. So, Mr. Pearson, the first question is actually for me. And it's pertaining to Benton Harbor Area Schools historical knowledge. One best practice of professional leadership is to research the organization that you are planning to lead. Please share with us your knowledge regarding Benton Harbor Area Schools, both current and historically. What do you anticipate to be your greatest strengths and challenges as superintendent? How do you plan to navigate said challenges?
Okay, good morning again. As you all know, I was born and raised here in Benton Harbor, attended Benton Harbor Area Schools, K through 12, went to Western Michigan University, received bachelor's, master's, specialist degree, and was included in a doctoral program that I did not complete. Taught in Benton Harbor Area Schools for over 30 years, in all capacities, teacher, principal, coach, advisor, counselor, a negotiator for the teachers union, negotiator for I was the vice president of the teachers union. I was the president of the administrative union and reading specialist. So I've done everything that you could possibly think. I've worn all the hats. Historically, I saw it all. I was here, didn't leave K through 12 and as an adult teaching here. I live in Benton Harbor. I don't need a GPS. I know where everything is. I know where the churches are. I know where Broadway and Empire is. I know where Highland Projects is. I know where bus projects are. So these are not things that I would have to learn. I would hit the ground running. We've lost over 10,000 students since 2017. And that's according to the Herald Palladium in my research and also being an observer of that. When I was a student here at Benton Harbor High School, we had 2,000 students when I was a senior. So that gives you an idea of how the district has evolved and how it's changed. My current research of the district is actually better than I anticipated. Looking at the certifications at the high school level, looking at the certifications on middle school and elementary, there are some things that could definitely be done. A lot of people are looking at the brand at the district in dire straits, but when I came out of my research, the thing that I was most impressed about was the potential that we have. I know we're having issues with the budget. I know there's a possibility of layoffs. I even went through the budget and saw that there's a possibility that some of these jobs could be saved, because when you look at a budget and you look at the general fund and you're looking at federal programs that are coming in and 31A funds, I need to see what are we doing with those, because those are at-risk funds, and a lot of that money could be reallocated, and a lot of those people could keep their jobs. So that's not really an issue with me. One of the big issues that I had going through the budget was I don't understand why we are complicit in sending out resources and money to competing institutions. Why is Connexus contracted to do adult education? That's something that Benton Harbor has always done. They also have a charter school, over 100 students. That's $1 million. So my thing is that we need to reevaluate these situations. We need to reevaluate that contract. And we want to employ people. We want to keep people here in our district. So we should be running adult ed. So that's a major issue. The other thing is I looked at we're giving $3 million away to someone to conduct social services to our students, but nobody could answer as to specifically what were they doing, what were the results, and who were they servicing. There are many MWSs walking around, Masters of Social Work people walking around the community that have their own private contracts that they're dealing with other institutions. So these are some of the things that we need to understand, and we can do a lot better fiscally if we think about what we're doing within instead of worrying about the external things. The buildings, I've went to every vacant building that Ben Harbor area schools have in existence. Some of these buildings need to be renovated. Some of them, we need to get rid of them because as long as we're keeping them, they're depreciating every day. And that's a problem. In my estimate, I have a little background in real estate. We're sitting on about $5 to $6 million. $5 to $6 million. A couple of those buildings I would like to use. The one on N163 on coming off of North Shore on where Whirlpool headquarters is located. I was thinking of possibly turning that into a Montessori program, dealing with the demographic of Harbor Shores. We have one private Montessori school here, and they're paying like $15,000 a year to send their kids there. And imagine if we're doing a public Montessori program, which would be the only Montessori program within the next 50 miles, we wouldn't have a problem of getting all the kids to come there. I'm thinking over possibly 200 kids. We're talking about preschool all the way up to 8th grade. And 200 kids, again, that's another $2 million. Boynton Montessori is in, I think, in good shape to reopen. I don't know, I haven't been inside, but externally, it looks like it would be a fantastic place to do a dual language program. I thought about Hull, but Hull is across the street from the police department, and a lot of the Latinos in that demographic are still having issues with ICE and things of that nature. So when I was at Hull International, we had a dual language program, and it was extremely successful. And what we have to understand is that a lot of populations do not like to integrate. And so we've lost hundreds, maybe 1,000 Latino, Hispanic kids that are going to Eau Claire, that are going to Countryside, that we could have. The person that ran a dual language program for me is currently in Boston, and he said that if we could reopen that building and get that program going again, he would gladly come back and start that program. And it was immensely successful. So those are some of the things that I think that we could do in the future. They're not far-fetched. I think we have enough money to do that, but we're going to have to start thinking out of the box in terms of how to generate money and bring money back to the community, not to the community, but back to Ben Harbor area schools. I had a former student who was performing at Carnegie Hall last week. We had a conversation. He said he's willing to come back and do a fundraiser for Ben Harbor area schools in the spring, and all the money will be donated to the school system. So I talked to people out, Ernie Hudson. There are many people that are willing to work with the district. All we have to do is reach out. And by me being here, having the history here, understanding how the community works, I feel that that will not be a problem at all.
All right, and I realized that I did notate that you could do an introduction of yourself, but I kind of dived into that first question. So you did kind of tell us a little bit about yourself. Was there anything else that you wanted to add in your intro?
No, that's pretty much it, other than I wanted to go to Michigan State, but my sister was there and I didn't want to be on the same campus as she was. So that's how I ended up at Western. So other than that, that's about it.
Okay, and then just a follow-up on my question. Can you speak to what you believe are your greatest strengths are? Is it what you mentioned, your knowledge of Benton Harbor?
The knowledge of Benton Harbor and my networking. Coming into the job, I will hit the ground running. You don't have to introduce me to the pastors. You don't have to introduce me to the police chief or the head librarian or the mayor. I know all these people already. So my first days would be working. It would not be getting to know the system, getting to know the community. You don't have to do that. They see me raking leaves. They see me in the grocery store. They see me at the church. Most of you have all had experiences with me by me being your teacher or a colleague. So that's not an issue. And I think that that's important. Because I think one of the top things that we're neglecting is the urgency of getting to business. Looking at that budget, we have about 3 years to stay in the black. And if we don't start getting things moving quickly, then we're going to be back to where we were before. And that's a major problem.
Thank you. We can move right along to the next question. Yes, Vice President Burns.
Hello, Mr. Pearson. How are you?
Just fine, thank you.
What strategies and programs would you implement to address learning loss among students? Especially since we're still dealing with the aftermath of the disruptions caused by the pandemic, to ensure all students are supported and can achieve academic growth.
Okay. Again, I've been in contact with Barry and Risa. I'm familiar with the curriculum that we're using, McGraw-Hill, on a secondary level. I talked to teachers. A lot of the teachers love the reading or English version of it, but they kind of think they were forced to accept the math simply because it was the same curriculum. That's not an issue. I think both curriculums on the secondary level and the elementary level are fine. The biggest problem that we're having right now is getting that knowledge to the kids, getting that content to the kids. And by us having so many uncertified teachers, or sometimes even teachers without degrees, we're having an issue with instruction. And so that's what we're going to have to work on. And so my plan would be, we have instructional coaches, but make sure that every instructional coach has been a certified, or is a certified teacher, or has had experience in a classroom. And during my research, again, I have found that there was, I think it was 1 or 2 instructional coaches who had no background in teaching, had never taught before. And their job description says they were supposed to go in and help and support teachers in a classroom, which I thought was irreprehensible. So those are the type of things that I want to change. I would have mentor teachers. I would reach out to the retired teachers in the district that are still living around, giving them stipends to come in, teach the nuances of pedagogy to the teachers who need support in the classroom, paying them, I think I said stipend already, but not every day, but just in support to cover that gap. On the elementary level, talking to the consultants at Barry and Risa again, Rebecca Miles, who's the literacy director, and Joel Shecky, who's the math coordinator and director there also. We're fine. We're fine. We just need emphasis on instruction. And I also found out that a lot of the teachers were not following the curriculum to fidelity. That's an issue too. So I'm going to have people in there who are cognizant of what they're supposed to be doing and checking them on a regular basis and making sure they're doing what they're supposed to do. My goal also is to have building leaders, specifically principals who are educators. And to me, a principal should be the chief teacher, educator, instructor in the building. I'm not concerned about managers. I don't care about that. I need a lead person who could be able to walk into a classroom within 10 minutes, observe instruction, and tell you whether some learning is going on or not. And that's important. We have a lot of problems with kids just going through the motions. I also found out with AI, with NWA, they're developing ways where they're raising their test scores by using their cell phones. I don't know how they're doing it, but I found out that they're doing it. And those are other things that we need to address. But the gap can be closed. And it's all based on instruction.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. You said something about instructional leaders, which is super important.
Yes.
Okay, and then you said not managers. Yeah, we do have we do have some issues with behavior. How would a principal, or how would you see a building leader address the security and discipline issue if their main focus is instruction, which is important as well?
Yeah, it depends on the building, and that's twofold. If you're the leader of the building, your number one responsibility is the safety of the children. So I get that. But what I'm saying is, if I'm a principal I should be able to get the NWA scores. I should be able to look, I should be able to see the gap analysis and where we're having a problem, and then instruct the teachers as to where to focus in on. And a lot of times, in our district, a lot of the principals or building leaders, they're only concerned with day-to-day activities. They leave the instruction part, the academic part, to others in the building, which is fine, but I think you need to know, you should be able to talk on that level. You should be able to speak on that level to a certain point of efficacy. So that's the issue that I have. Having a principal that has not ever taught is an issue, but it happens, and they can become good principals, but they need support. So those are the things that we want to look at, and those are the things that possibly we want to correct.
Board members, if we could stick to the questions on the sheet, because I don't want us to run out of time. And we have to treat all candidates the same, so if we could stick to those questions, if you have follow-up questions, if you could write them down. And if we have time at the end, we can get to them, or we could do it during round two. But if we could be sure that we ask all candidates the same questions, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for that clarification. I think we just were slightly confused because it did notate once the topic is introduced, other board members can engage in asking clarifying questions, but for sake of time, we'll try to get through the current questions we have and then put the clarifying questions at the end. Okay. So we're gonna move along to fiscal responsibility. Thank you, Mr. Pearson. Fiscal responsibility, Treasurer Bradley.
Given the, and I've heard you address some of that in your introductory remarks, but given the precarious nature of our finances, how will you work with our finance department to make sure that we are in a good fiscal position? And what type of school finance background do you hold or will acquire?
Okay, I'll deal with the reverse. My background is I was over the finances for River of Life, the private school that I was a superintendent. Obviously, we were not on the level of Ben Harbor area schools, but in terms of financing and budgeting, 3,000 and 3 million is just a difference of zeros in terms of how you calculate that. What I tell people all the time is, I don't know if I mentioned this already, I've been talking so much, but school is not a business. And we need to understand that charter schools are a business. They're in for a profit to make money. Okay. And when we make cuts fiscally, we have to look at the bottom line. And the bottom line is, how does it affect children? How does it affect the student? So that's how you look at a budget in a learning institution in terms of Ben Harbor area schools. And of course, you have to be fiscally responsible. But again, you have to understand what the bottom line is. I have no problem with budgets. I have no problem with finance. As a matter of fact, your current what's her name? Sister Brock Carter. I've had many experiences with her from the private school, because all the private schools in the area, they're allowed to get Title I funds from the existing district, which was Ben Harbor area schools. So I met with her every year, going through a budget, getting my money to do what I needed to do with Title I, Title II, and Title III. So that's not an issue. And I have a great relationship with her. I don't foresee that being a problem whatsoever.
All right, thank you. And next we have navigating educational challenges, Raquel Martin.
Hello, Mr. Pearson.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you.
Okay. Educationally, what has been the biggest challenge you have faced? How did you meet that challenge, and what was the outcome?
Okay. Well, money. Raising money, whether it was in Ben Harbor area schools, planning a field trip, whether it was at River of Life, having to deal with the general fund and the general budget. What I've learned is, at this point in life, in our times, you have to think out of the box. And Ben Harbor is such a great community historically. So many great people have come from here. And I don't think that we utilize our resources to go back and bring them in. And like I said, I've had conversations with them, and they would love to come back and help. So my thing is, my biggest problem was getting the money in, but how I dealt with it is I always had to think out of the box. And so with Ben Harbor area schools, we need to start thinking about foundations. And I've heard we've had them, but where's the money? How much do you have? What have you been doing? I recall we had a football coach here a few years ago, a very successful football coach. And he had charter buses, he had a weight room, he had everything to his disposal. But my point is that he understood that he had to get the money outside the box. And as a district overall, we have to start thinking the same way.
All right, thank you. Next, we have trustee Gavin, and her question was regarding educational models. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you for coming, Mr. Pearson. My question is, please describe in detail the structural proven model that you would use that works for students of our demographic to address culture and climate, academic achievement, and social emotional learning.
That's a great question. And the reason it's a great question is that's the latest thing that I've been working on. There's a professor out of New York named Dr. Kama Kameen, and he's put together a curriculum that you insert. It's like a supplement curriculum that's geared toward African Americans and districts of color. He just left Detroit and he's implemented it there in some of the schools there. And he comes for free and you have to purchase the program, but he will do the professional development and all of those things. Now, the thing that I liked about it, because I'm a research person, and the latest research from University of Loyola out of Chicago and Stanford University in Palo Alto, California, has stated that when kids learn about their culturally in school, this is documented, it improves their test scores and academic standing in all disciplines. It's not a rumor, it's been proven. So those are some of the things that I would like to incorporate in Ben Harbor area schools. I don't know why there's no African-American studies classes. I don't know why there's no African-American history classes. There were before. Those are things that we need to bring back. And we're not bringing them back for aesthetic reasons, because it looks good and it's great to talk about. They're purposeful. They're purposeful and they help. And we have a major problem in our community, not necessarily Ben Harbor area schools, but in the community with how our kids are acting, the fights and all these things. And this curriculum would address that. So mentally, culturally, there's a correlation. And if we can get this type of program, I will present it to the board, have him present it to the board. It would be invaluable in this community. That was another issue. I know I'm probably over. There was another issue that I found out that I didn't know existed. There's a gang problem. And that came from the staff. I thought that was over. And girls are fighting more than the boys. And they're fighting every day. And it's not just lunch. It's in the hallways. So these are the type of things that needs to be addressed and will be addressed through that type of program.
Thank you. My second question is, what specific implementation strategies would you employ to successfully implement your model without destabilizing the solutions that work for our population?
Yeah.
For the board, I'm sorry, for the board, this is number 10. Go ahead.
I've done a significant amount of research, as you could see, but I haven't researched everything. So that would depend on me assessing what we already have and seeing how we can deal with bringing or incorporating something else. I know that's a very broad answer, but that's about the best I could do with that. But it's not a problem at all, but it definitely needs to be addressed. Yeah. Repeat that.
Vice President Bones is asking if you could repeat your statement. I'm sorry.
So I'm saying that was a great question, and I've done a tremendous amount of research. But for me to answer that specifically would be very difficult at this time. And we will have to wait and let me assess some of the things that you're doing right now and how that's going to be incorporated in some of the things that I would like to do.
Mhm.
Okay, and so to the board, trustee Gavin went ahead and asked her question. It was a follow-up in your packet as stated as number 10. So you may be fine. We were referencing your sheet and it's in here too. But it made sense to do them back to back, so thank you. Okay, so up next we have myself, number 6, and it's regarding master's facilities planning. Benton Harbor Area Schools is in the process of establishing a master's facilities plan with a tentative completion date of September 2025. What is your experience with facilities and operations, specifically maximizing district resources such as vacant properties?
Yeah, great question. Um, at the school that I came from previously, that was an issue practically every year. Living in a city like Benton Harbor, a lot of the buildings that you deal with are very old and decrepit.
Talk just a little louder.
Yes, no problem. How's that? That's good. It's better.
Right.
Okay. A lot of the buildings around are very decrepit and very old. We have very few new buildings in the community. So I dealt with that all the time at River of Life and just driving around and seeing the properties that we have now. I'm nostalgic, just like a lot of you are, and you hate to see things go away. And unfortunately, in Benton Harbor, when we got new things, we didn't maintain them. I recently went down to the rec center and I looked at the rec center. I looked at the courts that Sinbad bought the land for and the courts and the condition that they're in. And it is really sad. So as a community and as Benton Harbor Area Schools, we have to do better in terms of dealing with our facilities. As I stated earlier, I think that we can keep some of the buildings, but we're basically sitting on money that's depreciating every day. And we're going to have to decide whether we're going to sell them or not. And my decision we're going to have to sit down and decide which ones we want to keep and the ones we don't want to keep, we have to get rid of. And unfortunately, the one on Learning Lane, Fairplain East, I think it's East, the one on down Atkins Drive. Northeast, I'm sorry. And down in the valley behind King, they're squatters. And they're literally building fires inside of those buildings in the winter to stay warm. So in terms of liability and those other things, we have to start considering getting rid of them. But like I said, the two that I want right now, and again, that's hypothetical because I haven't been inside, Boynton Montessori on Crystal and the one on M63, the North School. That those would be invaluable and those would be money makers if we could use them. But holding on to the buildings, I think it's not the right thing. It's time for us to let go. I'm like you. I didn't want to see them go. There are buildings that are torn down now that I went to, and I'm heartbroken when I could drive past and they're not there. But again, I understand. We have to move forward.
All right, thank you. Our next question is concerning student recruitment, Vice President Bowens.
How do you plan to enhance student recruitment and engagement, particularly in attracting diverse student populations? And what initiatives would you prioritize to build a strong and inclusive school community?
Okay. I talked about the magnet schools initially already. That's one of the ways that we bring students in. But according to research, the number one reason why people take their kids out of schools is safety. We have to address that. And one of the first things that I would do is go into the security department and figure out what's going on. I know we've spent millions of dollars on surveillance cameras and things like that, but we need to have a strategy, a program of security guards who are working and doing their job every single day. Because every time you hear of a shooting in Benton Harbor, people across the river are saying That student, though, they go to Ben Harbor High School, or they went to Ben Harbor High School. People in other communities are saying the same thing. So if we want people to come back, the first thing, whether it's students or teachers, it has to be a safe learning environment. Safe learning environment. Instruction has to improve. And I've already explained to you how we're going to do that. Again, very surprised and pleasantly surprised what's going on in the elementary schools. But middle school and high school, those are areas that we need to zero in on. And they're not going to come back unless there's viable learning going on every day and they feel safe in the classrooms. Now, I've already made calls in terms of recruitment. I'm scouring the papers all the time and reading the MDE reports of the layoffs, positions eliminated. So I've talked to at least 18 people within the last month that said they would be willing to come back if the conditions are right, administrators and teachers and support staff. But they don't want to come back if they're afraid to be in their classrooms or they're not going to be supported by the administration. So recruitment, just like everything else, can be done out the box. It doesn't have to be visiting a university campus for the weekend and talk. That's not how we do it now. That's one way, but there are many other ways. There are people at the charter schools that don't want to be there, but they don't want to come back here because they don't feel safe. So I would be walking in front of charter schools if I had to have a sign. Come back and say, and that's what we have to do. We have to be bold, okay? Because they did the same thing. They came into the community, took all your students, and then started asking you for money to help them support it. So we have to change that, and it will change. I guarantee you. It will change.
All right, our next question, thank you. Our next question is Treasurer Bradley concerning staffing.
You will potentially be starting in the middle of summer vacation. Can you commit to making no major staff changes, which includes principals or admin, until January of next year, so that you will have a chance to adjust and see where we currently stand and what is not working and what will need to be changed?
Wow, that's a loaded question. Wow. Okay. And the reason that I'm pausing is I'm trying to get all the dynamics together because you had an opportunity to do that last week and you didn't do it. And then you wanted to wait for the new superintendent to make a decision. And then you're basically telling me you don't want me to do it. So that's loaded.
That's his individual question.
Okay, so to be perfectly honest, as a leader of the district and responsible for the education of the students in Ben Harbor, that would take me to get into the job, make the assessments, talk to the people, see what's going on. And for me to blanketly make that statement right now, I don't think it would be fair to you as a board or myself.
All right, your next question is from Rocket Martin concerning navigating unpopular decisions.
Okay.
I need you to speak into your mic so that anyone virtually can hear you as well.
Talk about your ability to make and stand behind unpopular decisions.
Okay, never had a problem with that. But the first thing you have to understand is your place. You know, does the buck stop with me? Does it stop with the principal? Does it stop with the parents? So that's a situation where it has to be dealt with on a personal level, and then a decision will be made. I don't have problems with making, as a leader, that's the characteristic of a leader, a good leader, if I could call myself a good leader. If it's the right decision, I think that's the only thing that matters. And hopefully all my decisions will be right. But, you know, again, you have outside influences. People want you to do things that might not necessarily be right. You can't bend to that because, like I said, the number one bottom line here are the students and how it affects them. So that's how I do that. Never had a problem with that.
All right, and then our last question comes from trustee Doyle. And her question is actually on our sheet. And it is concerning staff retention and recruitment. Trustee Doyle. And to the board, you'll have to just notate it under your number 10, your responses. You have the floor.
Greetings, Mr. Pearson. Thank you for,
I can barely hear you.
greetings. So my question is, what strategies do you plan to implement to retain the current Benton Harbor area school staff, attract new staff, and including certified teachers?
Okay. I think I kind of touched on that a little bit earlier. But people, what we have to understand that there's a national crisis finding certified teachers. So again, we have to think out of the box, not in terms of just getting them, but like you said, keeping them, some type of sustainability. Money is a big issue with teachers coming here. I know teachers that are living in Benton Harbor that are driving to Kalamazoo, driving to Battle Creek every day to work, but they want to be here. But the salaries here are not competitive. And we have to figure out a way how to deal with that. And that goes back to what I was saying earlier. If we had adult education, these are incentives that you can help teachers who are working during the day. You're doing a great job during the day, so we're going to give you a couple hours teaching adult ed at night, making, $35 or $50 an hour. So those are the type of things you have to think about also. I don't think we're going to have a major problem attracting staff until we get our house together. We have a branding issue. And for me to ask students to come back, for you to ask students to come back, there has to be changes. And so that's why I keep saying that there's some urgency involved. And when I come in, I want to hit the ground running. And all the meet and greet and all that is not going to be necessary. It'll be grinding, the budget, staffing, checking other school districts, who was laid off. When we get them in, keeping them, exactly, that's important. And as a teacher, there are many factors that go in to why I want to be in this district or why I want to be in this building. My principal has to be knowledgeable. The kids have to be manageable. The community has to be supportive. The parents have to be controlled, if that's the word you want to use, if they're out of control. And teachers will work for you. When I want to talk about Benton Harbor High School, but when I've come into buildings and showed love to the teachers and supporting teachers, they will do anything for you. They will. And so that's the type of culture and climate that we want to create. That's why they'll stay. How you treat them.
All right, so that was the last of our formal questions. And just a reminder to the board, that question didn't make it to the book, but it is on your sheet. You'll have to create yourself an additional area on after number 10 if you'd like to notate that one. All righty, at this time, are there any questions or closing comments that you would like to make?
Yes, it's been a privilege and a blessing to be able to be in this position. I love Benton Harbor. I love children. I love my children. When I say my children, the children of Benton Harbor. And I look forward to working with the board. And I hope that our relationship will blossom into something special, into something that's extremely productive, so we can present to the community and make people want to come back to Benton Harbor area schools.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pearson. So The next steps of the process will be for the board to discuss all of the applicants that we have interviewed and to determine the candidates that we would like to bring back for a second interview. HYA will be in touch with you later to let you know the outcome of our discussions. And then I would just like as well, on behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, to thank you for your candidacy, time, and efforts. We will select our second round finalists this afternoon with interviews to be held on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. After second round interviews and an in-depth background search, we anticipate selecting a superintendent on July 8th, 2025, pending contract negotiations. HYA, as stated, will communicate next steps with you accordingly. We wish you safe travels on your journey home. Have an amazing day and thank you.
Thank you.
You can go out this way if you like.
Thank you. So I'll give the board an opportunity, just a few minutes to go through, make sure you've set your rubric score or any additional notes you wanted to add while they work on getting us the next applicant.
President Robinson. President Robinson.
I'm sorry.
Are these notes just for us or do we have to turn anything in?
They don't have to be turned, they're not,
We've turned in all this, our notes, yeah.
are we turning our notes to you?
I wish we would have been told that on the front end, because I was just taking.
Okay, so we're gonna take a second. I'm not quite ready for her just yet.
I don't know about it always. We've
Okay,
never
let's
had
get the side conversations down. I know we're kind of informal in the structure of our meeting, so so we are turning in what we write to you.
May I have a pen? Pen, is there a pen?
Okay.
It's just me, huh? I'm gonna use my, I'm going to.
And to the public that may be watching on Zoom, we are in between candidates currently. I'm just giving the Board of Education an opportunity to finalize any additional notes they'd like to make.
It's really right to
Well, time for the candidates, so thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So we're still behind schedule, but that's okay. So I'm just staying, I'm keeping you within.
Okay.
If you see me stand up and I say 2 minutes, that means we're coming more time.
Okay.
Our interview was at 11, right? Okay, so we're just 4 minutes behind. We're doing 5 minutes behind. Okay.
I don't. Didn't really need it all, because I thought this was our internal. So.
You're right.
Which is
Oh,
it?
right. Question, so yeah, take this out, or we just gonna keep this in and then at the end we'll add it into you?
Yeah, we're having a conversation and we're seeing all time.
Okay.
And you would be, based on the notes you've taken.
So you don't need
Don't need.
this.
I want to be sure that we're not going to, if we can say that we're not going to put these notes of what was said about certain people that was not favorite.
Well, we're not gonna do that.
Right, then that's fine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, that's better, because I definitely was not writing with the intent of anyone else being able to understand my notes but me. Okay. No, we would never, so we as a Board of Education take this process extremely seriously. So we would not be sharing our comments. We would not want them to see our comments. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna just take one more minute just to ensure you all have your scores and any notes that you want.
And I also wanted to be sure that, I didn't want to the questions before the interview started. Because superintendents have to be able to talk on their feet. And be able to respond to any questions that come from the media, from community members or anybody else and stuff. This is also seeing how does this person respond when they're being asked a question. We're not expecting them to know. So. Are we ready? Then I'll be ready.
Trustee Gavin had me like, whoa, I'm looking for the paper, you asked me a question and I just go away.
Okay, I think that we are ready, and I am, just so the board is aware, there's a script that HYA prepared for me, but I also prepared a script, so I'm reading them both. So I can ensure I say everything that I would like for us to communicate. Yes,
Questions for save time, or do you want to just go in the same way?
I think it'd be easier to follow it in the book, other than trustee Gavin, because her two questions go together.
Yeah, but it's hard to, okay.
So just to make sure everyone's clear, in the book, trustee Gavin's second question is number 10, but it actually is a follow-up to question number 5. So it should
And so-
technically be 6.
Right. Where was Mrs. Doyle's question?
It's gonna be.
So I stated in the,
Which-
I stated, so trustee Doyle's question was given to me later than everyone, so hers is not in your book. So when I was saying you're gonna have to just make yourself a section under number 10, for trustee Doyle's 11th question, it's on this sheet,
Yeah,
but it's not in your book. So you'll just have to make space for it. Does that make sense? So that you can know it's number 11.
Okay.
Yes, trustee Doyle.
You can actually eliminate my question.
You can't, because we've already asked it to
I like
Mr.
that.
Pearson.
Okay, okay.
Yep. Okay, we're ready. Yes.
yeah, I put her answers down here for Doyle.
Good morning. And just so the board is aware, the script that I read at the start, I read each time.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so as you're getting settled, I'm gonna read this to the board. Okay, you can do so.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. The following topics and questions were identified by board members to provide consistency to the search interviews. The board member identified before each item should assume the responsibility for making sure the topic is covered during the interview. If the candidate covers the topic during his or her opening statement, or while discussing another topic, there is no need to bring the topic up again. Remember, try to keep the interview as informal as possible. The questions are designed to be asked by the assigned board member. Once the topic is introduced, other board members can engage in asking clarifying questions if needed. Clarify that we want to do that at the end of the interview to ensure we get all questions in. Be aware, though, that you want to use as little time as possible in presenting your questions so that you have ample time to garner from the candidate his or her thoughts and thinking process. Also, please be conscious of the time. Given the 11 questions that we asked, you will need to keep each topic or question to 4 minutes on average. That will leave sufficient time for the candidates to ask his or her questions. Please do not discuss the respective candidates amongst yourselves until you have seen all the candidates. This is the only way you will be able to maintain your objectivity and treat all candidates fairly. We will be reviewing all the candidates as a group at the end of each session. Finally, whenever you are not allowed to inquire regarding topics of race, age, sex, religion, marital status, whether they have children, ethnic origin, or financial affairs. Please refrain from any questions related to these topics. And then as a reminder, I'll be reading this statement at the beginning of each of our board interviews. All right, good morning.
Good morning.
On behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to officially welcome you to Tiger Nation. Congratulations on your selection as a first round candidate for superintendent of Benton Harbor Area Schools. I will briefly introduce you to our board. We have our Vice President Trenton Barnes.
Good morning, sir.
Our Secretary Renato Triple is absent today. We have our Treasurer Matthew Bradley.
Morning.
Good morning.
We have Trustees Angela Doyle,
Good morning, ma'am.
Trustee Rocket Martin,
Good morning.
Trustee Gavin,
Good morning.
I am President Robinson.
Great to meet you.
All right, as you're aware today, you will be allotted 45 minutes to interview. HYA Associate Dr. Collins will keep track and signal as the time draws close to the end of your interview time. You'll be asked to give an introduction to share your experience and why you are interested in being the next superintendent of Benton Harbor. This intro should be 1 minute or less. The board already has your application and resume information, so we know about you. You'll be asked to answer 11 questions from the board. Therefore, your response for each question should be 4 minutes or less. Once we have completed our interview questions, you will be allowed to ask any questions you have to the board. You may also make a closing statement. Please be mindful of the time. So we will go ahead and get started. Our first question for you this morning is from myself. It's regarding Benton Harbor Area Schools historical knowledge. One best practice of professional leadership is to research the organization that you are planning to lead. Please share with us your knowledge regarding Benton Harbor Area Schools, both current and historically. What do you anticipate to be your greatest strengths and challenges as superintendent? How do you plan to navigate said challenges?
Thank you. I appreciate that question.
You can do your intro.
The intro
Yep, and I can read your question again.
Okay, thank you. So good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. As you can see, my name is Stephanie Jones, and for the purpose of our interview, if you're okay, Stephanie is totally perfect at this time. I was born and raised primarily about an hour and a half on the southeast side of Chicago in a community very similar to Benton Harbor. And it is important, and I'm very passionate about serving children that necessarily not having all the resources. Very familiar and grew up in, my great-grandmother raised me on a fixed income as a retired domestic worker and did her very best. And as much as I would have appreciated having all the luxury trinkets that a lot of my peers did, what she gave me was great values of treating people with kindness, love, and respect. And that has continued with me throughout my life. And I do this heart work, and I call it heart work because it's work of the heart. And I leverage myself as a model. Coming from a community where we don't see people with bachelor's degrees and even associate's degrees, nevertheless doctorate degrees, and the expectations for us in some of our communities is not very high. And whether it is, and wherever it comes from as it relates to what our families are able to pour into us, what our schools are able to pour in us, I do this work because I want to make that necessary, be that catalyst for change and give children and families hope. I am the first in my family to earn the degrees that you see listed in my resume and my community. And I am proud to be part of my community. I am very proud for the opportunity to be able to serve Benton Harbor and absolutely be a model for our community, for our students, for our parents. And what I see in the Benton Harbor community is that you are passionate about making that change. You understand that you are in a place where there are not all of the resources. So whether that's a peace walk, whether that is bringing Whirlpool in and making the necessary changes, you all are resilient. And that is who I am as a person, as a mom, a grandmother, as a leader, is that making sure that we are leveraging all the resources we absolutely can to give our children and our community a good chance to thrive in our society.
Okay, and so do you need me
One more time, President Robinson.
read that question again for you? Okay. And it's concerning Benton Harbor Area Schools historical knowledge.
Yes.
One best practice of professional leadership is to research the organization that you are planning to lead. Please share with us your knowledge regarding Benton Harbor Area Schools, both current and historically. What do you anticipate to be your greatest strengths and challenges as superintendent, and how do you plan to navigate said challenges?
Yes. Thank you for that. I think I kind of alluded in my opening, some of the things I was able to identify within our community, and that is around the practices and initiatives that are being implemented as it relates to turning around, shifting the expectations and culture in the community. My understanding and what I bring to the district is, I think will be our hurdle to navigate together is building that trust. With trust that we can absolutely change the culture. So I know that there is an initiative of looking to recruit and retain students. But, and I can talk about, which I shared in one of my letters around the initiative, but I think before we get into some of those strategies of marketing, the strategies of building partnerships, I think we have to peel back some of the layers and really identify why our students transition and where the low-hanging fruit is. So for me, I've looked at our challenges with water. I've looked at our sewage challenges. I know that around 2022, we developed a strategic plan. So where I would be interested in where we are in that process. Is this something we're continuing to implement? And where is, again, low-hanging fruit where we can address those where we left off at? And so those are just a few of the things that I'd also shared earlier, that understanding that the district and the community is committed to making sure the district is prepared to be healthy citizens, shifting our culture, bringing resources back. I understand that we've had challenges financially and was able to get back into the green. And so I know that we're extremely proud of being able to shift to make those financial shifts. And my goal as your superintendent and commitment as your superintendent is to continue to help us grow, looking at how are we leveraging our resources, our expenditures, are they yielding outcomes that are outlined in our strategic plan, and where do we need to make some adjustments? For the most part, we want to make sure that students have highly qualified teachers in front of them and that we are able to give them the resources needed to move those academic performance, which is also an area as it relates to fluency and math that we are looking to address. And we absolutely our students deserve that, as well as I feel that with intentional practices, we can absolutely move our graduation rate into the 90 percentile.
Thank you. Next, we have Vice President Burns, and his question is concerning learning loss.
What strategies and programs would you implement to address learning loss among students, especially in the aftermath of disruptions caused by the pandemic,
Sure.
to ensure all students are supported and can achieve academic growth?
Thank you, Vice President Bowens. As all districts were impacted by the pandemic. It exacerbated all the academic challenges we had already faced. And so for me, it's important to really look at what our current practices are. What curriculum, what instructional practices, what training and coaching have been provided to our teachers to implement said instruction curriculum. And so I want to look at what we're currently leveraging, where there are some spaces of opportunities. One of the initiatives that I leveraged to address learning gaps, learning loss due to the pandemic was expounding on our teachers qualified to provide structured literacy. In the past, a district I worked were leveraging it for due process and to avoid legal disputes. For me, I felt all students should be able to have a teacher that can provide the fundamental skills of structured literacy, fluency. And so if we're talking about, we want to be very intentional. I want to peel back some of those layers, not just look at state assessments, but look at current grades, attendance, and see where are the areas of opportunities, where are students strong, where are the strengths, and where are their opportunities. And so I don't leverage deficits. I use the word opportunity because to me, that's what it really is. And so I want to peel back, look where those areas are, do trend analysis, but most importantly, coaching and training our teams on how to use data. Sometimes this is a missed opportunity. We take it for granted and believe that everyone understands how to leverage the data, how to use the data to implement instructional practices in the classrooms. And that's not always the case. It's not a really strong piece in our academic programs. It's kind of more learned around your experiences. And so my experiences have allowed me to be able to peel back layers of the data, complete a trend analysis, and then present and coach teams on how to leverage it in their day-to-day practices. So I would want, before I can share about a program or an initiative, we would want to look at where our current state is and be able to build out a plan as it relates to where we see areas of opportunities and continue to build. And most importantly, we can't forget to progress monitor. And so when I talked about earlier around that trust, it's going to take us to continue to build trust with our team members so that we can be transparent when we're seeing strengths, when we're seeing growth, when we're not. And that takes a very high level of comfortability for us to be able to open up and say, that initiative didn't give me the outcome I desired, but I'm gonna be transparent about it, and let's see what we need to, where adjustments we need to make.
Thank you. Our next question is regarding fiscal responsibility. Treasurer Bradley.
I'm still taking notes.
We can pause. We can pause for a second to wrap up your notes.
Okay.
You all can tell me 1 second. Please don't feel rushed.
Okay. All right, ready for this question. It is, given the precarious nature of our finances, how will you work with our finance department to make sure that we are in a good fiscal position? And what type of school finance background do you hold or will acquire?
Sure, thank you. I'm gonna start with the bottom portion of that question. Is that okay, sir? All right. So in my previously, I have had the opportunity to lead an office with a $2.2 billion budget that was in a deficit. And so what I was asked to do was to basically get us in compliance, balance our books. And where I was able to assess relatively quickly was that my team needed training, coaching on how to manage our budget. And sometimes I would say, you can give me a list like it's Hawaii, but I need you to come on back here like we're in Illinois right now. I don't have it all. I can't give it all to you, but we can build a plan, a 3 to 5 year plan so we can get there. And so sometimes it takes us to really taking a step back so we can build a robust plan and also allow us the opportunity to be able to progress monitoring. We may say, give an example, structured literacy. Before we buy the full packet, let's test, pilot, see if it's yielding us the outcomes before we make the full financial commitment, opposed to pushing out the full bill and it didn't quite get us what we desired. And so I kind of coach my team in how to be able to manage and build out plans so we can get there, but also making sure this initiative or strategy is absolutely going to yield us the outcome. And with that, we were able to get into the green, balance our budget, build out plans to allow us to eventually get to what the ultimate goal was as it relates to all of my team's initiatives. And so first part again.
The first part is how will you work with our finance department to make sure that we are in a good fiscal position?
Sure, thank you. I appreciate that, your patience with me. One thing for me, I'm going to look to have one-on-one meetings with all cabinet level members, central office, district office members, team members, so that one, I will be looking for outside of getting to know them is what is our current state? Where do they see that we have strengths? Where do they see we have opportunities? And then work together to really build that gap. So I really want to understand our team's current state and capacity. So that will give me an opportunity to work with them and build their skills and build them to be able to reach their ultimate goals, our ultimate goals, and most importantly, make sure that they yield outcomes for our students. So I would really want to do check-in, and I would establish a set of cadence of check-ins with with central office, district office team members, so that we can continue to bring up every week. My ultimate goal as a leader is to ensure that one, we're being fiscally responsible. Two, how our expenditures are yielding the outcomes that we desire. We are going to be responsible, and we're going to make sure that how we're spending the money is aligned to our district strategic plan, is in agreement with you all, and it is yielding the results that we ultimately have for our students, for our staff, for our community. Thank you.
I think I'm next.
Okay.
You are number 4.
Amazing name.
Yes. Okay. Educationally, what has been the biggest challenge you have faced? How did you meet that challenge and what was the outcome?
Sure. Great question, Ms. Rocket Martin. One of the biggest challenges I would say that I faced in education was during the pandemic. For the district that I worked in during the pandemic, our students and staff were remote at home for nearly a year. And as a special education leader, students with disabilities were the first to return back to in-person learning, which requires staff to come back to in-person learning. And this was not something taken lightly, but was not a popular decision. Our team members felt that in remote was still the best interest of all for health reasons. And I absolutely understood that. One of the things I shared with a district of over 300,000, we had 100,000 not engaged in remote learning. Out of that 100,000, 20,000 were students with disabilities. So while it was perceived that remote was in the best interest of all, our students weren't present. And so this is something that was shared. I built out a reentry plan after the remote learning plan, held town halls, webinars, letters, robocalls, and still if I'm being transparent, I could have communicated more. So while our students did return back, we had precautions in place for protocols in place as it relates to our staff and students' health. And ultimately, it yielded was in the best interest of our students. And it always was the initiative, the rationale, but we could have communicated better with that process. And so I would say that I'm extremely proud of moving back to that in-person at that time, because it allowed for us to not only build out the expansion of teachers being trained in structured literacy, but actually in-person implementation. And that in-person implementation not only increased attendance, we were able to increase graduation rates, increase FAFSA completion, and ultimately increase academic performance for our students because we were not taking state assessments at that time and had a decrease in discipline. As well as we were able to recognize as the largest, the top #1 urban school district with the largest gains post-pandemic through consistent strategies to close those educational gaps for our students.
Can you repeat the last part? You are the largest urban district.
#1 urban district with the highest gains post-pandemic as it relates to student performance.
Okay, so I'll give our trustees a few seconds to finish writing.
Yes,
And so once done, we'll have trustee Gavin. She's gonna present you 2 questions because they are connected to each other. So she's gonna do hers back to back and they're regarding educational models.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You could please describe in detail the structural proven model that you would use that works for students of our demographic to address culture and climate, academic achievement, and social emotional learning.
Thank you for that. For me, I believe in having an inclusive thank you. I believe that it's important to have an inclusive instructional model. Where we are ensuring that we are training our teams to be provide highly qualified, and provide high instructional, rigorous practices within our classrooms. I believe that if we can peel back some of the layers, culture and climate, I believe for me, starts way beyond before you get to the classroom. It is involving what does it look like as our students beyond. So let me back up. Outside of the classroom, what does it look and feel like in the hallways? What does it feel like in the main office? How are our families and students greeted when they walk into our buildings? How are they greeted and how welcoming is our environment when they're walking up and pulling up by a bus or a car? And so that is something that we absolutely have control over on what that feels like, that connectedness for our students, our staff, and our families. When we build that connection, our students are going to show up every day. So attendance will not be a challenge. Our students are going to want to reach as high as they absolutely as possible as they can academically because they want to show up because we've built that connection with them. And so when I think about culture and climates, that connection piece is vital in how we're making sure that our families and our students and our staff feel connected to and welcome. And if we think about our hierarchy of needs, safety is important. So addressing and making sure that our students and our staff and our families feel safe as they're navigating to our buildings, as they walk into our buildings and know that we're absolutely going to take care of them because we are family. And so for me, it's important that I believe that when we are addressing that and making sure if the pandemic didn't teach us anything else, what they showed us is to make sure and check in on one another. That we put a lot of focus on, and as rightfully so, because our students sat, however long that they did at home in isolation. And so it's important that we ensure that our curriculum is culturally responsive, that it is embedded to support character development, SEL. How are we leveraging and what curriculum our social workers, school psychologists, and counselors are leveraging to support our students holistically? And most importantly, how are we taking care of our staff? They experience challenges. And so it's important that we show up and check in on them, that we are creating spaces. And so for me, as a leader, I am really big on showing up and being visible, but most importantly, checking in and getting to know my team. I even do sometimes check-ins. I just do a survey to say, how do you even like to be acknowledged and praised? And I think there's low-hanging fruit, little very small things that we can do. And if done consistently, we can absolutely shift the culture and climate of our buildings, of our district, of our community. How are we visible outside in community events is important. And making sure that we are addressing the social emotional needs of our students and our staff and our parents. How are we leveraging parent universities to educate our parents so that they can be even greater of an advocate for their young one? How are we helping them socially, emotionally? They also were sitting at home and working and doing remote work and trying to figure it out for their student for the first time in a different structure. So it's important that we have this built out to be able to meet holistically the needs of our student, staff, and families and community.
Thank you so much. Did I give you a chance to complete your? Okay. And the follow-up question is, and you've spoken to that a little bit, but if you want to expound, the follow-up question is, what specific implementation strategies would you employ to successfully implement your model without destabilizing the solutions that work for our population?
Yes. I think for me coming in, I will not be looking to change. I think it's important to listen and learn and see what's going well and where are there opportunities. And where I feel that I will be able to pick up is where the opportunities and build on our strengths. I love to leverage strengths and overcompensate sometimes some of our challenges. And I'll give a quick example. I am directionally challenged. But I don't buy a car without navigation system. So I would tell family, if you take me away from the south side, I don't really know which way is north, south, east, or west. But there's technology that I can buy to make sure that I know which way is north, south, east, or west, or how to get even from the hotel over here to the high school, even though I came yesterday. I still needed help again today. And so, it's important that for me, I like to make sure that we're leveraging all resources to compensate for some of those areas that are challenging for us while we continue to build skills. So those building systems and structures to allow us to build and do such is what I would bring to Benton Harbor in being able to progress monitor and be transparent. If my navigation system did not work, I'm going to be transparent. I struggled today. I'll do better. And this is what my plan of action on how to make course corrections. So sure, Board Member Gavin, I can give you very specific initiatives and strategies that I would leverage to address the academic need of growth for our school district, these meeting the social emotional needs based on what I've been able to observe and research. But until I get in and be able to assess what we're currently leveraging in order to, and where we have strengths and where our opportunities, that would be my first step before we get to I present to you all what I think how we can close some of our gaps, be able to give some very quick wins and solve for some of those low-hanging fruit areas.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so our next question is mine, and it's concerning master's facilities planning.
Sure.
Benton Harbor Area Schools is in the process of establishing a master's facilities plan with a tentative completion date of September 2025. What is your experience with facilities and operations, specifically maximizing district resources such as vacant properties?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. Actually, I have the opportunity of leveraging, opening up transition centers, opening up new schools with buildings that were not underutilized or not in operation. And so that would have been that's part of my, as you can see in my 100-day plan, is meeting with the facilities director, looking at what is our master's facility plan, what resources where we currently are, and what are our next steps? How are we going to progress monitor that we're making the attainments expected? And so I actually had the opportunity to go by Northeast High School. No, Northeast.
That's by Northeast, the elementary?
Yes, that's closed. Yes. So I was doing a little tour yesterday and went through and saw all of our buildings that I was able to locate that were hours open and closed. And so I definitely would want to, and I know that we're currently in the process of surveying and receiving feedback from community on what they would like to see and as it relates to how we're leveraging our buildings that are not operationalized. And so I definitely have some ideas, but definitely open and want to receive what the community would like to see and expect, and where we can build out in partnerships. But going back to your question around my experience. So my experience with facilities plans, I've worked closely with our facilities as having to really assess what our current numbers is and what our predictions for the next year. And so with that, I'm making sure that our schools are equipped, looking at the capacity of our schools, classroom capacity, where we are with filling that and meeting or if we're moving to a place of exceeding that, we want to have those conversations. I want to have those conversations with you. It's very early, so we can have conversations with our community and move in a direction as we're building out plans, and we have the resources to do so. And so what I have also experienced is building out a resource allocation tool. I did so for a very large and complex district. For me, it was important of making sure that we are equitably allocating resources to our students, to our schools. And so I built a tool that leveraged many factors, inclusive of student needs, bail schedules, union contracts, to make sure that I have thought of almost everything as it relates to building out a tool that will be able to kind of spit out a little quicker what our current needs are. And so that's part of some of the experience that I have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You don't mind that TV. I
Okay.
just didn't know what it was doing.
Got everybody.
I just didn't want you to look up and see faces on the screen or somebody.
Okay.
All right. And we're gonna move to number 7. That's gonna be Vice President Bowen.
Yes.
How do you plan to enhance student recruitment and engagement, particularly in attracting diverse student populations? And what initiatives would you prioritize to build a strong and inclusive school community?
One more time. That was loaded, Vice President Bowen.
How, and for those of you in Zoom land, how do you plan to enhance student recruitment and engagement, particularly in attracting diverse student populations? And what initiatives would you prioritize to build a strong, inclusive school community?
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that, and I appreciate your patience with me. I think for me, as it relates to the entry, the recruitment and engagement, I feel that was important that one, we're looking at, I noticed the district has a recruitment and engagement, recruitment and retention strategic plan. And I think it's important that we take a look at a few of those things that's already built out in that plan. One is we already identified why our students and families are leaving. When we look at that breakdown for the rationales for leaving, the two top reasons are moving to a different district and moving out of the state. They take up more than 50% for the reasons of our students leaving. That's where we need to address. So we want to look at where are our students going? What programs exist in those schools and cross-referencing them with the programs we currently have. So before we go and start knocking on doors, we want to make sure that we are able to expound on our current programs so that we can showcase what we have to offer that's different before they left. And so that's going to be one key piece. And when you talk about culture, that's the trust. With trust, we can move any and everything. And so we have to continue, we have to work intentionally on building trust with our students and our families and our communities. Now, if I share, what I want to share is that one of the strategies I would leverage is our marketing. How are we marketing our district? How I would want to leverage radio stations. I would want to leverage newspapers. How are we utilizing social media to advertise our district? And so what great opportunity would be us expounding on some of our social media outlets and how our teams are updating. And we would want to see I would want to see a specific cadence as it relates to our updates on our social media. And then how are we showing up at our community events? Advertising our school district. So that would be, and we would be wanting to showcase some of the great programs that are happening. One of my current initiatives, which I would want to bring to Benton Harbor, is I'm having yard signs created for our students. And so when we welcome our students back, they're gonna have yard signs in their front yard with their names on there saying, we are excited and welcome back for this school year. That's a strategy that can be a little different than what our neighboring districts are, schools are offering our students, which shows that, hey, we can't wait to see you. We welcome you. This is the place for you. When people see that, Vice President Bowen, they're gonna want to come here. We are going to be the district of choice. It's not an option. Or if you don't have this resource, you come here, but a school of choice, because we're going to be very intentional with building out our programs. If we want diversity, our programs have to match so. So what do not just our academics, but our extracurricular, what is after school programs are, what are we offering? That's what will lure our diverse communities into our district, businesses back to our community, homes back into our community. People come because what we have in our schools. And so I think that would be very key in how we build out and make a recommitment. Unlike in most districts, most states, everyone doesn't have the educational promise. We have that here in Michigan. We're going to leverage that and recommit to our community the Benton Harbor Area School promise. The promise of commitment to all of our students, to our staff, to our families, to our community. In partnership with our mayor, our commissioners, all of them. And I do not have a problem with begging in Washington, D.C. for us to get those resources. And Lansing, to our capital. And welcome you to join me.
All right, and next we're on Treasurer Bradley concerning staffing.
All right. You will potentially be starting in the middle of summer vacation. And you already touched on some of this. Can you commit to making no major staff changes, principal or admins, or even other staff until January of next year, so that you will have a chance to adjust and see where we currently stand and what is not working and what will need to be changed?
Sure, yes. Sure, and I understand that, so I have been doing my homework, and so I recognize that we, at one point, were in a position of looking as if we needed to do layoffs, some cuts. And I understand that that now is on pause until, if offered, you offer me this amazing opportunity to lead this district. And so I think it's going to be important to allow me the opportunity to really look at what our current state is so that I can make the best, present you the best options for our district. I understand that we also want to continue to grow and not dip too much into that fund balance, that we're finally over a place of having at least more than a half a year of fund balance right now in reservation. And so I want to commit that, sure, I can commit that we will not make any cuts. And that's not a fun part for anyone's job. But I would definitely present multiple options as it relates, and absolutely will be prepared to have that ready for you before January.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Talk about your ability to make and stand behind unpopular decisions.
Miss Rocket Martin, the story of my life. And so if I had to give an example of an unpopular decision, it would, I believe, the resource allocation tool that I shared, touched on briefly. And in a district that in a community I've worked in, is segregated. And some of the more affluent communities on the north side, where there's communities that are not so affluent are on the south and west side. And the south and west side schools have vacancies, multiple vacancies for year on. And the affluent communities have an abundance of staffing. And so what it looks like when you walk up to their buildings is very different than what it looks like on the south and west side. And so as a leader, it's important to have equity, grounded in equity, and all students should have access to high quality teachers. So building that resource, that allocation tool was not popular because through the assessment, I identified quite a bit of overstaffing. And communities were not happy with that identification. I also identified where needs were. And so what I built was a staggered system that allowed us to get to a place of equality. Of course, the schools that were gaining staff based on this tool were happy, and the schools that were losing staff were not. But what I did was, instead of it being completely disruptive and in the first year, I kind of had a cap for the first 2 years so that our teams could gradually get to a place of comfortability of where we were moving into. But it was the best interest of students. Students deserve to have high quality staff in front of them, invested in them, and not have to have, if avoidable. And I don't have a problem with substitutes. I'm saying as your long-term teacher, that is a challenge, especially when we think about our students with special needs. Sometimes our substitutes and long-term teachers, long-term subs are not qualified certified in special education. And so we are forced to ensure that we have staff. We have to make some tough decisions. So for me, it was important of making sure that our students receive high quality education and with trained team members to provide such. And so that was not very popular and did not give me a lot of kudos from some, but for those that understood why we were making those decisions, that were in the best interest of students, absolutely.
Okay, and then our last question is going to come from Trustee Durrell. All right, so can you tell me what strategies do you plan to implement to retain our current Benton Harbor area school staff and attract new staff, including certified teachers?
That's okay. I heard you. Thank you, Board Member Trustee Doyle. We kind of touched on this already, but again, it's going to be, for me, what's important as a leader is to pour into my teams. So I shared earlier about expanding Wilson training. That was training to our teachers to provide high quality structured literacy. And so one of the things I think in education, we kind of take it is an opportunity for us, and that is having intentional trainings for our team. And so we think that we've received our education, our certifications, but for me, I feel that they're the foundation to us doing this hard work. We as an institution have to be intentional in what trainings, professional developments are being provided, and moving away from that come get it at the beginning of the year, the middle of the year, 8 hours. Now you're going to magically go in classroom and you got it. That doesn't happen. Our children don't learn that way. Our adults don't either. So for me, it's going to be important is building professional learning cycles where we're able to chunk the training, have engagement from our teams, and be able to progress monitor if we're seeing it being implemented in the classroom, and come back if we are and are not. And so I think it's important, having done a study on professional learning communities and teacher self-efficacy and job satisfaction, people stay when they feel valued, respected, seen, and heard. And so when we're pouring into our team members, they're absolutely, and making sure that we're building that trust and connectedness, they will absolutely want to stay. people, so I believe that that is a strategy that I would look to leverage. And with that and how we're marketing our district and what our university partnerships look like, expanding on those, how we're gaining interns, that will be very important in our strategy of recruiting staff members and what our grow your own. I know that we have the teacher grow your own, but thinking about what does that look like for clinicians? We can absolutely build in-house so that we can build out and have teams available, which will allow us to develop a succession plan and a business continuity plan.
All right, so you have been asked all of our questions today. Do you have any questions for us or any closing statements?
Both, if I have time, but I'll keep my questions short.
Okay, we'll be brief.
Okay. So question is around the strategic plan that was developed in 22. I was not able to locate that on our district website and just wanted to know if you can share where we are with that plan and when it, and if it's available to all.
Available for you to have a copy of it?
Well, I mean,
That's what you mean, available. So we can ensure if Ms. Singer can assist us with getting you a tangible copy of our plan.
thank you.
Okay, and then the first part of that is where are we?
Yes.
Okay. Just want to make sure. We've accomplished quite a bit.
Great.
So for example, facilities was one of our major concerns. We have not been working on that as quickly as I would prefer. However, where we are as it relates to the facilities plan is that we now have a timeline that estimates that will be done in September. As you're aware, we're on our survey for that. So we're just trying to make sure that we get as much feedback from the public as we can because we have a difficulty in getting the voices to actually give us the feedback ahead of time. We're gonna have a couple community surveys and then we'll actually build that out. As it relates to our staffing, we're doing much better as it relates to maintaining our staff, but we're still working on the power of recruiting certified teachers. As it relates to the fiscal responsibility piece of it, we've done an amazing job with that in maintaining a positive fund balance. But as you're aware, we're considering making staffing adjustments, not because we are struggling financially, but because we want to ensure that we're still in a stable financial place within the next 2 to 3 years and are not over borrowing from our fund balance annually.
Yes.
One of the things that was important to us as well was communication with the community. And so we're working on being extremely transparent. I think that you would be able to assess where we are in that model, given the topic. Because there are some things that the community feels that we communicate very well. And then there are other things that I think that they have concerns about transparency. However, we do our best to try to ensure that we're communicating everything here via our meetings, our social media, some of the aspects that you indicated, the branding and things of that nature. One of the areas that we struggle there is, I would say, our relationship with the media, and what they choose to focus on for us. Because we've had struggles in getting the good information to parents and the communities, but the moments of difficulty that we express often are front page in the newspaper. And so that's one of our struggles with branding, trying to get them to highlight the good things as much as they highlight the negatives. So we've come quite a journey as far as the goals that we initially established, but we still have quite a bit to do, especially in the area of certified teachers and recruitment of staff.
Thank you.
Now, we've done good with retention from where we were, but the recruitment piece is still a priority. And then I'm being told that we actually have to wrap it up.
Okay.
So
I do. Thank you. I will stop and I can talk forever. I apologize. So I appreciate this time for you allowing me to be here. And in closing, and I think you actually opened the door for that, President Robinson, is that one, I have definitely had my experience with how to navigate and the political sense of this work that we do, as well as the media. And so you can Google, and I don't have all the greatest information being shared because of course, newspapers are in the business of selling newspapers. And so they may use sound bites and a great headline to sell their paper, and I'm in the business of serving children. And so what I can say is that I still stand, of course, there are opportune things that I've learned over the course as it relates to how to get the right information out, the accurate information out. Unfortunately, and I had to learn it kind of the difficult way, but I absolutely am savvy and understanding that we still have we still have to make sure that I'm giving you information to one, make sure that you're able to present that publicly and be able to be transparent while at the same time serving our children. So I absolutely have experienced all of the sharpness that comes and know now what I've learned from that is how to get in front and share our story, that we're no longer going to allow anyone to share our story, to tell our story for us. And so there are absolutely ways that we can get in front and lead our own path and our narrative.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing that I realized that I overlooked mentioning was our academics. And we're currently in a partnership agreement with the state.
Okay.
And so we've made successful gains. Some of our grade levels our buildings have increased by 6% in certain areas.
Okay.
So if you want to kind of see the progress that we've made, you can check a look at the partnership agreement because it is completely connected to the strategic plan.
Okay.
They're kind of correlated. All right, so in closing, on behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to thank you for your candidacy, time, and efforts today. The Board of Education will be voting to select our second round finalists this afternoon with interviews to be held on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. After second round interviews and an in-depth background search, we anticipate selecting the superintendent on July 8th, 2025. HYA will communicate next steps with you accordingly. We wish you safe travels on your journey home. Have an amazing day.
Thank you so much. I feel like Dr. Collins has been the Sandman, like you don't have to go home. Let me say. Thank you.
I'm from Greenville, so I know about Chicago.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to now take a recess for lunch. It is 12:03, so I believe we're about, is it 15 minutes behind where we anticipated being? Dr. Collins, can you remind me of the time of our next interview? When is it supposed to start?
Yeah, that's the one that we're running into some glitches.
Okay.
With the virtual, that's what we've sort of been talking about, and so.
She says a go.
All right.
Okay,
All right.
so we're gonna take a 30-minute lunch, so we might be we may be 15 minutes or so behind what he anticipated, if you can let him know. We're gonna recess until 12:35 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Dallas, Dr. Dallas.
I hear everybody. Yeah.
Good afternoon, Dr. Dallas. Can you hear me okay?
I can, good afternoon.
Okay, can you see me okay?
Yes, can you hear and see me okay?
We can. So I am President Robinson. I do want you to know that our full team is here with me. However, being that you're virtual, what we realized earlier this morning in doing our training, that it works a lot better if I sit here directly in front of the mic for you. So you're going to primarily see and hear me, but we have a full board that's present here today.
Indeed, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna begin with the script for the board as a reminder. The following topics and questions were identified by board members to provide consistency to the search interviews. The board member identified before each item did normally assume the responsibility of making sure the topic is covered during the interview, but I'm going to be doing that. If the candidate covers the topic during his or her opening statement or while discussing another topic, there is no need to bring the topic up again. Remember to try to keep the interview as informal as possible. The questions are designed to be asked by the assigned board member. However, for the sake of your virtual interview, I will be asking all questions. Once the topic is introduced, another board member can engage in asking a clarifying question, but we will do that at the end as long as we have time within your interview. Be aware, though, that you will want to use as little time as possible in presenting your questions so that you will have ample time to garner from the candidate his or her thoughts and thinking process. Also, be conscious of the time. Given the 11 questions to ask, you will need to keep each topic or question to 4 minutes on average. That will leave sufficient time for the candidate to ask his or her questions. Please do not discuss the respective candidates among yourselves until you have seen all candidates. This is the only way you will be able to maintain your objectivity and treat all candidates fairly. We will be reviewing all of the candidates as a group at the end of each session. Finally, remember you are not allowed to inquire regarding the topics of race, age, sex, religion, marital status, whether they have children, ethnic origin, arrest, or financial affairs. Please refrain from any questions related to these topics. And then I have been reading this for each of our candidates and for our board each time we start. So this is my official opening to you. Good morning. On behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to officially welcome you to Tiger Nation. Congratulations on your selection as a first round candidate for Superintendent of Benton Harbor Area Schools. I will briefly introduce you to our board, although I know you are limited in what you can see. So we did receive your proposal, so we know you're kind of familiar with who we are. So we have myself, I'm the president of the board, Deshauna Robinson. We have our vice president, who is Trenton Bowens. Our secretary, Renato Triplet, is not present. We have our treasurer, Matthew Bradley. And then we also have trustees, Rockette Martin, trustee Doyle, and trustee Gavin. All of us are present today except for Secretary Triplet. You will be allotted 45 minutes to interview. HYA Associate Dr. Collins will keep track and signal as the time draws close to the end of your interview time. You will be asked to give an introduction to share your experience and why you are interested in being the next superintendent of Benton Harbor. This intro should be 1 minute or less. The board already has all application and resume information, so we do know about you. You will be asked 10 to 12 questions from the board. It's actually 11. Therefore, your responses for each question should be 4 minutes or less. Once we have concluded our interview questions, you will be asked any questions you have for the board. You may also make a closing comment, but please be mindful of the time. Okay? So as stated, we each individually have been reading our questions to the candidates. However, for the sake of you being able to hear us, I'm going to read each of the questions to you. However, I will be letting you know which candidate or which trustee rather submitted that question. Okay?
Thank you.
All right. So you can begin with your introduction of yourself.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Dallas Lee, and I am so glad to be with you all this afternoon to be for the position of superintendent of Benton Harbor Area Schools. And while I'm excited to be with you, I have to be 100% honest and say that I have to pinch myself when I get opportunities like this to interview for big positions and or to teach to the national level or even serve in different capacities, because according to statistics, someone who looks like me, I'm from the South Side of Chicago, to not be able to do the things that I'm able to do today. And one thing that I can say is that I'm able to interview for such a position or teach on a national level is because I had an amazing schooling experience on the South Side of Chicago with amazing teachers. And while that was a while ago, there's one thing that I'm able to do this because those teachers in that impoverished neighborhood provided what was needed in order for me to have the opportunities that I have today. And that is why I do this work. I have served as an English language arts teacher, assistant principal, principal supervisor, and now an assistant superintendent, but it's all in the name of making sure that children, specifically children of color, have opportunities and options when they leave post-secondary schooling. And that is why I'm so excited to interview for the position of superintendent, because it is my goal, my dream, to bring this same energy, passion, and love to provide options and opportunities for children to Benton Harbor.
All right, thank you. So our next question is regarding your knowledge historically of Benton Harbor area schools. So Benton Harbor area schools historical knowledge, and I presented this question. One best practice of professional leadership is to research the organization that you are planning to lead. Please share with us your knowledge regarding Benton Harbor area schools, both current and historically. What do you anticipate to be your greatest strengths and challenges as superintendent, and how do you plan to navigate said challenges?
I've learned that Benton Harbor area school was founded in the late 1800s. It has survived segregation and court-ordered desegregation. And from what I've learned, it was an anchor in the Black community and still is. Benton Harbor area schools should be celebrated for its CTE programs, for having 1,200 to 1,700 scholars in grades pre-K 3 through 12th grade, and is currently free. All of these things should be celebrated, and it's the knowledge that I have. When it comes down to strengths, I've served in communities much like Benton Harbor, wherein I served as a leader in pre-K 3 through 12th grade settings in Chicago, in Prince George and Maryland, and in Washington, D.C. I'm a well-rounded leader who is poised to do the work that is needed at Benton Harbor area schools, having a background as an instructional leader with operational excellence, and I lead with people first, urgency with humanity. But when I think about the challenges that sit before me, the primary challenge that I can think of is that I would be an outsider, one coming in, learning the district. And while that is a challenge because it is a bit of a learning curve, I also think that it presents an opportunity to come in with different perspective, one who can engage in a different lens of thinking. And so when combating that challenge of being new, being an outsider, much like the plan that I shared with you, my goal is to learn and to learn quickly, because I know the work is urgent. But my goal is not to come in changing things without understanding historically what has worked, what has been going well, and what can be done strategically in order to move Benton Harbor in the right direction. And that is how I would right that ship of being new to the area or being an outsider, is to be in a space of learning, remaining curious, and still acting based upon information that I have that's in the best interest of students in the community, the greater community.
Thank you. Our next question is regarding learning loss, and it was submitted by Vice President Bowens. What specific strategies and programs would you implement to address learning loss among students, especially in the aftermath of disruptions caused by the pandemic, to ensure all students are supported and can achieve academic growth?
In all spaces I've served since the pandemic, I've noticed that students have experienced the learning loss and areas where there is room for them to grow socially and emotionally. When it comes down to different programs, I must pause and say, before I implement a program, I want to see what's working at the tier 1 level first. Having a very healthy understanding of the curriculum and its implementation. And once I have a very healthy understanding of the curriculum and its implementation, it is then looking at cycles of inquiry in which educators would be asked to engage in cycles of inquiry, aligned to root cause analysis, where through time, we make shifts to teaching practices based upon what we're learning and what children can do and what the curriculum asks of teachers to do. So this continuous improvement process is one that I engaged in as a teacher, specifically with short cycle assessments. As a principal, we had our continuous improvement process through 4 short cycle assessments. We work with our teachers through professional learning communities to make shifts in their practice and how they teach in order to move data in both math and reading English language arts based upon specific problem practice aligned to the way that they taught. And lastly, when I think about what I want to do to shift instruction to combat learning loss, is making sure that we have tiered systems or multi-tiered systems of support in place for young people, where we're looking at what's working at the tier 1 level, supports that needs to be placed put in place for tier 2, in addition to supports that are in place for tier 3. So it's not programs. It's utilizing what we have with fidelity, making sure that teachers have the space to learn what's asked of them and they have the time to learn what's asked of them. And we are being strategic about progress monitoring for young people as they progress along in a grade level for academics and social emotional growth.
All right, thank you. Okay. Our next question is regarding fiscal responsibility, and it was submitted by Treasurer Bradley. Given the precarious nature of our finances, how will you work with our finance department to make sure that we are in good fiscal position? And what type of school finance background do you hold or will you acquire?
Once again, the district should be celebrated for being debt-free. And with that, we must be strategic with budgeting and budget planning. I have this experience having served as a principal where I managed a multi-million-dollar budget, 3 different budgets while serving as principal in Prince George's County, with a community schools budget, my student-based budget, and my Title I budget. And if you go online, you'll look to see that during the year right after students come back into the school, my school was one of the only schools in Prince George's. There were no audit findings. And this came down to monitoring with my financial secretary on a weekly basis, the debits and credits aligned with all of our accounts. Now, when it comes down to school finance background, once again, I've managed multiple budgets as a principal, but I did it at a larger scale as principal supervisor, where I supervised 12 middle schools in Prince George's County, being sure they monitored their budgets in those 12 different middle schools responsibly. And now I have one of the largest budgets serving as an assistant superintendent with elementary school district 159, having just last week engaged in the budget planning process for the year to come. I make sure that we handle our finances responsibly. And lastly, later this year, I'll receive a certificate in school finance from Georgetown University. So that's just additional learning that I saw for myself prior to applying for this position, because I want to be good in this area. I want to get better.
You said that's a certificate in finance from Georgetown?
School finance, Georgetown University. Yes, I've been accepted to the program, and I'll start later this year, and I'll complete the program end of this calendar year. Once again, prior to applying for this position, it's just an area where I knew I wanted to deepen my knowledge, even with the experience that I have. And I have one more thing to add to this around just fiscal responsibility, and that's transparency and communicating with the wider community how we are being responsible with the funds that we've been entrusted with. And so I did this work as a principal, where I had budget clinics to explain to the wider community the money with which we had to work. I received feedback from teachers, from support staff, from students, from educators in the community around how money should be spent, in addition to data that I was tracking. And then I always give them updates whenever I needed to have my principals meetings to let them know how money was being spent, aligned with our priorities, aligned with the feedback given during budget season. I do have extensive experience in this area.
Thank you. Our next question is concerning navigating educational challenges, and this is being submitted by Trustee Rockette Martin. Educationally, what has been the biggest challenge you have faced? How did you meet that challenge, and what was the outcome?
Leading during COVID was the largest challenge of my career. Having to move the entire school, a Title I school, about 900 students, to virtual learning was a major challenge in itself, and making sure that my most vulnerable students were not lost in the entire process, leading during COVID itself. But then the largest challenge was actually moving all of our students back into the school, but we didn't back into our school. We had to move into a swing space school while a new school was being built. So not only did I have to integrate 2 new classes I had not really interacted, and then a 6th grade class that were not 8th graders with whom I had not had much engagement. We were doing this in a brand new building with some teachers I had never seen before, because I hired them so I had to restart the culture all over again in a building I had never been in before in my entire life, in a population that was already challenging. I learned so much during that time. It was making sure that everyone understood their roles and responsibilities, making sure my core team, the senior leadership team, was well aligned with their expectations. It was making sure expectations for students in reintegrating or integrating into a new space were clear. And it was making sure that with a new community of individuals in a brand like physical community, they understood who we were, what we stood for, and how we would add to that community. In the 2 short years, I didn't make it the next year because I received a promotion. But in that time, in that community, who we were, what we stood for, and how we would be an asset to that space. So that was definitely the largest challenge to this date of my career. And I'm proud of the work that we did.
Thank you. Give me 1 sec to wrap up my notes.
Good.
Can we get one more?
Okay, so we're gonna just take a quick pause. Give our trustees a little time.
No problem.
Okay, so we're gonna move right along. This question was submitted by trustee Gavin, and it's regarding education models. Please describe in detail the structural proven model you would use that works for students of our demographics to address culture and climate, academic achievement, and social emotional learning.
Sure. I'm gonna start. Can you read that last one more time? I'm sorry.
I can read the question, yes, sir. Please describe in detail the structural proven model you would use that works for students of our demographics to address culture and climate, academic achievement, and social emotional learning.
Sure. I'm gonna start with academic achievement. And I'm gonna back off something I said initially, and that making sure that tier 1 instruction is happening in all spaces to the very best of our ability. And I don't want to underplay that because that is a lift in understanding what the instructional form, what the teacher is teaching, how students are practicing, and the depth of knowledge, the depth of practice that's happening in every classroom. That's a huge undertaking. So ensuring that solid tier 1 instruction is happening in classroom spaces would be my go-to for academics. And some things I've done in the past to ensure that coherence with that alignment includes instructional walks, working with the principal. We want to make sure that we are looking at alignment across classrooms. Is making sure that we work with teachers and teachers unions to make sure that PLCs, professional learning communities, are in place where teachers have a designated space to study, to get better. And I know it's difficult because there typically isn't much time. But one more area with academics that I've seen to be successful when it comes down to models or frameworks is making sure that there is some form of short cycle assessments that's assessing how well students are progressing with the depth of the standards. So yes, I understand we have NWEA, which measures students' academic growth, but there also needs to be some form or format of measuring how well students are, with specific standards they will experience on summative assessments. Both short cycle assessments are important. Let's get to culture. Having done this work in a turnaround space, I served as principal in a building where there was no leader for about 2 years. I need to right this ship and make sure that expectations were clear. And I did this at both the kindergarten through 8th grade level and the 6th through 8th grade level through clear PBIS systems and structures. And I want to be clear, because PBIS in this regard isn't about always having parties and celebrations and things for kids. It's making sure that students understand what appropriate behavior looks like, sounds like, and feels like when they're in school. And once again, I don't want to downplay that work because it is a huge lift when you're looking to shift culture through PBIS, because it takes feedback and information from those who are the beneficiaries of those spaces in order to make sure that PBIS is being run well. And lastly, with social emotional learning, it's making sure that we use some form of a screener to see where students are on the social emotional spectrum. Because I believe it should not be a nice to have in school. Social emotional learning should be embedded in the school day. Currently, in my district, we utilize Panorama. When serving as a principal, I utilized a different program, online learning platform, for students to engage in social emotional learning at the secondary level for so many minutes at the first day of the start of every week, with the goal of making sure that students not only understood what was expected of them behaviorally through PBIS, but we were making sure by the time young people left us, they were kinder, they were nicer, and they were a little bit more self-aware. And so that's what I would do on the SEL spectrum. But I want to say this is my last thing here. It's making sure that with all three of these, academics, culture, and social emotional learning, we are utilizing an MTSS framework. Because students are going to ebb and flow throughout different tiers, tier 1 to tier 3. And just because they're doing well this week in one of those 3 different areas doesn't mean the next quarter they're going to be doing well. We have to take our time to monitor, progress monitor how well students are doing.
Thank you. So there's actually a part 2, a follow-up question that is connected to this question as well. So I'm going to ask you that one. And again, this was submitted by Trustee Gavin. And you kind of spoke to this slightly, but if there's anything additional you'd like to add, what specific implementation strategies would you employ to successfully implement your model without destabilizing the solutions that work for our population?
First is data review. I have this experience as a principal going into turnaround settings, and before looking to do anything, because I think it's a good idea, it's utilizing data at the fingertips to learn about what has been done in the past, and to develop some form of a data story, and that's quantitative data. To the best of my ability, though I be new, it's gathering qualitative data as well, speaking to constituents, learning before making changes, upending things that could have been working well, or things that are gaining traction. But there are 2 other ways in which I'd be seeking to implement these things. One, a broader understanding that it's okay to go slow in order to go fast. Change is difficult. I'm preparing to teach a class on change management. And when you're looking to implement change management, you have to direct the heart, the mind, or provide very clear directions. And that takes time. The clear thing is it's gaining voice from individuals who have to do the work. So speaking directly to teachers, to students, to learn what they'd like to experience, how they'd like to teach it, and weaving in their opinions and perceptions into the process. And lastly, committees. I found that committees, when implementing anything, is the strongest lever for moving any form of work. And I've never taken as a leader that you do what I say because I said it. And there are times when you need to make difficult decisions. I understand that. But I find that when you need to make change, it's best to do it with individuals in a committee format. So that's how I would. That way, necessary adjustments can be made over time and with voice.
I'm going to pause. I hear some typing and writing.
Sure. If I'm speaking too fast, you let me know.
No, I think you're good.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think we're ready to move on to the next question. This was submitted by myself. It's concerning master's facilities planning. Benton Harbor Area Schools is in the process of establishing a master's facilities plan with a tentative completion date of September 2025. What is your experience with facilities and operations, specifically maximizing district resources such as vacant properties?
So you're speaking a little bit of my love language here because this aligns directly with my work, my current job title. I am the Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services and Operations. And in that work, I'm responsible for facilities management. With that, just coming on board a year and a half ago, almost 2 years, one of the very first things that was presented to me was the Master's Facilities Plan that had been created with TRIA, one of our architecture companies. And one of my primary responsibilities is to monitor that work and to plan that work with cross departments. So it's a cross department effort or initiative. So right now, one of our larger projects includes HVAC projects that are happening in 2 of our buildings which has been a huge undertaking for not just those buildings, but the communities and working with intergovernmental entities to make sure they understand what's happening within the community and communicating effectively. We did it last summer with 2 of our schools, and it's on the master's facilities plan. And it's going well in our second phase of it, and we have 1 more school to do next year. So it is in direct alignment with the type of work that I do. And the work that I plan for, and the different departments with whom I have to coordinate in order for our facilities expansion improvements to go well. Now, when it comes down to building utilization for spaces that aren't being used, we have that current scenario in my district. And here, while I don't have the direct experience of making the decision, I do have the opportunity to learn from the current superintendent, where we have a building that's not being used, and she has decided to explore having it being so. So with that, I'm learning the different steps and processes she's going through and the thinking that she's undertaking in order to look at having that space no longer be under our care and our responsibility. But as a principal, I have experienced the spaces that are no longer being used, and strategically and innovatively be used sometimes as flex spaces, swing spaces. And if we really wanted to get creative, find ways to use this that are in good condition to best serve the community, which then allows us to have stronger connections with the community and perhaps make money in renting those facilities out. And so it would be my goal to get feedback from the community around how they would like to use those spaces. Make sure that there is a clear system and structure in place for facilities and management and rental, which is work that I currently do now. And if possible, rent those spaces out. So we do 2 things. We make money and we serve the needs of the community. And lastly, we just let's do our very best. So, and that is going to be might be difficult for the community. People typically are invested in schools. I know I am. And I've seen my school now so long as being used, it's being turned into something else. And I feel a way about it. It's helping people understand that process if we have to do that, because there are emotions attached to these spaces. And rightfully so.
Right, so I'm gonna move on to number 7, or the next question. It's actually question 8 in the series of what I've been asking. This is submitted by Vice President Bowens. How do you plan to enhance student recruitment and engagement, particularly in attracting diverse student populations? And what initiatives would you prioritize to build a strong, inclusive school community?
But when it comes down to student recruitment, I want to do my best to understand the student experience in order to bridge the gap in between perceptions and the type of belongingness that I envision for students who are under my care. So that would be my first strategy, is to find some way to gain perspective of perception from all students in pre-K through 12th grade. My current district has done that through working with the National Equity Project. And I've been able to be in spaces to learn of the process, but not just the process, but to learn of the benefit of listening to student voice and shifting the learning conditions of the learner where they want to come to school, where they're happy to be there, and they want to stay. So it makes recruitment less difficult. Next, I want to look at programming. What do we have to offer, and how can we shift it and for it to be better aligned with what students want? And how can we be as creative as possible so that we as a district create a niche in student programming that isn't offered by neighboring districts or charter schools? Next, I'll be looking at how we assess the needs of students who, in my opinion, are in transition grades. So that way families do not want to leave because they know we're intentional about how we assess learning conditions for students who are in kindergarten, sixth grade, and ninth grade. With some intentionality around the learning experience for those grades and shifting programming and experiences, recruitment may not be so difficult. And lastly, I want to touch on what we discussed around engagement in diversifying the space. I believe students would feel a sense of belonging in spaces where they see people who look like them and where that's not always possible. Because I served as principal of a school with one of the fastest growing multilingual learning populations, or in some spaces called English language learners, is finding ways to embed what we know about their culture into the school authentically in a way that makes them feel like they belong just as any other student does. And one thing that I've taken from the work that we're doing in the current district as it relates to recruitment is going into spaces where certain cultures may not feel as comfortable coming into the school. And that's not always just the multilingual learner population or Latinx families. Oftentimes I've learned is families of color as well. But there is an apprehension to come into school spaces. So we have to get creative and go into the spaces where they are. Build authentic relationships with the community. Did this work as principal when it came down to recruitment. In fact, I moved into the neighborhood so that way I could learn specifically of the experience in my school. It made it less difficult to because after a while I started with cousins and the brothers. Because at the end of the day, the families knew I was going to take care of their children. They knew that. And it was my responsibility, and it would be my responsibility as superintendent to create that same level and layer of emotional and psychological safety for families. So they want to send their children to Benton Harbor Area School because at the end of the day, they know we're going to love their children. This is my last thing here when it comes down to recruitment. We have to consider diversifying how we are communicating. In looking to learn more about Benton Harbor, I went to the space where I learned the most. And for me, that's TikTok. If I need to learn anything, I'm going there to learn first. And I didn't find as much as I might have learned in the district there, in that space. So it's being creative and going into spaces where students and families and communities frequent to tell our own story. And so it's recruitment by design, well, intentionality through systems and structures, and a love for children who are under our care.
Thank you. All right, the next question we have has been submitted by Treasurer Bradley. You will potentially be starting in the middle of summer vacation. Can you commit to making no major staff changes, i.e. principals or admins, until January of next year so that you will have a chance to adjust and see where we currently stand, what is not working, and what will need to be changed?
And it's with all that listening to that question. That, and it's with respect that I said, cannot commit to not making such a decision because I have to look at situations and the data that sit before me. It wouldn't be easy to make such decision. What I would not do is overpromise, and that extends beyond this question, this scenario, this day and this time. I don't overpromise until I understand what's needed, the gap in between what's needed, the resources that we have, what the data is telling me about the shift that needs to occur, and the implications of my decision. So no, I can't commit at this time. And I also want to add in the plan that I shared with the board, that while it would not be my goal to make major changes of any kind, it just wouldn't be my goal in the first 30, 60, 90 days, because in the first 30 days, I want to do my best to learn. To make sure that the decisions that will need to be made in the future are rooted in quantitative and qualitative data And from multiple perceptions and experiences that I would have had to have made as the new guy. But once again, wow, this is my goal in the first 30 days, 30, 60, 90 days to learn, align, and then launch. I'm not gonna commit to not making changes if those changes are needed, necessary, and in the best interest of the district and the children and families whom we serve.
Give me one quick second.
Sure.
All right, your next question is regarding navigating unpopular decisions, and this was submitted by trustee Rocket Martin. Talk about your ability to make and stand behind unpopular decisions. So can you share with us your ability to make and stand behind unpopular decisions?
That is the nature of leadership. It is a function of the work. And before needing to make an unpopular decision, I listen first. And depending upon when that decision needs to be made, I get still and collect all of the information that I could possibly need to understand the implications of that perceived unpopular decision. I'm looking at multiple forms of data. But it all boils down to what's best for children. One of the more unpopular decisions I've had to make as principal in a Title I school, under-resourced space, where children typically or sometimes display behaviors that were inappropriate for school, is how we balance teaching children what we expect of them and still holding them accountable for the decisions that they have decided to make. And I've always taken a clear stance on making sure that families and students understand student code of conduct, family handbook, the consequences for which they may receive, and an unyielding stance that we love all of our children. We care about all of them. And it is our responsibility to teach them and to reteach them and give them multiple opportunities to get better at the thing where they're working to get better. This last thing would be an unpopular decision. Lastly is this, needing to make an unpopular decision is listening to understand perspective and perception, because people's perception are their realities, and it's not my job to try and talk someone out of their realities. That's not healthy. But it is my responsibility to learn and to listen. And lastly, after learning and listening and possibly making that unpopular decision, communicating and over-communicating again. Because during the time of making that unpopular decision, people are afraid for multiple reasons. And people need psychological safety. They need to know they're going to be okay through perhaps turbulence with the unpopular decision. So you're managing the messaging and the behaviors around that unpopular decision, so people know they're safe, and that unreadiness that was on the other side of the unpopular decision may or may not be experienced. But throughout the entire thing, I'm with you. I'm leading with you. I'm leading, depending on what is in front of you. We're gonna get through it together. But I'm communicating throughout the entire way, because I need you to trust me here. Because I have multiple lenses, multiple perceptions and layers of data to help me understand that while not popular, this is the best thing to do for children in our community.
Thank you. We're gonna round it up with our final question. And you've kind of spoken to this a little bit. This one was submitted by trustee Angela Doyle. It's pertaining to staff retention and recruitment. What strategies do you plan to implement to retain our current Benton Harbor area school staff and attract new staff, including certified teachers?
I want to say before anything, I'm a teacher at heart. And so I believe teachers need to be heard. That's the first strategy that I would implement is some form of consistent meeting with the union or union cabinet, or what we're currently doing, we call it our executive teacher team, where I currently serve as assistant superintendent. And we have our monthly meetings where we're listening to teachers, gathering what they need, their perceptions, doing our best to meet their needs within reason. So that's the first way you retain teachers. You honor them as professionals. You let them know that with a very difficult work, you're in the work with them, not afraid to roll up your sleeves. I was not a math teacher. But if you allow me to teach in a reading English language arts classroom, check on the secondary level, you give me elementary, I'm gonna go with you. I might just fail. And I'm okay with that. I need teachers to see that we're all teachers. So I've always rolled up my capacity in which I serve because teaching is my first love. This is the position for which I think I can make impact. So aside from that, it's recognition, strategic and authentic recognition, where at every level, we honor those who do the most difficult work. And that's through research. It notes that teachers are the number one, have the most impact on students, and we recognize them for that work. And let me be honest, it won't always be where we can recognize them financially. And I would love to, I do believe teachers need to get paid more, but through authenticity, transparency, it's understanding what we can do with our budget and finding ways to honor and recognize the work that they do. And I have one more here. Oh, I have two. Doing our best to create multiple pathways for professional growth. In my current district, my superintendent has created monthly learning sections for individuals who serve in pseudo leadership positions. And with that, it's given me the idea that when I become superintendent, I want to do the same, where we create cohorts of learning opportunities for teachers for interested not in just leading, but in just being better at their craft. So listening to the professional growth that they want, and it's been my experience as a teacher and as a leader, sometimes the professional we offer, we go wrong. And we make the shifts that are necessary to honor where we want them to be as professionals to meet the need of the children, but also to teach them in ways that they want to be taught. I think that's an easy ask, to listen and change. And this is my last thing here, finding ways, and this is one thing I've learned from my current superintendent through our work with the National Equity Project, but that we deal with children, we're dealing with adults. It's finding ways to learn from staff members, ways to shift the adult culture in spaces, and that's scary. It's scary where we currently are now because people aren't as apt to want to take the surveys where we can learn from them. And over time, it's gotten better where they are taking the surveys, and we've learned important information as a cabinet, as an executive team. And from that, we're going into the next phase next year, where we're going to shift to the best of our ability through our principals, through their working conditions, and this is for staff throughout the entire district. Districts similar to that of Benton Harbor area schools in size, socioeconomic construction, and culture, where if we shift the working conditions of the adults, they may want to stay just for a while longer. This is my last thing for retention. We have to think out of the box. I served one of the most challenging middle schools in Prince George's County, and I had no difficult time in recruiting teachers because I found that when it was a recruitment fair, I was the first one there. In that time, though it was pre-pandemic, if I could give out gifts and ring a bell so that people know we were excited, to let them know we were coming on board, I did that. If I could take people out to lunch and breakfast and dinner to get to know them as individuals, as principals, because they trusted me enough to come work at the most challenging in the state, take that time. It's making sure that we honor the humanity of the individuals who are in our spaces. So that way they'll reach spreads and they want to come do the work with us. We tell our story strategically. And you make it a place that people understand one thing without a shadow of a doubt. It may be some of the hardest work they'll ever do in their lives. It's hard work. And it's possible. And we will take care of you because we believe you're going to take care of our children. And we hold those things dear to our hearts.
Give me a second.
I want to notate that last thing, we will take care of you because we believe you will take care of our students.
Yes. And I believe I started at the top through clear communication from the superintendent. Our children are our most priority. And once that culture is set, it is my hope, it is my belief that it then trickles down through my behaviors, through my beliefs. It's always what I believe.
Okay, so at this time, we've gotten through all of the questions that we have. Do you have any questions for us or any closing statements that you'd like to make?
Just one question, and I'd like to hear from any board member. You know, plus I know we've spent today or this afternoon, the things that you learned of me, how might the things you learned of me align with the immediate needs of the superintendent for Benton Harbor area school?
That's a gotcha question.
From the things that we've learned from him today, do they appear to be aligned with what we need from a superintendent of Benton Harbor area?
Madam
schools?
President,
Can we answer that?
I don't think we should respond.
So our board does not feel comfortable answering that question, being that we have multiple candidates left.
I understand. That is the only question that I have. I want to say thank you for taking a risk for allowing me to interview virtually, and I am so appreciative for the opportunity and to get to learn a little bit more about the district.
Okay,
Thank you.
so I have a closing statement for you. On behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to thank you for your candidacy, time, and efforts today. The Board of Education will be voting to select second round finalists this afternoon with interviews to be held on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. So pertaining to your previous question, you'll find out this evening if you're in alignment.
Okay.
All right, after second round interviews and an in-depth background search, we anticipate selecting the superintendent on July 8th, 2025. HYA will communicate next steps with you accordingly. And we know that you are currently in London, I believe. Is that correct? Okay. Okay, so we wish you safe travels on your journey home. Have an amazing day and thank you again for your time.
Thank you. You all take care. Thank you again.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
Yeah, he can see us.
The next candidate is here. I don't know if you need a break.
Yeah.
before we start with the next candidate. She is scheduled to start at 1:15. So if we need to tell her what 1:35.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
It's 20 minutes.
Okay, so
Okay.
1:35.
Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen of the public and board, we're gonna take a quick
Just speak to the
recess.
mic so they can hear you.
Oh.
So I can't, we get to use that towards.
Ladies and gentlemen of the public that may be on Zoom, we just finished with Dr. Dallas. We're gonna take a brief recess and we'll reconvene at 1:35.
Yes. So it's one.
We are returning from recess as of 1:41 p.m. All right, so we are preparing to interview Miss Simone Griffin. Is it Dr. Griffin?
It is.
Dr. Simone Griffin. And so there's a script that I'm reading, and this is for the board, and then I'll read a script for you as well. The following topics and questions were identified by board members to provide consistency to the search interviews. The board member identified before each item should assume the responsibility for making sure the topic is covered during the interview. If the candidate covers the topic during his or her opening statement or while discussing another topic, there is no need to bring the topic up again. Remember, try to keep the interview as informal as possible. The questions are designed to be asked by the assigned board member. Once the topic is introduced, other board members can engage in asking clarifying questions, which we'll do at the end. Be aware, though, that you want to use as little time as possible in presenting your questions so that you will have ample time to garner from the candidate his or her thoughts and thinking process. Also, be conscious of the time. Given the 11 questions to ask, you will need to keep each topic or question to 4 minutes on average. That will leave sufficient time for the candidate to ask his or her questions. Please do not discuss the respective candidates among yourselves until you have seen all candidates. This is the only way you will be able to maintain your objectivity and treat all candidates fairly. We will be reviewing all of the candidates as a group at the end of each session. Finally, remember you are not allowed to inquire regarding the topics of race, age, sex, religion, marital status, whether they have children, ethnic origin, arrest, or financial affairs. Please refrain from any questions related to these topics. Okay. And then this is for you. Good morning. On behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, or actually it is afternoon, isn't it? We've been here since 8 a.m. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. On behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to officially welcome you to Tiger Nation. Congratulations on your selection as a first round candidate for Superintendent of Benton Harbor Area Schools. I will briefly introduce you to our board. I am Deshauna Robinson, the board president. This is our vice president, Trenton Burns. Our secretary, Ronaldo Triplett, is absent. This is our treasurer, Matthew Bradley. Trustee Doyle had to step out, so she's not currently present. We have trustee Raquette Martin and then trustee Gavin.
Hello.
As you are aware, today you will be allotted only 45 minutes to interview. HYA Associate Dr. Collins will keep track and signal as the time draws close to the end of your interview time. You'll be asked to give an introduction to share your experience and why you're interested in being the next superintendent of Benton Harbor. This intro should be 1 minute or less. The board already has all application and resume information, so we know about you. You will be asked 11 questions from the board. Therefore, your response for each question should be 4 minutes or less. Once we have concluded our interview questions, you will be allowed to ask any questions you have for the board. You may also make a closing statement. Please be mindful of time. So we're going to begin by allowing you to provide the intro of your choice.
Thank you very much. And of course, it is an honor to be among you today. In talking about myself, I took some time and researched the district. And what I could see was a tremendous amount of pride, particularly having overcome being taken over by the state, going through multiple partnership agreements, and now being able to close one out. And then looking at the demographic of the students and families in this community, it reminded me of my personal journey as an educator and really as a student. Growing up in the south suburbs of Chicago, I struggled K-12, so much so that college was not an option. So I went to the Army National Guard, where I gained the confidence and the skills that I needed in order to gain the courage to go in and try for college. And from there, I applied to the Chance program, which gave me the opportunity to get the skills that I missed when I was in my student journey, K-12. And then ultimately, I went on to be a confident learner and engage in being an educator. And that's why I sit before you today. Looking at the students and the families in this community, it reminds me a lot of my journey. And so my passion around this work is to show up for the kids that didn't show up for me. And that's why I'm here today. Thank you.
All right, awesome. Give me one quick second for us to wrap up. So I'm going to begin with my question. And you started to touch base on this briefly with your intro. One best practice of professional leadership is to research the organization that you are planning to lead. Please share with us your knowledge regarding Benton Harbor area schools, but both current and historically. What do you anticipate to be your greatest strengths and challenges as superintendent, and how do you plan to navigate said challenges?
Okay, I know that Benton Harbor has been around since the late 1800s. I know that this is a beautiful community where it's near the lake. I know that currently the track team just did pretty well. Pretty exciting. Congratulations out to them. I also know you guys take pride in Peace Day. I would have loved to see some photos and video around that. So in terms of currently, you guys are situated right now to close out your second partnership with the Michigan Department of Education. So it's be done right around November of this year. And so I'm excited about transitioning away from state control and being able to own the leadership and own the journey going forward as a district. And I'm also excited about what's happening with the government. I know that Marcus may have looked at a few of the meetings that they've had, the commissioners have had, and we're trying to put through, I think it's Project K or T or something like that, where they're looking to build more facilities, more apartments, affordable income for the community. And that's going to play very well for a district that is looking to recruit and retain teachers and a teacher shortage around this country. Being able to give them a new place to live, that's pretty exciting.
The other thing that I couldn't be more excited about is being able to help with recruiting and talent, bringing the kids back home. I know that typically in your history, you've had about 2,200 kids, and we're sitting at about 1,400. And so, of course, the goal and objective from that history is to bring those families back, bring those students back so that they can be a part of the Tiger Project as well. I'm also excited about the lieutenant government. Here came Mr. I think it was Lieutenant Gilchrist. He came here a few years ago talking about what he could do for this community and the school. So I would love to partner with him so that he can make sure that we have a seat at the table for what those resources look like in a time where clearly there's a deficit in those resources. So those are the things that I'm looking at in terms of history and current. How do we build on that Tiger Pride, making sure that we benefit and leverage what's happening in the field, but also helping supporting the staff that has been loyal to this community, loyal to the school district. How do we cultivate their growth as well so that we continue to elevate the pride that is taking place in this school and this community?
Thank you. I'll give them a little time to wrap up writing. Our next question is concerning learning loss, and it's going to be asked by Vice President Bowens.
I was spoiled because you did it the last time. No.
We just had a virtual candidate and I had to ask all questions.
No, okay.
What strategies and programs would you implement to address learning loss among students, especially in the aftermath of the disruptions caused by the pandemic, to ensure all students are supported and can achieve academic growth?
Great question. One of the things that is critical that we have to make sure that we do, I looked at some of the things that are challenges. This is happening across the country post-pandemic. When you look at the CDC, we're moving kids still struggling mentally. So one of the first things I would do is develop a district-wide mental wellness plan. That would include state-aligned standards for socio-emotional wellness, and that needs to happen for all stakeholders. To be very clear, to address the learning loss, you have to be aware of those that are teaching the learners as well. And so when we talk about our staff and our teachers, they suffer trauma too. We all had challenges when we moved through the pandemic. And so district-wide, we make sure that we're looking at the curriculum and identifying where we can infuse and align the state standards with socio-emotional standards as we look at the career and college readiness standards to ensure that every day and every month we're giving kids and staff an opportunity to make sure that they are having a health wellness plan. That's one way. The other way, of course, is making sure that we engage in data, looking at what is happening already around what's taking place quantitatively and qualitatively. We conduct a SWOT analysis, right? We look at what are the strengths. I know for a fact you guys just got new books. Making sure that as we look into and lean into being able to bring and elevate for our students and families, did they cover that? Right? Do we make sure that the curriculum is in our strengths, that we are making sure that the different cultures that we take care of are seen in the curriculum? And do they have a choice and interest in ideas at the table to advocate for what interests them around what's being taught? And then, of course, we look at the assessments. We look at MSTEP, we look at MCT, and we look at, you guys have a program, it's much like Naviance, a career and readiness program, to see where our kids are interested and where they fall. Here's one thing that's really important. Because in Student Center, we make sure that everybody knows where we are. So we make sure we lay out once we've conducted this data, this SWOT analysis, we see our strengths, our areas of weakness, our opportunities, and our threats. That has to be communicated to all stakeholders, including our students. So making sure they know where they fail on the MCT, they know where they fail on MSTEP, and we can see where those standards lie and where they fell. Did they be close or they fell? And that plays into their talent portfolios that they should have, where they can build upon what they do know and look at the skills for those standards and instruction for what they need to know. And that is examined 3 times a year as we proceed into getting ready for, it looks like MSTEP is going to be April 6th of 2026. The good thing is the state has a plan and laid out the calendar for the next 3 years. And so we backwards now. How we plan out to support the students and the staff, support our staff with professional development, And we make sure that they are coached on their strengths and their areas of growth, utilizing what we call asset-based pedagogy. We make sure that for every stakeholder that we engage, we start with what they do and build upon them. That makes it easier so we can see what are the strengths across the district that we already have. And then we share this practice. From there, we create our strategic plan. We progress monitor that plan. And then often, we then have an opportunity to make those shifts and course correct where necessary way before they take the test so we can conduct this predictive analytics and see how we're going to perform. And then, of course, along the way, we celebrate our achievements, big and small, so that we continue to encourage confidence in the process. That's what we do.
All right, thank you. Our next question is regarding fiscal responsibility and is Treasurer Bradley.
Oh, just give me 1 second to write some notes. Everybody ready? This is centered around fiscal responsibility. Given the precarious nature of our finances, how will you work with our finance department to make sure that we are in a good fiscal position? And what type of school finance background do you hold or will acquire?
Well, I'll start with the latter part. My doctorate is superintendent endorsed. The coursework that we engaged in, we had the opportunity to study and analyze master's facilities plans and budgets across this nation. And so one of the things that I would do is work in partnership with the finance department and making sure that it's community connected. Learning about what is our financial picture. I didn't have an opportunity to put a real budget, but looking at the Michigan Department in partnership, there are also some expectations we have to make sure that we adhere to before we can close out. So really sitting with the finance department and say, okay, what are our strengths? What are those areas that we have to urgently address? How much are they going to cost? What are the short and long term? What are the urgent situations that we need to be mindful of? Based upon those budget dollars, because of course, once we have this information, we're strategic with where we put them, because the money follows the vision. So the strategic plan and the facilities plan and all of those things fundamental where we are at the dollars. We make sure that it's community connected. We get that engagement. And so making sure that we look at the trends for what has been budgeted in the previous years, and we build on the successes, because obviously things have been going well. We went from a major situation where you had this 27-page agreement down to in 2017, where it's only a few pages and we're getting ready to close that out. So clearly, fiscally, you're already doing some great things. And so how I would do that is I would partner with the department to see what are the things that have worked in the past, build on them so that we can build a vision with our parents, our community, you, our students, and our staff to take us to the next level without getting in the way of what we've already done. And so the other thing I would do is make sure I'm looking for ways to do things that are free. And so one of the things I noticed in the NDE, the discount, making sure that we those connections. We have a liaison with the state and we have a liaison with the county. It's a barrier, USA. You guys, we already have consultants that are working with us. Guess what? The region and the state provide free support. They provide free grants. There's a grant that just went out to support literacy. That's not due until September. There are opportunities for professional development that are free, that we can help with our staff to cultivate their capacity and growth. There are also nonprofit and corporate organizations. You guys already have one with Board Corporation. They've been giving you guys money for years. We continue that partnership, so they will continue to donate money for our vision going forward. Make sure that we have a seat at the table for our local government. So as they're making decisions for what's happening with agriculture and with homes, housing and all those things, that we are having a conversation with them about how to best support our students and move us to the next level as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your next question is regarding navigating educational challenges, and it's Trustee Rockette Martin.
Educationally, what has been the biggest challenge you have faced? How did you meet that challenge and what was the outcome?
The biggest challenge I faced was in Evanston, Skokie School District. I was the Director of Research Accountability and Data. One of the reasons I was recruited to the role by the superintendent was to address one of the largest opportunity gaps in the country. Although it's a fiscally well-off district, in terms of the scores for student outcomes, there was a 30% gap across the core subjects for Black and white children, as well as ELM and low income. My department, and as the director of the department, I was charged with making sure that we disaggregated that data so that we can be transparent about what those challenges look like. Although we had a significant amount of young students that were proficient, we had several years of data that illuminated challenges the low and marginalized communities were having. And so I was charged with gathering that data, disaggregating it away so that each stakeholder group could understand what student outcomes looked like, culture and behavior for the district. So in terms of culture, we looked at discipline reforms. My department was in charge of making sure we overhauled our data dashboard so that every stakeholder group can get access to data in time and over time for more data in terms of looking at where kids fell in the core subjects, who was being sent out of class, who was expelled, and what was happening in the world. And giving information to parents, making sure they can understand here's where we are. Let's be transparent about what that looks like, around attendance, chronic absenteeism, and making sure that from there, my task was then to go around once I disaggregated the data on the team, was able to show here where we are. I was also tasked to work with the principals across the 18 schools to coach them to be able to understand that dashboard and then be able to maneuver it so the information would be school specific and they can make the adjustments in their school work plans. And then one of the other things I had to do when I'm coaching them around the data dashboard to understand it so they can maneuver it was also prepare them in their school work plans for what we call our reality checks. I led the reality checks for all 18 schools, where each school leadership team was required to receive their data to disaggregate it and then plan what they would do with it in order to raise it or maintain it. They had to come before board members, central office, and sometimes parents to talk about what the data meant, what led to it, what are their strengths, what was tasked with what, and what they were going to do in order to move that going forward to ensure that we close those opportunity gaps we talked about earlier. Specifically making sure that we highlighted what was happening with our ELO students, our low-income students, and the base, so that they could be centered on making sure that there was some equity in terms of decision making. After the reality check sessions 3 times a year, I was also tasked in the department. We would go and we would work side by side with those teams to help them course correct where necessary and identify those areas. Since I led those, I already had my notes. I can go and collaborate with them in the teams to ensure that they looked at what was happening with their children so they can be in those classrooms and identify where the strengths were, weaknesses were, and be urgent around those specific things that they needed to fix so that when they came back to us for the next reality check, we could see the growth we needed to see and equity wasn't maintained. We call them equity progress outcomes. And so our equity progress indicators. And so I was tasked with that. And the results were we saw those opportunity gaps close at a minimum of 7 to 8% in each of those areas because the school leading teams had to see it. So you can't fix what you don't face. And so we were excited about what those results look like for every school, including an alternative school, making sure that those special education needs were being met as well.
Thank you. I'm going to pass the mic over to Trustee Gavin. She has 2 questions for you concerning educational model.
Okay, Dr. Griffin, thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me.
My question is, please describe in detail the structural proven model that you would use that works for students of our demographic to address culture and climate, academic achievement, and social emotional learning.
One framework that I have mentioned before is the MTSS framework, the multi-tier systems and support. That's one of the frameworks that we also used back in Princeton, and we use it in every school that I read because it identifies from your data, once you've looked at it, where kids fall in terms of the subject areas. For example, in reading, they may fall in tier 1, but they may fall in tier 3. But you don't know how to support them if you don't know where they fall in terms of the data, where kids are in relation to the state standards. And so from there, utilizing that framework, we identify quantitatively and qualitatively, and I'll talk qualitatively in a moment, where kids fell. And then from there, we created those school work plans. And from there, we also made sure that the actions, when we talk about instructional design, that means how teachers teach. Making sure that we utilize standards-based instruction and standards-based assessment. And giving kids an opportunity to see their data and set. When kids had the opportunity to see where they fell, it was an asset-based conversation. They could very easily see, oh, I may struggle in ELA, but I'm a beast in ELA. I'm really good in equations, right? And so they were not only to be empowered with that knowledge, they were able to do peer-to-peer work as well. So we train our kids. Once they set goals, it's not just it's some ownership for them, right? Once they're empowered with that knowledge, they set goals for where they want to be every step of the way. And the assessment that happens weekly, monthly, and of course, every time we take an annual benchmark as we prepare for the state assessment at the end of the year. So we're backwards mapping what that looks like. And the parents are as well aware as well. So they should know, and as a district, we're presenting to them, we're bringing them into the district, or we're going into them, and we're making sure that we're translating where necessary so that our families feel comfortable because they're nervous about coming to the district and over here. So we make sure that the website, make sure the teacher web pages, all data and current in real time with strategies that kids can employ, teachers can employ, right? Our families can employ around how we move them forward to proficiency in those areas. And then we course correct where necessary.
Thank you so much. This question is a follow-up to that, and you may have answered some of it. What specific implementation strategies would you employ to successfully implement your model without destabilizing the solutions that work for our population?
One of the things I would do, obviously, is the SWOT analysis. This is an opportunity to identify where the strengths. We bring everyone to the table. All of the stakeholder groups, our teachers, our staff, central office. Well, all of the departments get an opportunity to see, okay, in these areas, where do we fall? What are your ideas? Because coming in as the meeting, I don't just assume that some things are already happening well. So we identify them, we name them so that we can build upon them. And then those areas of weakness, we name them. And then we develop strategies and plans that we can progress manage over time to make sure that we close those gaps of capacity among our stakeholders. And we're making sure that we're building up our teachers. We're making sure that they have an opportunity to grow and build their capacity. But in terms of the asset piece, we share best practice. Many of the teachers already have strengths. So what we have to do is look and see where we can leverage those strengths and share best practice. If we have teachers that are really good at disaggregating data and looking at authentic student work samples, then they pair with other teachers. We make sure that they get an opportunity to be able to go and see what's happening in other schools, partner with each other, and have those avenues where they can say, okay, I know I can build in this area. They have professional growth plans. They'll get an opportunity to build too and grow too. We celebrate them along the way as well. We incentivize them and make sure that they have the time so that they can get focused on what they need to do to help the students. And we partner with them from the central office and leadership level to help them do so.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, so I'm gonna give everyone. I think everyone's student. Okay.
It is your turn.
Yes, ma'am, I know. I was just making sure you all were done writing. Okay, so I am next. This is concerning master's facilities planning. Benton Harbor Area Schools is in the process of establishing a master's facilities plan with the tentative completion date of September 2025. What is your experience with facilities and operations, specifically maximizing district resources such as vacant properties?
I'll go back to our Evanston experience. Evanston had a building, Bessie Roads, that was struggling in terms of the infrastructure. Construction was several years old. Enrollment had been challenged. But you have to make sure that the master's facility plan to determine what you're going to do, it's got to be a community process. We were able to use Trigo Ed to help us and develop. We had a person who was born and bred in the community. She led that process with construction workers and consultants, pulling in our stakeholder groups. We had town halls at the school. We had town halls at the district and other places. Our superintendent made himself available. We were able to get that real-time data about the ideas of what should be done. So the master's facility plan survey that you guys already have out there, we need to hear what's happening. We need to extend the time. We need to make some ideas available, but that's something that we do as a unit, as a community, getting the ideas on the table, getting them out, and then working in tandem with the finance department to see, okay, we have a vision, we see some ideas that we would really like to do. Where does the money go? Where are the resources? If we don't have them, who can we connect to? Who do we have any networks? Who do we contact across the country, nationally or locally, to help us bring the vision to pass for what the facilities look like? One of the things I pride myself on is leveraging technology. We must be future focused. We must have innovation. And so who knows what it could be? It could be a place where we have maker spaces. You guys have a robotics program where we expand it. It's only happening for certain grade levels, and we bring it out. Maybe we decide to host some of these national events and bring in some money and resources to the community. Maybe we stop going to where we are and they come to where we are since we have the facility. And we make sure that one of the things we do is we get an assessment of what's happening and of the infrastructure. How solid is the building? What does the plumbing look like? How do we need to paint? Is there a roof leaking? But you get an assessment of that building to see how much it's going to take to get this up to where we need it to be for the nation. If we want to host or track, since we can't bring in track, if we host a national track meet, what does it entail? So it's also doing the research. We want to bring people to bring so we can experience some of our target planning. What does that entail? And who do we need at the table in order to help us do so? It's a conversation with more movement. Maybe it's a conversation with our Governor Grisham. But we make sure that we expand our knowledge of innovation by making sure that we already have a property. How do we leverage it? How do we bring the income and resources and opportunity to our communities so that they give us threefold, not just bringing teachers, because they can see, oh, wow, look at this, this is gorgeous. This is the place I want to be. When students want to come back home, the housing. So there's a way we can leverage having it so that we can make sure that we do become our target product.
Okay, our next question is pertaining to student recruitment. We're back to Vice President Bowens.
How do you plan to enhance student recruitment and engagement, particularly in addressing diverse student populations? And what initiatives would you prioritize to build a strong, inclusive school community? Kind of like, yeah, sorry.
It's okay. One of the big things that I would do is make sure that first we have a good data dashboard. We have to make sure that we're finding attendance. We need to know when kids start dropping off. When we start to not come to school, we need to be getting a team in place. Our teachers in our school leadership needs to find out why. Is it? Are they not coming to school because of bullying? Are they not coming to school because they're struggling? Then that's that mental wellness piece. How do we make sure we have the wraparound services? I see the Boys and Girls Club across the street and they're in the agreement. How do we pull in the resources that we need to address some of the challenges our families are having? So when we look at attendance, we look at chronic absenteeism, we have those exit surveys we employ to ask the families. We got to be able to swallow the truth will hurt you, but it will set you free. We have to ask them, right? You don't have to buy it anymore? So we ask them and let them tell us what it is they're experiencing, because that can help what we do to address those concerns. Then we also make sure that we have the innovation. We make sure that the people that are here are actually having a good experience. It's our teachers. We need them to learn this. We give them the time that they need in order to grow their capacity, right? We're not making sure that when their college is out, that they have to cover classes. Those planning periods, they're like gold. So we make certain that we have a robust substitute plan. We're not just recruiting teachers, we gotta recruit subs. And so I want to tap in with my colleagues that have been here, of our students and teachers, where we go go? How can we get it back? Where are retired type of teachers? Maybe we can give them stipends to come back and work with us now that we have a vision around innovation and support. They can give us insight into what their experiences were, and then they can say, I'm sure you have some solutions you talked about in the teacher's line. Tell us what they were. And then we build on students. We make sure that they have a say and a voice into what's happening. One of the things that I had the honor of working on in Evanston was the Superintendent Student Advisory Council. The superintendent tasked me with making sure there was representation from every school that came together every month that talked about what was happening in terms of their experiences in those schools. They talked about the areas of what attendance. They talked about what's happening in teacher and student relationships. Because remember, when we was in the classroom, we're not just one person, we're all witnesses. And so that gave us the opportunity to utilize surveys as well. Cameron is a great one. Because it asks the question, if you graduated today, you came back in 3 years, I would be excited to see you. So we talk about the student experience, how we treat them, how they treat us, how they treat our teachers, and that's how we build the plan to make sure that we can recruit, we get that data quantitatively, qualitatively, from every stakeholder that is in our community, the school community. Teachers, admin staff, trust and understand the general knows exactly what the kids are and they should be in class. And help them with their plan, their talent, their failure to build on what they need. And once they come up with the skills they need for what they don't know. So it's also in our curriculum, making sure there's some executive functioning. That we can have 21st century skills, sure, problem solving, right? Critical thinking, analyzing, and evaluating, but we can also make sure that we employ opportunities for them to be able to be self-aware, so they know when they're being dysregulated, and we can employ the skills that they need in order to get back on track so we can be successful in and outside of the classroom. Those are just a few of the things that I would employ with the help of my team and staff and students to move us to the next level and with the returning students and staff.
Thank you. The next question is concerning staffing and it's going to be answered by Treasurer Bradley.
All right. You will potentially be starting in the middle of summer vacation. Can you commit to making no major staff changes, i.e. principals, admins until January of next year, so that you will have a chance to adjust and see where we currently stand and what is not working and what will need to be changed?
Of course. That knows it. If I were given the opportunity to be superintendent, we're here for the long haul, not time. We take that time to conduct all the research that I say we need to research. We need to partner together on that. It's going to take some time. It's going to take some time to go through those numbers in the budget. It's going to take some time to see our technology plan. If we want to be a district of innovation, it's going to take time to get that. It's going to take me time to go out and hear from my parents. I want to hear from the students. That takes time. Listening takes time. So it's my hope that by January, we'll have an opportunity to lay out what we decide we want to do to move forward. But yes, you certainly have my commitment to do that because I got to find out what's going on. You don't go about it. Well, we need to find out what's working. How do we do about it? Clearly, some things are going wrong because we're closing out the agreement. How do we make sure that we're building those things and we're conscious of them? How do we make sure we have a data dashboard so everybody can see what's happening and how to move forward? We're clear and transparent about what that looks like. Sure? Yes.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to make sure we notate for the record that Trustee Doyle returned at 2:16 p.m. And I want to ensure we had a note that she left at recess. All right, so we're going to move right along. Our next question is navigating unpopular decisions. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Talk about your ability to make and stand behind unpopular decisions.
Well, given everything I've said thus far, I would make the decisions alone. So it's my hope I wouldn't be stumbling myself. The goal is to ensure that all decisions are connected to the stakeholders that they impact. So our intent should always be transparent about what the challenges are and what led to the decision that have been made. As long as we're as clear about, guys, here's what we got going on. Whether it's something that's urgent with the building, urgent with closing the school, whatever it is, we have to be transparent so everybody knows what we're doing, especially our parents. Anytime we do anything, like this is their most prized possession with their children, they need to be alerted. So we need to make sure that we have the technological infrastructure in order to do so. They need to be getting text messages right away if there's a concern of a fire or this or that. There are too many things happening that will cause our parents to panic. Our objective should be to make sure that we communicate early often so that we can mitigate anxiety and probably find solutions. So I understand that as the leader, I know the buck stops and I'm accountable because I know that our systems and frameworks in place to just say it like it is. Here it is, guys. This will be done. And we make sure everybody knows. We don't hide. We don't deceive. We don't gaslight. We make it known. When the decision is made, we all have meetings, so we have shared ownership and responsibility in the plan for solution, and we stand together.
Thank you. Our final question comes from trustee Doyle. And it is in regards to staff retention and recruitment.
Greetings.
Hello.
So my question is, what strategies do you plan to implement to retain our current Benton Harbor area school staff and attract new ones, including certified teachers?
One of the things I would do is meet with the teachers and the teacher union. So then we can say, okay, tell me what's going on. What are the things that are working well and what you want to stay? Why are you loyal to us? What are those things specifically in terms of your experience as teachers? That's that SWOT analysis. And even Trigo Ed, it's a wonderful program that takes us through situation analysis, problem analysis, accountability for the stakeholders that are going to be on for it. We would get that training. The teachers that are currently here find out why they stay. What are some of the concerns that they have? One of the things that we want to make sure that we have to do is a mental wellness plan. There is such a thing in research as secondary trauma. We make sure that there is a foundation of respect for them. That's something that has been challenged in our society. We make sure that we give them some swag. We make sure that they're set apart, they're special. They get the opportunity to prepare our children for the future. So we elevate them every opportunity that we get. That's why we talk to them, because they can tell us what that elevation look like. You know, they might like a big meal. Maybe we need to do something else, but I'm not what it is. We have the courage to have the courageous conversations about what is happening currently and when we take it out and we get. And how we do that, we make sure that everybody knows about the top of mind. We control our narrative, right? We make sure that we update our website. And we make sure that there are opportunities for you to see video. It would have been great to see the gospel choir. It would have been wonderful to see the band. Or videos on what graduation looked like on the field. The great things that are happening, we make sure we publicize. So we keep over and over and over. And we make sure in the technology that we have, it's not just the website. We make sure our teachers are trained around what's happening in the classroom. We make sure that it's multilingual to invite and welcome new teachers, because if we have a population of ELL families, they need to see themselves in the classrooms too, not just in the curriculum. So how do we bring them in? We recruit them by looking and having conversations with our ELL families. What do we need to do to get teachers? Are you interested in teachers? You have a Grow Your Own program. We look at the strategies for that. What's working well and how do we tweak it? Right? And then we develop those partnerships with the HBCUs and even with the universities. You can take a Harvard class online for free. You don't have to be intimidated by them. We develop those partnerships with them. Why? We want to make sure that we're having conversations with them on the front end around how teachers are being trained. So it's less likely that we have to do some of that heavy lifting when they come to us. And then we make sure we have mentoring programs. And if we don't have the capacity, we make sure we try to find those. Remember our retired song? They're a wealth of knowledge. They would love to share that with a new teacher. Give them at least 2 years. We have that opportunity to learn, not just with the bathroom, but to park the car. Where do I go when I'm hungry? I only got 45 minutes for my prep. How do I leverage my prep time? All of those nuances that the vets know. We bring them and invite them in the same center so they feel willing to share. And we make sure that we partner with them in terms of their strengths so they can share best practice too. And then we share that out with the community. Sure that technology, whether it's videos, podcasts, newspaper articles, our kids can get involved with that. We don't have to be the one with the look all the time. I'm sure you get James and seniors. You guys have courses on our podcasts. I saw the curriculum in the course guide. Give them an opportunity to get some service learning hours and get some skin in the game. They don't want to hear from me anyway. Give them the opportunity to talk about that tiger pride, what we're doing. I'm assure you, when they start to see the great things, they're in the community.
Okay, so you have wrapped up all of our individual questions. This is now your opportunity to ask any questions of us or make any closing statement.
As I close, I just thank you for this opportunity. This is a wonderful time for this board and this community. We're on the precipice of separating from the state. Telling them, have a nice day. Thank you. That's great. When you think about innovation and technology, anybody would be a great and server inside of you to take these babies serious level. So when we talk about the future first and innovative, I understand how we can make this work easier for our teachers. That's something we didn't mention. There are AI and technology platforms to help them with grading. There are opportunities to help our kids with learning to be leaders, learning how to be authors, entrepreneurs. I would love to be able to say that we are planners, giving them workplace learning opportunities. This is that time. Despite the challenges with budgets, despite the challenges in rooms, our kids give us hope. And it is my endeavor to be able to embrace the hope of this time with you. That is what I would like to close with. The question to you is, what does that look like as we transition away from any kind of control and be able to take the wheel and reins for what happens for this beautiful community?
Was that a question you actually wanted us to answer? Because I thought it was a powerful closing. But the question in the closing. I wanted to, I know you guys thought it was rhetorical. Okay. All right, so our closing for you, on behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to thank you for your candidacy, time, and efforts today. The Board of Education will be voting to select our second round finalists this afternoon, with interviews to be held on Tuesday, June 24th. After second round interviews and an in-depth background search, we anticipate selecting a superintendent on July 8th, 2025. HYA will communicate next steps with you accordingly. We wish you safe travels on your journey home. Have an amazing day and thank you.
Thank you very much.
We need 5 minutes. Okay, so I know I think we're 10 minutes behind for our last interview. We do have a trustee that needs a quick break, so we're gonna just take a quick 5-minute. Okay, recess as of 2:26. Yes. Okay, so we are returning from recess as of 2:37 p.m. I'm good. Okay, so we'll return from recess as of 2:37 p.m. Just want to make sure that the mic was able to catch that. As you all are aware, we are here for our interviews for superintendent. We are getting ready to interview Mr. Jeff Dace. And so there is an opening statement that I am going to read to the board, as I've done with every candidate. And then Mr. Dace will have an opening statement for you as well.
What did I do with it?
Let me see yours. I don't see mine. I might have took it out. Okay, there it is. I think I moved mine around. I've been at so many different tables. Okay, so this is for the board. The following topics questions were identified by board members to provide consistency to search interviews. The board member identified before each item should assume the responsibility for making sure the topic is covered during the interview. If the candidate covers the topic during his or her opening statement or while discussing another topic, there is no need to bring the topic up again. Remember, try to keep the interview as informal as possible. The questions are designed to be asked by the assigned board member. Once the topic is introduced, other board members can engage in asking clarifying questions. However, we will do that at the end if time allows. Be aware, though, that you want to use as little time as possible in presenting your questions so that you have ample time to garner from the candidate his or her thoughts and thinking process. Also, please be conscious of time. Given the 11 questions to ask, you will need to keep each topic or question to 2 minutes on average. That will leave sufficient time for the candidates to ask his or her questions. Please do not discuss the respective candidates among yourselves until you have seen all candidates. This is the only way you will be able to maintain your objectivity and treat all candidates fairly. We will be reviewing all of the candidates as a group at the end of each session. Finally, remember you are not allowed to inquire regarding the topics of race, age, sex, religion, marital status, whether they have children, ethnic origin, arrest, or financial affairs. Please refrain from any questions related to these topics. And then as stated, we've read the same script with each of our candidates. And so we also have a script for you, Mr. Days. Good afternoon. On behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to officially welcome you to Tiger Nation. Congratulations on your selection as a first round candidate for Superintendent of Benton Harbor Area Schools. I will briefly introduce you to our board. I am Deshauna Robinson, the president. This is Vice President Trenton Bowens. Our Secretary, Ronaldo Triplet, as you're aware, is currently absent. Our Treasurer is Matthew Bradley. That's Trustee Angela Doyle, as well as Trustee Stephanie Roquette Martin and Trustee Elnora Gavin. You will be allotted 45 minutes to interview. HYA Associate Dr. Collins will keep track and signal as the time draws close to the interview time. You'll be asked to give an introduction to share your experience and why you are interested in being the next superintendent of Benton Harbor. This intro should be 1 minute or less. The board already has all application and resume information, so we know about you. You'll be asked 11 questions from the board. Therefore, your response for each question should be 4 minutes or less. Once you have concluded our interview questions, you will be allowed to ask any questions you have for the board. You may also make a closing statement. Please be mindful of the time and we will officially begin. So I'm going to start you off with allowing you to give your intro and then we'll go into the questions.
All right. Now, okay. Thank you all for this opportunity. Good afternoon. I am excited to interview for Superintendent of School, Benton Harbor Area Schools. And I just feel like I know that my background qualifies me for this position. And I tell people, you know, I've been pretty much all of the positions, teacher, assistant principal, all the way up to chief of schools and deputy superintendent currently. And in all of those positions, I've made a positive impact in all of the districts that I've been in. And I'm just eager to do that at a district level where we're talking about sustainability and building a legacy together.
And then you said your current role is assistant superintendent?
Deputy
superintendent. Okay. All right, awesome. So we'll begin with my question, and it's regarding your Benton Harbor Area Schools historical knowledge. One best practice of professional leadership is to research the organization that you are planning to lead. Please share with us your knowledge regarding Benton Harbor Area Schools, both current and historically. What do you anticipate to be your greatest strengths and challenges as superintendent, and how do you plan to navigate said challenges?
Well, in doing my research, quite extensive. First of all, I listened to every board meeting since January. So I went to sleep and woke up to a lot of your voices. So like I know you a little bit. But background, and I was looking for things that, I'm familiar with and that I can complement, but there's a lot of pride, Tiger Pride, Tiger Nation, a great website which keeps stakeholders informed. The AI generated pedagogy, I think that was great for interdisciplinary lessons. Coaching, teaching and learning, instructional coaching phases, mentioning of library of interventions. You all use EduStaff, which indicates you're short on staff, short on teachers. You outsource your busing to first student. You also own that property that you house them on. One-to-one technology. Some things that I'm familiar with, Ames Web, you use NWEA, Zello for career exploration. You give PSAT at the 8th grade, which I think is critical because you can get a sense of the students and how they're going into high school. Your fund balance is at 6.5%, roughly around that, definitely above the 5%. Approximately 76% of your budget allocates for staffing. Kudos to the track team who's going to state competition. You got a new track, CTA programming, ESPN school partnerships. You did a commitment for 90 days of peace, which was great. Areas of focus, attendance, decline in enrollment, academic improvement. Overall attendance 77%, students 1,448, roughly around 269 staff members, 6 schools. There's low performance identified in reading, math, and science and social studies according to the MSTEP. Second language offered including Swahili. You mentioned the black gowns and the orange gowns. Well, I'm one of those successful black gowns, and we definitely want to increase that. 2018, you all won a championship on a game-winning shot. So, Board of Education practices the 7 norms of collaboration. You challenge ideas, not people, which is something that definitely resonated with me. And you're committed, definitely committed, especially when you adjourn a Board of Education meeting at 12:44 a.m. So, that's a little bit of background while I've been here. I was able to go see all of the sites of the schools. I was able to also see a lot of schools that are decommissioned around the area. So I see that Allen Edwards developing. They're building homes around here, which is good. And now my strengths. I think the second part of that question, my strengths and challenges.
Yes, so the second part of the question is, what do you anticipate to be your greatest strengths and challenges as superintendent, and how do you plan to navigate said challenges?
So my strengths definitely align to all of the qualities in the profile, but when I look at the demographics and the background of the district, it reminds me when I was a school principal. And as I said, I want to experience the success at a different level with a team, with a family. So one of my best moments as an administrator is being able to tell a auditorium full of people that, hey, when you all wake up tomorrow, you're at one of the schools that's been identified as one of the best in the city of Chicago, at the time, one of the 3rd largest schools in the nation. And that's been my motivation. And I see that as a strength and a motivation that I've always say, you want to get people to the point where you don't want to disappoint them. And I've had a career where even though I've been, a little bit of battles, which I will get into later, I've still made a positive impact. So the idea of, which is why I wanted to watch the board meetings, the idea of getting with a family, and we're talking about a team of 8, including you 7 and me, and building a legacy and, going from, being identified as possibly one of the lowest performing to making those gradual steps to being recognized on the national level. I want to be the catalyst for that with a team, and I think I can do that with you all. Now, the challenge, really, the challenge is coming in and change, where the academic performance is, where the district is. Yes, there's a sense of urgency. But also you got to come in and get to know the people. So while some people will say, yes, we want change right away, But even with those numbers, as I mentioned, low performing numbers, yes, but there's people behind those numbers. So giving me the time to come in and say, hey, can you explain, you know, what are your ideas of us going forward? And sometimes people, so I guess time that, yes, it is a sense of urgency that we need to increase, but I want to build those relationships first. So then in the end run, we're moving in the same direction together when we're talking about staff and when we're talking about better outcomes for our adults and students within the district. So I guess time would be the challenge, because when you look at the identifiers, it is a sense of urgency. It's a sense of urgency, but I think if you put the time in, building those relationships and investing in the people within the district, then gradually they'll see, okay, you're about, yes, kids first, but we need that quality staff with the mentality of kids first, and then we can go in the right direction together. So.
Thank you. I would just like to say I commend you for sitting through all of our meetings since January.
Hey,
The fact that you are still here, knowing that we go early 1 o'clock in the morning says a lot.
at 12:45 meeting, it was after 12, and I was about to go to sleep. But then I said, 12:44. I just had to keep listening. I said, they put in the time, they put in the commitment, so I'm gonna go ahead and do it. But yeah, so let's be good content, which I'm sure will come up today.
Okay, so up next we have learning loss, Vice President Bowens.
What strategies and programs would you implement to address learning loss among students, especially in the aftermath of the disruptions caused by the pandemic, to ensure all students are supported and can achieve academic growth?
And I think that aligns to when I mentioned Ames Webb, the K through 12 assessment. So again, coming in, you know, talking to teaching and learning, seeing what they're doing. Also, and I'm probably going to reference a lot of your board meetings because there was good content in there. And I remember someone coming in, I think it was from Fairplane, and it was like, hey, let us be a part of this curriculum development. So we want to make sure, you know, coming in, for example, that we have a robust MTSS. I use MTSS, but Ames Webb is RTI, same system when we're tackling those individual needs of the students. But at the same time, we don't want, you still have some high performing students within the district. So when we're talking about, yeah, you know, a lot of times people go to tier 2 and tier 3 automatically, but what about those tier 1s? You want to continue to challenge them so they don't fall back to tier 2 and tier 3. But we got to make sure, we got to do an analysis, you know, a curriculum audit, making sure we have the aligned assessments that's going to not only give us an indication of how our students perform internally, but are we designing lessons and designing tasks that also will develop them when we're talking about state assessment as well. So yes, it's good to have that progress internally, but how does that transcend to state assessments, which is ultimately going to be our driver when people look at our performance throughout the nation and throughout the state? We want to make sure both of them align. So having a aligned curriculum, when we're talking about standards, using those, I'm used to be over teaching and learning. One thing that has worked good is having proficiency scales when we're talking about students who are below level, students who are at level, and students who are above level. So these are the tasks that you can do with them along the same strand of that standard. So everybody is getting exposed and you're meeting the needs of all of those level of students.
Thank you. Our next question will be regarding fiscal responsibility, Treasurer Bradley.
All right, just a second. Let me finish writing these notes. Given the precarious nature of our finances, how will you work with our finance department to make sure that we are in a good fiscal position? And what type of school finance background do you hold or will acquire?
Yeah, I've just, well, different state, but I've taken my chief school business officer classes in the state of Illinois and going over the financials online and what's available. We pretty much have the same similar formulas and approaches. It's just you all have different fund numbers and stuff in the state of Michigan. But however, you know, meeting frequently with, I think looking online, you have a director of finance, you know, looking online, talking frequently with the director of finance, getting updates, and then maybe, weekly starting out, then after that, bi-weekly, but definitely having those frequent touches. And then, but also that it also aligns to our strategic planning and our goals for the district. Where do we want to be? In that guide that I gave you that I'll go over, my background, budget projections, where do we want to be in 3 years from now? And backwards mapping that. What do we need in place? And what do we have now that we can sustain that will get us there, or what do we need in the future? So, and then just being fiscally responsible from so it's like, where do we want to be? What do we need? And now gradually mapping that, okay, this we will implement year 1, this we will implement year 2 and year 3. And with that ongoing progress monitoring, where we are assessing our progress, we are evaluating our programs, because a lot of times people are just, when you find budgets, people are just automatically renewing without really assessing and evaluating that and saying, did it really work? So we can determine if we really want to continue that, or do we need to discontinue that and think about something else. So that's the value of having that budget projection, whether you want to do that. I would recommend 3 years so we can see some progress along the way, and then gradually we can increase that when we've had some success. But backwards mapping, frequent evaluation of your programs, and frequent progress monitoring of your goals that you said you wanted to do.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so the next question will be posed by Trustee Rocket Martin concerning navigating educational challenges.
Educationally, what has
Can you speak in your mic?
educationally, what has been the biggest challenge you have faced? How did you meet that challenge? And what was the outcome?
I guess it goes back to sense of urgency. Most of the districts that I've worked in have been identified as low performing in areas or multiple areas before I got there. And we've made some progress, but the challenge is, a lot of people are saying, well, we've been good this way. And they don't necessarily get like, hey, this way has not been working, or it's a better way. So some of the time you come into cultures that are deeply embedded, which is what I said. I came up in the accountability era where it was get the numbers, get the student performance, and it wasn't necessarily all the relationship building. Throughout my career, I've even had to adjust, and I've had to switch. You go from accountability era to now a SEL era, where not only do you have to take care of the social emotional well-being of the students, but you also have to take care of the social emotional well-beings of the staff members. And all throughout the nation, including states, a lot has been put on staff members, teachers for education, and everything is funneled through that. And then we're still expecting them to just churn out the numbers. So yes, we've always said that student first, but that's when I go back to you need quality staff members with the mindset of students first, so they're able to put in that work and do that work. I just did a presentation on handle hard better. Nothing is getting easy in the field of education. So talking to your staff about, yes, this is going to be hard work, but I'm not going to ask you to do anything that I'm not willing to do. As an educator, I still go in and teach. I still go in and coach. I'm for coaching, principals that they can coach their staff members, because I don't want to micromanage the principal. However, that's probably been my biggest challenge is sometimes, I'll be honest, sometimes people have said your expectations are unrealistic, but I've been there. I've been there where I've taken low performing students and they have risen to the occasion. I've been there where I've taken low performing schools and they've come out as, highly identified. So with the work, I think students will rise to the occasion. And I think when staff members know that you believe in them and that you're going to support them and you're willing to put in the work with them, that they'll come along as well.
Thank you. Our next question will come from Trustee Gavin regarding educational models. There's 2 questions under that same topic.
Thank you for joining us. Please describe in detail the structural proven model that you would use that works for students of our demographic to address culture and climate, academic achievement, and social emotional learning?
Incentives, incentive-based initiatives. You know, okay, we look at the data, but I don't bombard my students with the data because overall, if you're looking at performance, you don't want to continue to hit them with that negative data. So you find highlights, and that can start with any accomplishments within the school, accomplishments outside of the school, and you recognize that. You share history, historical data of performers, who have, and let's just take this, we'll find data of great performers or great graduates that came from Benton Harbor, and you share that. They need to know that quality people and successful people came from where they are. I like to say, put touchable role models in front of them. So they know, like, okay, I can do that too, regardless of what people are saying about the district or whatever the data says. So you have to motivate students. If they're doing something good, again, inside the school, outside of the school, you have to celebrate those students. Celebrate those students so they know it shouldn't always have to be you do something to get them to produce, but gradually when you do that and you motivate them and tell them, then eventually it will become intrinsic. You start off with the external rewards and incentives, and then gradually talking to them, having those conversations and saying, this is you can do that on a consistent basis. So that has always worked, highlighting, one of the things that I highlighted that I'll go over is having academic recognition, kids that are meeting a certain criteria. It may be a 50th percentile, putting their names on banners, not only at central office, but within their schools and celebrating them. And people always do like sports banquets. What about academic banquets? And acknowledging that, because what you're doing is you're saying sports is, we truly have student athletes when we're just celebrating sports? No, we want to celebrate academics. So just like they have those sports banners in the gyms, we want academic banners throughout their building, throughout central office. And any opportunity that you have to celebrate them so they know, yes, I can do this on a consistent basis, because once they get recognized, they want it again. When they get recognized, they're talking to their friends. Their friends want to get recognized like their peers. So having a tight incentive base that it can, at the district level, this is the minimum, but schools, you can take the minimum and tweak it how you want, but we want to recognize our scholars and make sure that they not only get recognized at that school, but they get recognized throughout the districts, because we'll go to different schools and they say, oh, my friend got recognized over at that school. How do I get that? And then they're more on board, and you get buy-in from them. You gotta get the students to understand the value of success and the value of putting in that hard work.
Thank you. And my follow-up question, some of which you may have answered.
Which also helps out with their social emotional development. When they're successful, that's their mind, that's in their mind, and they know that it can be done, because I didn't mention that.
Thank you. Did you want to speak more to that? I don't want to cut.
No, that's it.
Okay,
that's
good
it.
deal. What specific implementation strategies would you employ to successfully implement your model without destabilizing the solutions that work for our population? If you want to add.
Yeah, going back to building relationships. As a new superintendent, first thing you want to come in and do is first thing I want to come in and do is have those town hall meetings, speak to those groups when we're talking about teachers, talking about staff members, talking about students, parents. Then I'll get a sense of what's been working. I'll get a sense of what they feel good about, or the areas of needs, and then you go from there. That's part of the entry plan that I have within that document, is going around on a tour, talking to those groups, and then reporting out afterwards of, okay, this is what I heard from you all. This is what has been working. These are some areas that, may need some improvement. And this is how think would be a good approach to this. However, this is what I think. Now I want some feedback on that. So that constant back and forth, two-way communication. So you don't come in and you knock down historical barriers and things that have been working without talking to the current stakeholders. So that's going to take those relationship building. That's going to take listening, and it doesn't even have to be formal all of the time. You know, that's why I'm overly visible. So when we're talking about at football games, at sporting events, at block club parties, I tell my stakeholders, hey, especially in the summertime, invite me to the parties because I wanna see where you're at. I want to have those authentic conversations. It doesn't necessarily have to be formal all of the time, but I have to listen to them. So I'm like, okay, I don't dismantle this, but at the same time, okay, I feel like these are strategies where I can help out here or help out there. So it's about relationship building. If you talk about implementation strategies, I listen and build those relationships.
Thank you.
All right, so your next question is posed by myself concerning master's facilities planning. Benton Harbor Area Schools is in the process of establishing a master's facilities plan with a tentative completion date of September 2025. What is your experience with facilities and operations, specifically maximizing district resources such as vacant properties?
Just finished one in Rock Island. We're going through, well, we just completed a facilities management plan because just like you all, we have older buildings, definitely costly to operate them and keep them some up and functional. So we've just finished a bond where we're going to 55 million. So I'm familiar with completing a facilities management plan, having those community stakeholder meetings where we're getting the input of needs for particular schools. Feeling with the audit, we worked with, it's slipping my mind right now, but we worked with a particular company where we went around and did walkthroughs at each school. They did surveys and came out with areas of like first year, second year, and 3 year. We have a 3-year plan. These are the areas we're going to attack for the first year, second year, third year. We had a sort of like 2-page document that we submitted to each school. Now they had those conversations with their staff members so they could see what the audit revealed, but they can also say, oh, no, why didn't they put this on there? We've been dealing with this for years, or I think they forgot this. So you got to have that input from the stakeholders, because if you do a facilities management plan just off the audit or the views of the central office, you're missing a big component of the people who have been in the building all of those years who can give you that insight. And then it goes back to financial, and we're talking about backwards mapping of where do we want to go and what is feasible, what is financially responsible, that we will correct this, or having those tough conversations of consolidating schools or closing schools, or hopefully funding to build new schools. So I have experience with that.
Thank you.
How do you plan to enhance student recruitment and engagement, particularly in attracting diverse student populations? And what initiatives would you prioritize to build a strong, inclusive school community?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
How do you plan to enhance student recruitment and engagement, particularly in attracting diverse student populations? And what initiatives will you prioritize to build a strong, inclusive school community?
Student recruitment, well, first, I will look at the trends. We have students that are leaving our district that haven't returned when we're talking about possible dropouts or have possibly left. Getting that last known address and visiting those homes, developing a team, you know, whether that's volunteer or on the paid practice, we want to definitely get them in because they're still within the community. And then that's supposed to enhance the student recruitment is getting better. You know, when we're talking about what we're doing for our academics, increasing those academics, when you have a good product, people will come. So when they see, oh, Benton Harbor is doing this, they're thinking outside of the box. This is something that my district doesn't have, and we need to highlight that. You know, part of that is how we publicizing and highlighting things. So then students will come. I know the neighboring is like St. Joseph's, and we have to go over there and attract and recruit some students. I'm in favor of going wherever we need to go to, but mainly taking care of what's home here first and making sure that we have everybody within the Benton Harbor area in our schools. Strong, inclusive community. You said building a strong, inclusive school community, right?
Yes.
Again, listening to student voice, you know, that goes back to individuals. When we're talking about inclusivity, majority of our district is African American, but within that African American, you have different, you know, that there's differences. So recognizing that, giving them the opportunity to celebrate and recognize that, whether it's on a particular day or integrating. Sometimes students bring in activities, but you just got to make them feel, you know, belonging and welcome and not shut off anything. That means they feel comfortable coming to staff members. They feel comfortable coming to central office. If it's something that they have to come to the board about and we hear about it and say, oh, okay, yeah, we never thought about that. But including their voice and just making sure that their voice is included and that their voice gets captured and celebrated in everything we do around the district.
All right, our next question is pertaining to staffing, and it is from Treasurer Bradley.
And I think you've touched on this, but I'll ask it. Excuse me. You would potentially be starting in the middle of summer vacation. Can you commit to making no major staff changes, i.e. principals or admins, until January of next year, so that you will have a chance to adjust and see where we currently stand and what is not working, and also what would need to be changed?
Yes, that's actually would be a question that I would definitely ask of the board, because you're talking about coming in January. Even if which I'm not, I wouldn't even think about. That would be sort of like a blind side to staff members with the short notice and stuff. So you got to think about people. You got to treat people right. And it goes back to that relationship building and seeing what's going on within the district. I like to come in and see, you know, yeah, I may see things that need to be tweaked, but I'm just making that as a part of my list. So when we're talking about January or when change needs to be enacted, then not only have I seen that, but I have evidence and documentation around the why when I'm talking about making those changes. And that will give me ample enough time to, let's say, talk to people and have those conversations to say, hey, this is what I'm seeing. What can we do about this? But just like when one of the cardinal rules of working with the board is no surprises, and you don't want to surprise staff members like that as well. Again, you want to treat people right. And so, yes, so with that, that's nothing's easy, but because I want to come in and be able to go around to the schools and see for myself. Because even as a new superintendent, I know people are going to be saying, hey, this needs to happen or that needs to happen, but I would ask the board and give me enough time to come in and form my own opinions, and then I can work with individuals and work with people, and then we can make a intentional and planned changes going forward, informed.
Thank you so much.
All right, so our ninth question is regarding navigating unpopular decisions. Trustee Rocket Martin.
Talk about your ability to make and stand behind unpopular decisions.
First of all, I have no problem with that. And that comes back to, it was actually, do you all remember this question? What can lead to complacency that causes people to make decisions containing ethical dimensions without reflecting deeply? Y'all remember that?
MASP training.
So that aligns to that. And I knew ethics would come up, you know, in this meeting. And a lot of times it goes back to treating people fairly, being confident in your ability to work through things. And I'm sorry, I missed some of that question. Can you repeat that one more time?
About your ability to make and stand behind unpopular decisions.
If it's what's right for the organization, and ultimately if it's what's right for students and adults. But you have to have that, you have to be informed, and before I make decisions, because especially if you know it's unpopular, you're going to have those questions. So when the questions come, you already have the answers behind your why of why you made that decision. And not just a one-liner, but extensive evidence and documentation of why this is going to be best overall for the students and for the adults within our district. And sometimes that may be a long term, but you have to map that out for your stakeholders so that they know, okay, there was some real thought into this and it's not personal or it's not vindictive or anything, but that you're looking out for the best interests of the students and the adults within this district. And one thing that I always say, with me, you can rest assured, you can turn your back, you can go to bed, and I'm gonna do what's right by the district, especially for the students and the adults within the district. And that aligns with integrity.
Okay, so that was actually the 10th question. We have one final question. It is concerning staff retention and recruitment, and that is going to come from trustee Angela Doyle.
Greetings. I'm sure you have probably already went over this, but my question is, excuse me, what strategies do you plan to implement to retain our current staff and attract new staff, including certified teachers?
Using the staff that's here. Those are the best cheerleaders. You have some veteran staff members, you have some very excited staff members. So that means going outside of Benton Harbor. We have neighboring hiring fairs where we have a consistent team. So on the fly, if we hear about a hiring fair that has teachers, we go there. Part of our budget is going out to colleges that are, that have graduates coming out in the education field, but we have to be our own cheerleaders and celebrating the successes and how we will support those that come here. So having that a robust recruitment and retention plan, which means when they come in, we support them, that we have mentors for them so that they're not on an island by themselves and we just say, oh yeah, we got a candidate that came to Benton Harbor and that's it. Because if that's it, that's how you lose candidates. So again, highlighting the positives within the district so people feel, so that will attract people to coming in. And then when they come in, that we support them through mentorship and any other supports that they need here in Benton Harbor to be successful. And that does mean going outside of the district.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have wrapped up all of our questions for you. Do you have any questions of us or any closing statements that you would like to make?
Yes, couple of questions here anyway. So I know you all mentioned, and I know you all have a working session, so you were mentioning the committee of the whole structure. Do you all go to the committee of the whole structure?
That's what I would accept, essentially committee of the whole. So you'll notice in our agenda is we discuss each department.
Yeah.
We would previously do that work behind the scenes and then come together and report out. Now we flesh it all out together.
Okay, because it was just a little different, but okay. Athletic conference. Are you all still a part of the Lakeland Athletic Conference?
We're independent currently.
Okay, I know that was mentioned and it was
Pressure right now.
No, I'm just saying, because I think that's critical. That's a critical piece within the district because sports programs, a lot of people come out for sports over academics, but you got to tell them about the academics at the sports program. So utilizing that. So that's why I brought that up.
So we're currently independent, but we're still a strong program. We just get to make our own schedules, but we're no longer within that conference. We are making efforts to rebuild our program so that we're able to maintain a conference of choices that if that's something we decide to do.
Okay. So it was a post on a live feed. That's a great live feed, keeping people informed. It said, due to low attendance, Benton Harbor area schools will have an early release today. Middle and high schools will dismiss at 11 a.m. and elementary schools dismiss at noon. Bus transportation will be available. Please contact your school's office for questions. So do you all call an early day on the day of?
So that was a particular situation where there was a major storm in the area. And so we had low attendance for our students, but also staff due to lack of power and things of that nature. So it was not a storm to where people couldn't make it to school or that we had to do a school closure. But once they got here and actually saw the tangible staff that we had in place and the students that actually showed up, it was more beneficial to do an early release.
Okay. Because I know like the focus is attendance. And I'm like, wait a minute,
Yeah.
we called a day within the school day? Okay.
There were so many thousands of individuals in our area that were impacted, including our staff and teachers.
Got you. And one more.
That's something we would very rarely do.
Got you. Budget is due July 1st. Where are we at with the budgeting process?
So our current budget hearing is scheduled for June 26th, which is that last Thursday of the month. You're more than likely aware that we recently had a conversation at the board table about whether we were going to do any staffing cuts or adjustments. The majority of the board did determine last week, I think it was like earlier this week, that we would put that conversation on hold currently to allow a new superintendent to come in and kind of do an assessment. So we are planning to have, we've sent notice regarding budget hearing, and we're planning to have the budget hearing on Thursday, open to the public, but then we'll also approve our budget prior to June 30th as well. And so our director of finance had to pause on an actual budget hearing so that she would be able to see whether the board was willing to approve a reduction plan, because that was going to ultimately impact the budget that she was presenting to us. So she is working on an amended budget that reflects our actual, budget for currently, the amendment for this year, as well as introducing a new budget for next year.
Okay. And then my question is, and I know you all have to ask all candidates the same question. So this is where I open it up for you all. Is there any questions that you have for me outside of that, or any wonders that you have that maybe I can answer and leave no wonders when I get up from this seat?
Do we still have time for him? Okay. Any questions from the table? Oh, we have 6 minutes. Oh, yeah, you can walk us through your
Can you let me know what's
portfolio.
All right, so you already have my resume, curriculum background. You have a leadership profile in there where I did a leadership profile a couple of years ago, which gives basically my strengths as far as my leadership, something that I wanted you all to look at. That is the red or came out pink tab. When I was looking at the data for Benton Harbor, the orange tab, looking at that, gave a brief entry plan of ideas that I had coming in to the district, where we're talking about building relationships and getting feedback and stuff from the community and different stakeholders. After that, the blue tab, I looked at the superintendent profile and I basically went over leadership experiences that align to that superintendent profile coming in, that these are things that I have done and ideas that I have that would align to the superintendent profile and definitely enhance overall things here within Benton Harbor area schools with me as the superintendent. The purple tab, you have it's a QR code. You can scan that QR code and you have various character letters and comments from students, teachers, staff, principals, parents, community members, and board members, who have experienced with me and engaged with me. So I just wanted to give you some of that background. And in that last letter, this actually came after I prepared this document. This is most recent, one of the community members reaching out, talking about, I gave a presentation at our last board meeting on how we decreased our discipline data, particularly for out of school suspension and particularly for those minority students. So I just wanted to give you all that insight. And I'm fully transparent. Michigan is transparent too, and I'm surprised the recent article and stuff did not come up. But to give you all background about that, hey, I was gonna bring it up anyway. I was like, there is a question about
We're not gonna ask you, but you've been wondering, like, you can volunteer.
Yes. Nothing, there was it was unfortunate and really to turn into a conversation, but hey, I'm a person that it happened. I follow God's guidance. So whether good, bad, or ugly, it happened. I can't change that. I do, however, and I'll ask HYA, I just got the report, the investigative report that says there was no evidence. I did absolutely nothing wrong. Really should have never went to an investigation. But if you look online and you follow the background of when I took the deputy superintendent position, the district unfortunately never wanted the position. I got the position under controversy. I accepted the position under controversy because I believe in my abilities. I said, hey, if I get it, my work will speak for itself. But I underestimated some people within the district who would deliberately try to sabotage and everything. So it happened. I can't change that going forward. And I guess this actually helps out into my closing statement. I've been through the fire in my career when we're talking about central office and stuff, and I am to the point where I'm just tired of fighting. I'm tired of fighting, but I still have that fight. I'm tired of fighting against people who just want to fight just because, which brings me to why I feel like I would be great here, because I get to the point where, I don't want students, I get my students to the point where they don't want to disappoint me. So you're talking about I advance, and this whole process has been even rewarding for me that I advanced to even come to this interview when I was on administrative leave. So definitely wasn't in my total right mindset. I probably could have done better on the interview, but I still advanced. But when we're talking about a superintendent of school, I think that's actually a highlight, because everything's not going to be going right all of the time. And you still have to maintain that mentality that, yes, this may be going on here, but I still got to focus here and do the right thing by students and adults. So yes, even though I had that on my mind, I was on administrative leave, I still locked in and focused and was able to get here before you. But with that said I'm just ready to join a team, a family that we can work together and do positive things. I've made a positive impact in all of my positions, even when I've been battling. So I just think about the glory days when I can get with a team and say, they support me, I support them. And just like I want those students to bust down the walls for me, I'll bust down the walls for you all to make sure Benton Harbor area schools is one of the fastest positive growing districts, not only in the state of Michigan, but within the nation. And again, it goes back to, I always say, I'm not cocky, but I am extremely confident. I'm extremely confident in my abilities to lead organizations. I'm extremely confident in my abilities to have positive systems and structures. And I'm extremely confident that I will be a great superintendent of Benton Harbor area schools.
Thank you. So now we'll close. On behalf of Benton Harbor, well, you can clap before I close. I'm sorry.
I'm about to say, I heard a clap last. I'm like, aren't you no clap?
They not even gonna make a peep on this mic unless I that's okay, it's okay. Okay, closing. On behalf of Benton Harbor Area Schools, we would like to thank you for your candidacy, time, and efforts today. The Board of Education will be voting to select our second round finalists this afternoon, with interviews to be held on Tuesday, June 24th, 2025. After second round interviews and an in-depth background search, we anticipate selecting a superintendent on July 8th, 2025. HYA will communicate next steps with you accordingly. We wish you safe travels on your journey home. Have an amazing day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Show your socks before you go.
Oh, I gotta have my boy with me. Obama.
Now leave this.
Thinner version. Oh, young, older version.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have this.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
I see.
Whew.
Thank you.
Okay, nobody call me for the next week. I'm going,
Thank you.
I gotta go.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Dace.
And if you don't have one, that's okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, that's
Thank you for the transparency too. Yeah.
Yes.
Make sure I got all my goodies.
Oh, is this supposed to, all I need is a good permission. Alexis going on, just the medicating.
All right. Okay, all right.
Oh, we only had two?
Yeah, because the other one.
Great.
You too, thank you. I thought we had
Today.
all right.
It may be over.
I thought we had three people that gave us,
It was emailed.
one was on, just two in person.
Okay.
Shall we take a stretch break?
Yes, I do think we need to take a quick recess. It's 3:30. We'll return about 3:40. Is that enough time or do you all need 3:45?
2:45. Okay, 3:30.
3:40? Okay, we'll recess at 3:40. So we are returning from recess as of 3:45 p.m. As a reminder to the public, we have been taking place, our superintendent interviews have taken place. Today, we had the pleasure of hearing from, Donald Pearson, Stephanie Jones, Dallas Lee, who was virtual, Simone Griffin, and Jeff Dace. And then, Dr. Collins, just for the public, I know that we did a press release that included a sixth candidate. Can you remind me of the name of that candidate?
No problem. The sixth candidate was Dr. Rena Witten, and she has accepted a superintendency in another district, and that's why she was not a part of the presentations that took place today.
All right, so just for the public, just to ensure that you were able to hear Dr. Collins, the sixth candidate selected by Benton Harbor Area Schools was Dr. Rena Witten. However, she has since accepted another superintendent position with another district, and so she withdrew her application for Benton Harbor Area Schools, which is why we now are only considering 5 candidates. So I do want to open the floor. I see that I would like to begin by thanking HYA for your efforts, your time, and the amazing pool of candidates that you have displayed to us today. I think we are all in awe with what we have witnessed, and so we're so grateful for each of you and your efforts, and it's extremely exciting to be here and to feel overwhelmed with the talent that is before us. So I wanted to open the floor up to you all in case there was things that you wanted to go over with us.
First, just wanted to say our job is to make your job difficult. And if we have made it difficult for you to identify finalists from this pool of candidates, we have done what we were called to do. And so I look forward to the discussion that the board members have. And then I'm going to ask my colleague, Dr. Ken Art, to lead us through identifying the finalists from the group of 5 that you interviewed today and what the process is going to be, and then also getting some clarification on the process for the 24th, especially when you look at having
possibly 2 candidates, and we're hoping that we can get to 2 rather than 3, but we will do what the board feels that you need to do. I know it's not easy, but just keep in mind, just the amount of time that would be required, and what you want is what we will do. But we're always hopeful that we can get to 2 candidates, but if we have 3, that is fine also. But when we do that and we look at the presentations on the 24th, really want to know how we do that so that the finalists are not in the room presenting at the same time, but that we could have one, then the other come in, et cetera. So we want to talk about how the board would like to handle that. So without further ado, Dr. Arndt.
Well, thank you, Connie. And again, hopefully we made your difficult decision even more harder this afternoon. So boards do this process a little bit differently, all based upon the boards, but usually what boards want to do is they just want to say something about the candidates and you just go down the line so everybody knows exactly where everyone's coming from. Then after that is done, so everybody can speak about your candidate opinion about these interviews, then we'll ask, is there someone that you interviewed that you think would not perhaps be the best fit at this time? And if everybody would agree with that person, then that name is taken off the table to keep the process rolling. But sometimes that doesn't happen. But we also find out that after people are so, okay, this is what I think about the candidates, we ask them just to rank 1, 2, or 3 on these index cards, and we tally the response and then share that with the board. And the board might say, yes, that's exactly who we want, number 1 and number 2, or maybe number 3. But if there's a disagreement, we still keep talking. So this is not a decision where it has to be, okay, winners or losers. You basically want to find, okay, these are the 2 people that we think really as a collective board would be a wonderful superintendent for Benton Harbor. So that's kind of the process.
Okay.
Would somebody like to open it up and
A clarification for you. When you were indicating you would like us to kind of have that conversation about the candidates, are you wanting each trustee to give their feedback on each candidate or whichever feedback they would prefer?
it's kind of
open to the
it's kind of
trustee.
up to the board, right?
Okay.
I just want to say, Madam President.
You have the floor.
I just want to say thank you all. I'm going to be honest with you. When I got the list, I had some concerns. When I grabbed the list, I had some concerns. I'm like all of these people from Illinois and all of this stuff. But then I got to see what I got to see today. And you guys did a fabulous job. And it's even more exciting because someone that was on our list, not Dr. Rena, but another individual, just got a superintendent job in Michigan. I just seen yesterday. So it's a testament of your guys' work. And I just want to say thank you for recommending these candidates. And we have a tough job ahead of us, so.
I just wanted to add that you hired us to do a nationwide search. And so therefore, we put this out there nationwide in order to find, the best candidates. And as we did the screening interviews, we looked at who most closely represents the profile. What did the reference letters say? How did they do the screening? How did they do during the screening interviews, et cetera? And so based on that, and we had 26 people who submitted applications. And so therefore, not all of them were screened through Zoom. Some of them were paper screened, but we looked at who were the strongest candidates that we felt that we could bring to you in order to identify really the finalists for the superintendent of the district.
Trustee Gavin, I'm having a hard time with the concept of like publicly saying who shouldn't be on the list as opposed to identify, like starting with particularly like these top, and then maybe reading it from there, if that's okay.
Yes, that's perfectly fine. And again, it's whatever the board members would like to share with fellow board members and actually obviously the public.
I just want to share that these were all, as far as I'm concerned, fantastic candidates. So because someone has to be identified to move on to the next level, it doesn't mean that the others did not do a dynamite job. So I don't want anybody who's listening over Zoom or anywhere else to assume that these candidates didn't do well, these candidates did. So they all did, I feel, an outstanding job. And I was proud of all of them as they shared, answered your questions, and shared their thoughts with the board. So please, anybody listening or even board members, just know that we think they are stellar candidates, but we can't have them as the next superintendent of Benton Harbor area schools. Okay, and so I will add, I know my board, and I know that you have a strong desire that we select two candidates, but I'm almost 95% sure that we probably have three. So I don't want you all to think that we're disregarding your recommendation. We know that that is going to take more time for us, but as the previous candidate stated, we've gone to 12:55 before. So we're willing to do the work that evening in the event that we do have a third candidate. So at this time, I'll open it up to the board if there's, you have a question and then we'll open up discussion. If you could speak in your mic, please, if you could speak.
Do we have to say anything, or can we just write it on the card and give it to you?
It's totally up to you. If you would prefer just to write it on the card. But some board members want to talk.
So I'm kind of concerned with it. I was pulling up. I don't know if that would be considered a secret ballot. The OMA requires that all decisions and deliberations of a public body must be made in open meeting, and the term decision is defined to including voting. The OMA prohibits a voting procedure at a public meeting that prevents citizens from knowing how members of a public body have voted. Because of the use of a secret ballot process will prevent this transparency, all board decisions subject to the OMA must be made by a public vote at an open meeting. So I'm a little bit nervous with us writing it on the card.
Madam President,
You have the floor.
if we gave him numbers, because we were scoring them 1 through 5, can we just, Madam Secretary would call the candidate's name and we would say their numbers, and we all got cell phones, we could add them up. So I don't know, add them up and that would tell us the top 3 by the top vote getter. Does that make sense? Sorry.
It does for everybody put a rubric down each.
I think you all are nervous to say what you like or what you don't like. And if you want me to jump out there and say who my tops are, I'm perfectly fine doing so.
And if you have a consensus, I'll put the fire in your head. You all can let me be so if you say who you are and somebody says, I second with that and put a motion on the floor or whatever, those are the top 3, then that's how it works.
Okay, so let's begin with the conversation about what we liked about each candidate. How about we go there? We'll start there, okay? And we'll work through it. That will give the public an opportunity to kind of hear our thoughts and our feedback, and then we'll be able to get to that. And I'm willing to step out there with my top 3 after that. So we're going to begin with the first candidate, which was Mr. Donald Pearson. Do we have any feedback for Mr. Pearson? Vice President Barnes?
I think Mr. Pearson brings a historical knowledge. He said something that was very set him apart from the rest. He would not have to hit the ground running. I'm sorry, he would not have to do meet and greets and get to know the community. He would hit the ground running nonstop. And I'm sorry, this isn't normally my mic. So he would have to hit the ground nonstop. And I think that is very important, and also relationships he has developed. So that's what I would say on Mr. Pearson.
Any other feedback from the table? Trustee Gavin, Vice Treasurer Bradley?
Well, with Mr. Pearson, I did appreciate his institutional knowledge. I kind of disagree with he didn't have to do a meet and greet. Yes, people know you in the community, but also you've been out of the loop for a few years. So that was kind of my drawback on that. And then in some of the areas, I really didn't feel that he had enough strength in some of those areas, especially around the fiscal question and around the staffing question, and number 8 question about making, staffing changes.
Okay, Trustee Gavin?
So I was very much appreciative of Mr. Pearson's historical knowledge, his depth in all areas. I would have liked to hear maybe some specific examples of how he turned around culture and climate. I love that he was able to give a straight playbook of what's possible. I actually believe that his playbook on fiscal responsibility was very smart in terms of utilizing the buildings, bringing in populations, using that Montessori program, bringing back some form of the International Academy, cutting specific ties with organizations that are earning millions off of us every year. I thought that that was smart. I do actually believe that regardless of their knowledge, a superintendent does need to build those relationships in terms of connecting under their new role. So I do think that that is still important, but it is definitely, we are in a sense of urgency and we do need someone who can hit the ground running. So that was, that was the challenge there is I think he's the strongest in that area, being able to get right to work. But I do think building relationships is also super important and cannot be discounted at all.
Okay, so I'll add, I'm in alignment with what everyone else says. I think his historical knowledge of Benton Harbor area schools is not comparable to everyone else because he's homegrown. And so he does have that advantage of knowing the community, being here historically to understand and witness what is happening with Benton Harbor area schools. And he does have the strong network and knowledge to be able to lead Benton Harbor area schools. But I agree with Trustee Gavin. I would have liked more examples of strategies that would have been implemented. And I would say, I think that many of us are very familiar with Mr. Pearson and what he's done. And I think that his our knowledge of him may have been the barrier in him giving us the additional specific examples of the changes and works that he's made, because he's probably assuming that we're fully aware, but so many years have passed, it would have been nice for the public to get more details specific to his experiences. So I'm in alignment with everyone on him as well.
My turn. I like the fact that
Is her mic on?
I like the fact that I'll just talk. It seems like I'm talking loud to me, but I'm not. Okay, I like the fact that he was able to consider help from outside. He mentioned Barry and Risa. He mentioned to help, bridge those gaps that are needed. So, and that's a good thing, that you know where to go to get assistance if you need it. So I like that fact that he mentioned that in his presentation. And I also like the fact that he said he would be bold to invite, teachers in other school districts, come work in Benton Harbor. The fact that he would tap the retirement population. So I think that was a plus. However, I do agree with my colleagues. I would have liked to have seen more strategies as to, and then more of the current jargon in education. Do you know what tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 things? More of that kind of thing that we're actually doing in our district. I would have liked to have heard some of those things that I know that what we're doing in our district.
All right, so if there's no other feedback, we'll move on to Stephanie Jones. Anyone like to start with Ms. Jones?
I think she was great. She she did a tour. She wanted to help us grow. The good thing with her physical responsibility, she has managed a team and she was over 2.2 billion, if I remember right.
Mm-hmm.
With the B.
Yes, and she wanted to make sure, she talked about making sure our students and families feel safe. And genuine, that's what I like.
So for Miss Stephanie Jones, I appreciated her introduction, sharing who she was, how she was raised, and then tying her experiences directly into the population that we serve as Benton Harbor area schools. And so my note specifically for her was that she was able to let us know that she is as our students. And so that was something that was extremely important to me. I was impressed by her statement of wanting to review fiscally whether the expenditures yield desired outcomes and if they're aligned with the strategic plan. The board is familiar with me saying we have, I keep voting on these hundreds of thousands of dollars in programs, but is it working? And how does it all play together? So the fact that she pinpointed that was extremely exciting for me, as well as the $2.2 million budget. I appreciated her highlighting that she was a part of the urban district with the highest gains post-academic. I think she brings some experience from that particular district. Also liked that she focused on holistic support. And she was the first to mention the SEL for student, staff, and parents. I like that she has worked with new schools and transition centers as it relates to facilities. I was impressed that she was familiar with our recruitment plan, and I loved her notation of us being a district of choice. I would like for us to be number one district of choice. So those are some of the things that I highlighted for her. Any other feedback from you, Trustee Gavin?
Please don't be upset. I wanted to mention one more thing about Pearson before I go. He was very specific about the model that he would use, a culturally relevant model, and how that self-awareness can increase social emotional learning and the culture and climate and the academics. And he was clear on what he wanted to do, the specific model in place. So that was a very important to me. But in regards to Stephanie Jones, she was very personable. At the beginning, just very personable throughout. I'm definitely impressed with her comfort with high level finances, and I was very impressed with her inclusive instructional model examples of culture and climate being, from the moment, when you're in the, I don't know if she mentioned the bus, but like in the hallways, in the office, every aspect of the students and the staff's experience. I got the feeling that connecting and believing in our children and believing, how they are treated and making sure that that's a priority from the top down is something that we need. And it is something that will impact the culture and climate. And I believe she talked about like making those types of shifts and how that would shift our culture and climate. So I was appreciative of that. And then her ability to not look to change everything, but build on strengths. I think that our staff are afraid of having to just do everything different. They've already invested time in certain things at work. So I appreciated that.
I forgot to mention the resource allocation tool. I think that's extremely important because we put a lot of resources into our building, but actually checking how they're allocated and whether they're being used wisely or not. Treasurer Bradley.
With Dr. Jones, I think with hers, I really did like her presentation. I like how she gave us a plan as well with the action steps. And one thing that stood out to me was to schedule a Board of Education retreat. So she can tell us what her plans would be. I did like her
Can you check where the context comes?
I did. Yeah, I hear it. Okay, there you go. I did like her recruitment ideas as well, and her recruitment plan as well. And I did like that she did have some financial chops, saying 2.2 billion, and how she would build a robust plan and then checking in with the cabinet level, because I definitely think that's a good thing to want to work with your team, you know, to know where you're going to stand or where we're going to go, where's the money going, and you know, we already know how our finance director is, and we know how she's very thorough with the finances, and so this definitely that's what stood out to me. And I think the other thing was, you know, I liked her, like I said, her recruitment initiative, and let me see, what was the other thing? And like you said, not looking to change and listening and learning. So I like that, you know, listening and learning and finding out what needs to be changed before you make any changes, just not going right in there and doing something.
All right, so did you have anything? Okay, go
I
ahead.
especially like how she answered Ms. Gavin's question, her last question about implementing strategies, you know, without destabilizing everything. So so that goes along with Treasurer Bradley, that she's willing to listen and then learn and then pick up on opportunities to build upon what's already going on, not throwing the baby out like I heard somebody say with the bathwater, but really listening and finding out where people are or where we are in our district, and then just carrying on from there, because we are making gains. I also like the fact that she used the term one word. She said our. When she talked, she spoke like she already belonged to us.
Yeah.
Like she was already a part of us, that she was taking ownership of what we're doing in our district. And when she said our, that was, I think it was like one of her last stays, she said, use the word our political navigation. She understood that it is a political portion to this just as well as a educational portion to that, because you need both in that spectrum to be successful. So she was a very strong candidate for me.
All righty, up next we have, if there's no other comments, we have, go ahead. Okay, up next are you ready for him? Okay, so up next we have Dr. Dallas Lee. You have the floor.
Dr. Lee was very impressive. And he was very impressive, inspiring. You know, he says something that was very interesting. He says he has to look at the data and vow not to overpromise. And so many times you get people that will overpromise, I can do stuff and I can do this and do that. And they overpromise. And then he says, you know, he wanted to be a team player. You know, it's time to think out the box. He was just overall to me very impressive with his answers and responses. And that's all I can say.
All right, anyone else for Dr. Dallas? Trustee Rockefeller.
I especially liked the fact that he understands what's happening in modern education. He talked about the tier, he talked about PBIS, he talked about instructional walks and monitorings and walkthroughs, stuff that we are doing in our district. He would be able to come in and pick up and know exactly what those things mean and what you do in them, you know, so he could monitor that. So I especially like the fact that he knows what the most updated practices in education are.
All right, Trustee Gavin, I think my mic went out. Trustee Gavin?
Okay,
Yeah.
I think mine did too. Maybe that's what the
Yeah.
noise was.
Mr. Gant. Oh, you know, our mics went out?
Oh, they're back. It's back. Oh, it's back strong. Okay, so I was very impressed with every response area. Let me be clear. I appreciate the fact that he managed 3 budgets in Prince George's County with no audit findings. That he supervised 12 middle schools. And that he's receiving a certificate in school financing from George University. More than any of that, although I love all that, I appreciate his respect for transparency. And he had a plan for budget clinics to explain the finance work with all stakeholders and receiving their feedback. I appreciate the fact that he indicated gaining the perspective of all lenses before making those final decisions. And I appreciated the fact that he was honest in saying that he could not make a promise not to make cuts, even though I'm not a fan of cuts. I know that depending on certain situations, you do have to have the best driver in the seat. So he may see that that needs to happen, and he was honest about his responsibility to be honest with us. I also appreciate his respect for sending us detailed items and everything that he said in terms of his core values. I resonated. The first one was believing that our students are brilliant, because when you come in believing that, then they will rise to that occasion. And then also his respect for empathy and his respect for equity. And he also is clear about our MTSS framework. And I think, I don't want to give him the wrong credit, but I think he was the one that mentioned PLCs. Somebody please correct me if I'm wrong. But I thought he mentioned PLCs, or someone mentioned PLC. I won't give him credit if I'm not 100% sure, but he did. Okay, yeah, and creating those spaces for best practices to come through. So I don't want to hold up the whole mic, but there was a lot of things that I was impressed with in that regard.
All right, Treasurer Brownlee.
I did like him. I had a few areas I was kind of concerned, and if he's offered to come in again, probably in person, I probably would get a better feel for in person. I did like the areas I did like was especially the financial part. I do have to agree with Trustee Gavin. Prince George's County being one of the wealthiest counties in the country, and you have to deal with that budget. That's a good thing to look at. I did have some concerns, with the facilities, but that's neither here nor there. But I did like how he said, looking at, renting space to generate revenue. And then because we got, like I said, I heard that a lot today, was thinking outside the box on a lot of things. I liked how going all the way back over here to the staffing and retention part, he said he's a teacher at heart. Teachers need to be heard. Doing the best to meet needs within reason. That's another thing that stuck out to me. Recognition, honoring the humanity of teachers. I like in his plan that he emailed us that, he looked at each board member, for example, President Robinson stated or observed priority, community trust, responsive leadership. And one of his priorities was launch the Tiger Talk podcast, publish leadership, 30/60/90 tracker. For each board member, he broke that down. And then basically talked about his first 100 days, listening and learning, launching quick wins, aligning goals and resources. So I did look at that. Also, I like when he talked about student recruitment, diversifying the space. So it was a lot of things he touched on. And, what did it say right here? Learning around the school with leadership and PBIS. Then the other thing I guess I kind of was concerned on too was, he did give a good answer though, looking at the situation in data. I was kind of concerned about that question I asked about the commitment to, doing major staffing changes. That was kind of my only thing I had with that.
Okay, so I'll go. I'll try not to repeat everything that's already been said. So I do agree with my colleagues in his strong suits. I appreciated that he did his research on Benton Harbor area schools, but he also identified that his primary challenge would be being an outsider, but was able to make that a strength and that it brings a fresh lens of thinking, which is something that I think that we need. So I thought that was powerful. I also appreciated his transparency, specifically the budget clinics as indicated by Trustee Gavin. So that was really exciting, as well as his experience with managing multi-million-dollar budgets, specifically 3 at one time. I was also impressed with, there was a particular statement, because I do not want to repeat everything everyone else has already said. Honoring humanity of staff, telling our story strategically. And then what was powerful for me is we will take care of you because we believe you will take care of our students. And that was really powerful to me. And I think that is at the core of what we need as relates to culture and climate here in our building. So just his ability to be technically aware of current aspects of education, being willing to do a deep dive and research what we need. But also having that previous experience to be able to come in and actually assess it and take us to the new level. So I appreciated him as well, Treasurer Brown.
Yeah, one more thing I looked over. When he's talked about the committees, there's a strong lever moving word, best to do changes in committees with a voice, having that voice. So that's one thing I liked about that. Going from our board work that we have committees, and that's when our best work gets done. We sit down and hash out what's going on behind the scenes before we bring it to the table. So when he said that, that's something that stuck out to me as well.
Okay, and I forgot one as well. Him wanting to understand the student experience. That was powerful. Perspective of perception, and just getting the student acknowledgement of what their experience is and where the gaps are and what we need to improve. I think that's extremely important to the culture. And I think that's often a voice that does not sound loudly. We do try to get information from staff, but sometimes the students, their voices are not as strong. So that was something that also resonated for me.
Celebrate. Was he the one that also said celebrate, celebrate, celebrate?
And I think that was the last
One
candidate.
of them.
I think that might have been the last candidate. Trustee Brown?
Yeah, it's so much easier to discuss right after the candidate. But I'm wondering if anyone recall, if it was him that said something about the student advisory board. And someone mentioned it's like a student advisory board and having, I don't want to give anybody the wrong credit, but
That was Dr. Griffin.
Dr. Greer, okay, thank you for that.
You can move right along with Dr. Griffin if you'd like.
Dr. Griffin, let me go. Dr. Griffin, just from the gate, showing up for kids, that certain professionals didn't show up for her. It helped kind of lay out why she's so committed. I was impressed with that line and her sharing her real story and when she developed confidence in learning. I love her use of a community connected process. I think our community needs that. Being involved in the process. If she is the one that said the student advisory committees, then that is something that's grossly needed. And it will, my opinion is that the students are the ones that have the real answers. They're the most impacted. And she mentioned that many times, just in terms of ideas of them, their voices being heard. It doesn't always need to be heard on the microphone. I'm very impressed with the SWOT analysis, although I know that we're not a corporation. I love the SWOT analysis model, strengths, weaknesses, and then using those opportunities to deal with our threats. And then just her strategies for retaining staff, the mental wellness plan. That is greatly needed, and the fact that she's prioritizing that, I think that that's going to make a difference. She, talked about developing HBCU and relationships with PWIs for recruitment and mentoring programs. Ms. Pearson talked about that as well, but it was good to hear her mention that with retired staff incentives with vets. And then share outs with the community podcast with student involved service learning hours. We should always be thinking about ways to empower our students. And to me, She did a great job of embedding that, weaving that into her interview, ways to empower students in the community throughout practical ways that also increase their academics, SELs, and the culture and climate, and then a good data dashboard. When people have transparency, that's how you build trust and relationships. And she gave practical ideas that would allow us to be able to move forward and feel comfortable and not be in long meetings trying to get to the root of the matter.
Okay, so I'll go with Treasurer Bradley.
All right, I'm sitting over here with highlighting points, so I won't be rambling on. Straight out the gate, I loved it that she served our country in the Army National Guard, and that she's a veteran. I love that. I know that will work a lot, work a lot. Yes. One thing I like how she said she acknowledged the current things that we're doing, that she was keeping up with that, and she checked out our governmental institutions. She talked about bringing back students and supporting the staff. One thing I liked was she said she looked forward into the future. She said M-STEP is in April 2026. She said let's start backwards mapping and supporting staff and getting everything done. So I like how she's forward thinking, but also moving back. So where do we start at? We're getting support for our students. The next thing was when she went down to the fiscal responsibility, the strategic plan, aligning with where we want to put the dollars and looking at ways to get free resources, especially, with everything going on in our country right now. Then when she got to the navigating educational challenges, one thing that stuck out with me when she said, she talked about mentoring Black boys. I like that one. But the other thing that really stuck out to me was you can't fix what you don't face. You can't fix what you don't face. And I love that, because it's saying that we have to just face that reality, and we have to deal with reality, and we have to face it. Next thing was, of course, the website being updated in real time. Another thing with the master facility planning, community connected process, pulling in all the stakeholders, doing real time data, making sure that everybody has what's going on, and then hosting national events, putting us back on the map for good things and not negative things. Next thing I looked at, the data dashboards. That was a good thing. And then the buck stops with her. Basically saying, hey, I'm the one who's accountable with things. I'm not gonna just say, oh, this is so-and-so's department, this is my fault. She said the buck stops with her, and then she said she's not making decisions by herself. So I like that she acknowledged that she has a team she's working with. And I'll close out with she said we control our narrative.
Vice President Barnes.
From the moment she proved that she just didn't study. She studied like she was preparing a thesis. She also talked about, the state laws, like you said, the testing. When I listened to her story resonates with some young people I know. How she was what society would consider a failure, but she became a Marine, or was it a veteran? She's a veteran. She served. She went to college, high school, got a GED, went to college, became a doctor. I'm just gonna say it, and I think I told you guys when you guys asked me, I said one thing I wanted us to have is a superintendent with confidence. And sometimes some people are in the room, but she commanded the room. And I believe she was all around impressive. And she made me a believer just by listening to her. And she knew what she was talking about. At least she had a vision. Like Treasurer Bradley stated about the ACT testing, the M-STEP testing. She wants to meet with the lieutenant governor, the governor, and, get resources. She also knew about very recent a literacy grant that we didn't even hear nothing about, you know. She knew what opportunities and it's stuff that she would be above. I will say it, and I don't know if that's, if I had to vote today, she would be one of my top three.
I like the fact that she talked about having a foundation of respect. And I think that's just so important. That gives you something to build on, that foundation of respect. And the other thing that she said that I like, we don't gaslight, we make it right. So, you know, she was going to be transparent, and she wanted the message to be out there that we're still all in this together. We're not to cause an uproar. We're not doing that. But it says we're just gonna make it right. Whatever's going on that you don't like, we're gonna make it right for you. You know, we're not gonna start a fire. We're gonna work through it and get it done right. On a level of respect.
Okay, so I'll be brief because everyone said everything that I liked. I was impressed by her knowledge of our partnership and our historical relationship with the state and her sense of ownership in ensuring that we're able to self-sustain and continue to operate autonomously. So that was exciting to me. I was impressed when we got to fiscal responsibility with her statement that money should follow the vision, and the strategic plan funnels into where we put the dollars. And another thing that I don't think, let me see. I agree with Treasurer Bradley. I liked her statement that she wouldn't make decisions alone, would not be standing alone. She would be transparent about decisions made. What were the concerns requiring the decision? And then she would use technology to communicate early and often, and then partner with individuals regarding solutions. So that was extremely impressive as well. And there was one other thing may have already been mentioned. Let me see. I think everyone else mentioned everything else. I was highly impressed. She actually scored 5 for every question to me. And I think that she showed up knowing that there was a competition. And for lack of a better term, she came in throwing those elbows and everything else she had to get candidates out of the way. I was also impressed with the fact that she, and not that it's a disadvantage for anyone else, but she didn't have paper or pencil.
Yeah.
She just took in the questions and was able to answer from her knowledge base and her tools and her experience. So that was extremely impressive to me. So I don't want to repeat anything else anyone else has already said, but I agree with my colleagues. And then we'll go ahead and wrap it up with Mr. Dace. We'd like to begin.
Well,
Vice President Bowens.
anybody that watches a meeting that's about 8 hours.
Nobody.
It's impressive. You know, I wish I could have got. His presentation was good. He came off strong. And, you know, I think he mentioned after he was leaving that he was going to go to Juneteenth parade. But he is another one that showed that he was studying the community. He had questions. He paid attention to one of our board trainings, and then flipped the script back on us. Good thing he paid attention in that training. But it was just very, you know, all in all, it was very impressive. He wants the time to build relationships. And it's, you know, he's just studied, and I just think I like his SEL statements for Trustee Gavin. And one thing he said is he wants to look at trends, visit homes of parents that are not coming out there. And that's one thing I've been saying, you know, we got to go out to the community. Think outside to the box. He wants to listen to the voices. But one thing that he did state that was the end, well, 2 things. He said, we got to treat people right. And so many times people do not feel like they're being treated right. Then he also said something, he is going to do what's right. And that's like his moral compass, the golden rule, he's going to do what's right. So that was my selecting him. He came up humble and great.
All right, Treasurer Bradley.
I really, this candidate here, after, doing some research and then looking, he came in, transparent. He brought us a plan of what he wanted to do. I appreciate the fact that he knows what he's getting into by watching our board meetings. Because that was one of my things when I spoke to you all was make sure that they watch our board meetings to know what they're getting into, to get a assess of the situation and, so they can kind of get their, feet on the ground running. He talked about, of course, our 7 norms of collaboration, people behind the numbers, getting to know the people. I like that. I like how he talked about continuing to challenge tier 1 students. He said, we talk about tier 2 and tier 3 students, but he said, what about the tier 1 students that are high performing? We don't want them to slide back to tier 2 and 3. So I did enjoy that when he said that, and meeting the needs of the students. When it came to finance, that's been kind of, a topic for everybody on the board, I say, including myself. I like how he did the chief business office class in Illinois and compared the similarities of that state to our state. He said he will be meeting frequently with the director of finance, which is good. Another word I heard, backwards mapping. I heard that again, and being fiscally responsible. Talked about the sense of urgency. Yeah, I do like that. Not micromanaging people. That's the one thing I like, talking to the staff and not micromanaging the principal. That's what he has said, give them the autonomy to do the job. A center-based look at performance. Start with the accomplishments. I like the idea of academic banquets. I don't think we've talked about academic banquets in the district for years. And that's something that kind of stood out, letting people know where we stand on our academics, celebrating academic achievements. Then when he got to the master's facility plan, he just completed one, so he knows how to go and start doing that process and getting things. And he talked about missing the big component. The component of that, if we are just using the central office staff to try to do a master's facility plan, and looking at the funding to build new schools. I did also like how he tied in using our athletic events to talk about our academic achievements. So that would be something definitely. Enhanced student recruitment, thinking outside the box. And then he talked about relationship building again. So, and then making intentional and informed decisions. He, like you said, he used our MASB training quote on us, and then mapping it out for stakeholders. Not personal or vindictive, but doing what's right for the students. And I like that, the district integrity. And of course, we've talked about that all day. You building relationships, using the staff that's here going to colleges. We have to be our own cheerleader. So I think that was one of the main things. So that's it on that.
Okay, so everything that Treasurer Bradley just said, I don't want to repeat it, but I think he had a strong historical knowledge of Benton Harbor area schools that was extremely impressive with our history, but is a big indicator of what we're currently doing now. Also impressed that he had paid attention to the conference. I was ready to jump across the stage. It's still a sensitive topic for me, but I was impressed that that was something that he had caught. One of the things that I appreciated that he said is that we need quality staff with a student first mindset. And I know that that's something that's been extremely important to us at the table. We initially came in and had kind of like I thought he was going to be kind of laid back in his presentation, but he's kind of like a gentle to giant or a calm storm. And he came in with all of his knowledge. So I was extremely impressed. I appreciated that he's just done facilities management plan, finishing a $55 million bond. It was big on community stakeholder meetings, which I know is extremely important to us. And his need or desire to review trends, see what's already working, talk to the staff and kind of get that input. So like I said, a lot of what Bradley said, I don't want to repeat, but he was impressive as well. CBO classes were impressive.
Okay. I like the fact that he's willing to fight for our district. He said, I will bust down walls for you. He said, you can go to sleep at night and turn your back, and I'm still going to do what's right for the kids. Means I don't have to watch you. I don't have to micromanage you. I don't have to be on your back. I'm intrinsically going to do what's right for your kids. He's be informed, must have the evidence and documentation to what is best. So I'm not gonna be making decisions just out the blue. I'm gonna look at the data. He didn't have to say it, but that implies it. I'm gonna look at the data. I'm gonna look at the research. I'm gonna look at best practices, and that's what I'm going to implement for your district. And that's important to me because you know, you don't want people just, oh, it looks that way, and that's my decision to make. You need data. You need the evidence to prove it. And I think it was one more thing that he said. To me, he asked questions that directly impacted our district concerns. He cared about what we cared about. He wanted to know what we thought about it, or he took enough time to find out that these are the things that we're concerned about. So he was extremely confident to me. So yeah, he would appreciate that.
Can I also say, he said something that required extensive studying about the bus garage situation. And how we outsourced the bus, but we own the land and everything. And you know, you had to study to really know that, and it proved he wasn't just bluffing us.
Trustee Brown? Everything everyone said, I don't want to, just be repetitive. Everything that everybody said, I just really appreciate his tenacity. Like, who does that? Who listens to all of our meetings? There was something. There was something I think that we miss a lot in our district is the high performing students. A lot of times they get ignored because we're dealing with, other areas. And I think, just the idea of really looking for ways to celebrate them. I think that is super important and it's something that's been missed. So, yeah, that in addition to everything that the board said already.
All righty, so at this time, I'll ask, is there anyone, so we do have our resolution. Unless there was more conversation you all had, I'd like to keep us going, for sake of time.
No.
Okay, so we have our resolution here. Is there anyone that is willing to make the motion, or would you all like me to lead with my suggestion and then we can see it?
Because you leave with your suggestion.
You only man too, I guess. I don't mind carrying the burden. I just hope don't nobody run up on me. Hold on one second.
You don't, I gotta reprimand you. No.
Just want to make sure I have the correct name. Okay, so I'm gonna read the resolution
Oh, we got.
with the names and, oh, you want, okay, so my names, and I have three. I can't break down to two, and that might be where we differ. Is Mr. Jeff Dace, Dr. Dallas Lee, and Dr. Simone Griffin, the last three. Trustee Gavin?
I was just sharing names or.
Those are my three names.
So I want to preface by saying every single candidate was amazing.
Absolutely.
Like every single candidate. I almost cried today. It was motivational. But if I really wanted to just narrow it down and be honest with myself after hearing what everybody here said, and this is really going against what I initially thought, completely against what I initially thought coming into this meeting. But for me to not waste people's time, it's Dallas Lee or Dr. Simone Griffin. That's what I see it.
Okay, Trustee Raquel Martin.
Of the three that I've considered, Jeff, Stephanie Jones, and Simone Lee.
Okay, so you have
Simone
Griffin. Okay, so yours differs slightly. Okay, Vice President Bones?
Okay, the three I have is Mr. Pearson, Dallas Lee, Dr. Simone Griffin.
Okay, Treasurer Bradley?
I had the same three as you, Madam President. I had Dr. Dallas Lee, Dr. Simone Griffin, and Dr. Jeff Davis.
Okay, Trustee Dale?
Same as you, Madam President, the last three. Okay, so
Okay.
it's a consensus.
So Trustee Gavin, you had Dallas and Simone, would you be opposed to a third candidate?
If I did a third candidate, it would be Mr. Pearson. That's what that would be.
Okay, you and are in alignment with him being the third,
Yes,
with Griffin and Dallas?
yeah.
And then me, Bradley, and
It's the majority.
it's the majority. Okay, okay, so Bradley, if whoever would like to put the motion on the floor, and then we can go from there.
I would like to put the motion on the floor that we make approval of the finalist candidates, Dr. Dallas Lee, Dr. Simone Griffin, and Dr. Jeff Davis as our three finalist candidates.
Okay. So I'm gonna read the resolution to include those three candidates. We'll see if anyone seconds it, and then we'll see if we have a majority vote. Approval of finalist candidates for superintendent position. Do we want two or three? We want three, okay, all right. Approval of finalist candidates for superintendent position, Benton Harbor Area Schools, Berrien County, Michigan, the district. A special meeting of the Board of Education of the district, the board was held in Benton Harbor High School Library within the boundaries of the district on the 14th day of June 2025 at 8:00 a.m. The meeting was called to order by myself. Each of us are present, as we're aware. Secretary Triplett is absent at this time. The following preamble and resolution were offered by Treasurer Bradley. Is there a second or support?
Support.
Okay, and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Okay. Whereas the Board of Education of Benton Harbor Area Schools is committed to selecting a highly qualified and visionary leader to serve as the next superintendent of schools. And whereas the board has undertaken a comprehensive and inclusive search process to identify and evaluate candidates for the superintendent position, including the engagement of a professional search firm and stakeholder input. Whereas the board has conducted preliminary interviews and reviewed the credentials of all applicants and, following through deliberation, has identified the most qualified individuals for further consideration. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Benton Harbor Area Schools hereby approves the following individuals as finalist candidates for the position of superintendent of schools: Dr. Simone Griffin, Dr. Dallas Lee, and Mr. Jeff Days. The motion to approve resolution number 2025-04 regarding the approval of finalist candidates for superintendent was made by Treasurer Bradley and supported by Trustee Rocket Martin. Are there any questions, comments, or concerns prior to taking the vote?
Madam President,
You have the floor.
I will say, with those three and the final three, I believe we will be in good hands with anyone we select. I wish there was a way we could just select all three of them and call it a day, but
I was actually at a point where I was thinking, bring them all back. Trustee Gavin.
I want to say, higher, y'all gave us a very good problem. I mean, a very good problem. This experience, to hear all of the candidates speak life into our district and our community, and to see what's possible with any one of them. If any one of them was chosen, I would not be upset. I could live with that. I do believe deep in my heart that Mr. Pearson belongs in our district. I don't know what that would look like. I believe he belongs in our district. But I do respect, I respect my colleagues. I believe that the input that you all gave, it was from a place of deep care for the district. And, I'm willing to support this. And I don't know I don't know what's possible. But like I said, I believe that all of the candidates are amazing. And so it's nothing that I would fight. if it was any of them. So, yeah.
All right, any other comments? Treasurer Bradley?
You know, here again to reiterate what trustee Gavin has said. You all were very personable. You all called, reached out, took our concerns, took our questions to what was going on. And like you said, we were presented with a good problem. We had a lot of numerous candidates. And like I said, being through a search process before, it's you took a lot of the stress out of it because it's like you sit here, you review, and then I want to thank all our candidates because they all came in, they took time out to come and sit before us. I don't know if you're, listening or whatever, but thank you all for coming out and, thank you for taking time to show us your vision of what you wanted to do for our district. I thank you for being transparent. I thank you for sharing took the time out to make plans, to send us emails to show us what your plans would be for our district. So thank you so much for that. So thank you to us, like I said, to the search firm.
I would like to say that I agree with my colleagues. I think all of the candidates did phenomenal. Even though we have a motion on the floor, including 3 candidates, I think the other 2 could have easily, as you can see, there were trustees that had the other 2 within their top 3. And so it just shows, it speaks to the credibility of the options and the choices that you provided to us. I would also like to say if Mr. Pearson is listening anywhere, please don't hit me up. You are will be one of my favorite teachers. And I agree with trustee Gavin. I definitely believe that Benton Harbor area schools is a part of your heart and your center and your base. And so we do value you for considering us for this position. I'm excited about the candidates that are noted. And so I think that I'm in a position where I would like to give the public an opportunity, as we've stated before, to give us their feedback on these candidates. And so I think that's going to be what makes the difference. So if there's no other comments for the board, I would ask that Ms. Singer, in the absence of Secretary Triplett, as a reminder, the motion was made by Treasurer Bradley and supported by Rockette Martin for candidates Dr. Simone Griffin, Dr. Dallas Lee, and Mr. Jeff Dace. Ms. Singer, can you please call the vote?
President Robinson.
Yes.
Vice President Bowen.
Can you come back to me?
Treasurer Bradley.
Yes.
Trustee Rockette Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
Trustee Doyle.
Yes.
Vice.
Yes.
All right, so congratulations to our top 3 candidates. You have been selected unanimously. That again is Dr. Simone Griffin, Dr. Dallas Lee, and Mr. Jeff Dace. Our next finalist interviews are going to be on Tuesday, June the 24th. And I think that at this time you wanted to have a brief conversation about what that looks like. So we do have our start time at 6 o'clock. We're all in agreement that we wanted to have an open reception so that the public can mix and mingle with them. I'm wondering from the board, do you think that an hour is sufficient time? Should we do 30 minutes? What are you thinking about just the open mingling section?
I think an
That
hour.
would be before the meeting actually starts.
Go at 5 to 6:30 reception.
6 to 6:30?
5:30 to 6:30 or 5 to 6.
I think we already communicated at 6 o'clock. Well,
Okay.
the meeting starts at 6.
Oh.
So we could do the reception earlier, but
I would think, I would think 5 to 6 o'clock reception because in that way, people getting off of work,
okay.
they
Hold
get
on
some
a
time.
second.
And we need to know, because we were looking at having each of the finalists do a 10 to 15-minute presentation. And so, and I didn't want them sitting there or being there in the room at the same time. So what did you want that to look like? So that, basically maybe before the meet and greet and the interaction, the presentations took place first, with each candidate, one candidate at a time coming in to do their presentation, then the second one doing the presentation, then the third one, and then the interaction with the community. So that's an idea of what could be done, but what are your thoughts about what you wanted that to look like?
So you're suggesting they present before they interact?
Did you want them to present? What did you want it to look like? That's an idea of how it could be done, but how did you want it to look?
So my thoughts with that would be that there would be a reception that wouldn't be the formal meeting.
Yeah,
And it would give individuals an opportunity to interact with them before the actual meeting starts.
yes.
And then the start of the meeting would be at 6 o'clock. And we would do each of the presentations in the same manner that you indicated, bringing them in one at a time and
That would
then
be
do the
fine.
conversation, the discussion.
That would be
after.
fine. I just didn't want them all in the room doing their presentations in front of each other.
Right.
So if the meet and greet was first, and then you have each of them to come in and do a 10-minute presentation, and then have, your common meeting or the meeting with the board and have feedback from the community, that would be fine.
Okay, trustee Garvin?
A couple questions. I'm wondering if there is some way to utilize the superintendent search committee, in that, in the plans. And then also, I'm open to either. I guess what I was thinking is if they presented first, then during the meet and greet, people can ask them questions based on what they saw. Is that the rationale for doing the meeting first and then doing the presentation first and then the meet and greet?
It does, whatever the board wants is what we can do. So
How would we do the mix and mingle? Cause we're still within the meeting, would we be in recess to allow for that?
So
Because and that's why I was putting the meet and greet first, because once we start business, we may potentially have people that are online virtually watching and waiting for the actual meat of the meeting.
President,
Yes.
from my previous experience, again, 2007, we had both of the.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot there was another part of the resolution on the back. I'm sorry. We've already voted, but I just want to acknowledge what we voted on. Be it further resolved that the board authorize the next phase of the selection process, which may include site visits, reference checks, community engagement, final interviews to be conducted in accordance with the board's established timeline and procedures. Be it finally resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adopted on the 14th day of June, 2025 by the Board of Education for Benton Harbor Area Schools. And so we just took a vote on that, but I wanted to ensure that the public heard the full resolution. My apologies.
Yes.
Go ahead with
So
your question.
we did before is both of the candidates got to do the first half an hour on both different sides of the room. And that was the time for the audience to interact. Then the board called into a meeting and they got to give a presentation to the public. Then as of the next day, the board had a meeting. It was probably during the daytime. It was in the daytime because it was graduation that day. They announced Carol Schmidt as the superintendent. They didn't make the decision right there. They did call a meeting to order. They did not comment. We didn't comment because I was a student board member. But they both got to talk. They both got to present a presentation. And then the next day they voted. Now that was different. I know laws have changed. How do you guys do? How did it go with Townsville?
So we'll have the difference with this one. They'll do their deep background check after the meeting on the 24th. So we have quite some time before we actually have to take a vote on who we select.
Okay, so but who we're offering the job for?
We have 10 days to, right? You're gonna do the background check before we vote.
We will start immediately. Now that we know that you have 3 finalists, then we will contact the company to do the deep background check on the 3 finalists. So that will be in process, and it takes a maximum of 7 to 10 business days. So we want to get that process started. And then, like I said, how the question becomes, and the information, as I indicated, goes to your attorney as well as to the board president. And if there's anything that's alarming or whatever, then the board would be notified of that, but that's how we're doing that part. But as far as having the 3 candidates, present and having the meet and greet as well as the presentations, that's what we need to know. How do you want to handle that? I didn't think the board wanted to come back on another day, that you wanted to get all of this done on the same day.
I'm sorry. I want to reiterate the superintendent search committee. How can we, we were very intentional and that's a diverse group. They have a background with the district in many ways. We indicated their relationships. How can we incorporate that committee, in what we're doing?
It's my understanding that we can't have, because we had initially talked about having that group meet with the finalists and ask them questions, et cetera. And the board, and we would rotate the candidates between the board and that, but we can't do that.
We can send them a special invitation the
Yes,
same way so
yes.
that they know that we're asking them personally to attend that day.
So they can be invited to the meet and greet as well as to the board meeting where they could, if they have any questions they want to ask, et cetera, or give any comments to the board, they can do that. But we can't have two meetings, one with the board and then one with that particular group. We did talk about that and whether or not that was a possibility, and we aren't able to do that. We were advised against that by the attorney.
Go ahead.
So they would be able to give public comment? Is that how that would work? So you would do the meet and greet, the presentation, then they could do public comment before we vote?
We don't vote until
We don't vote to July, but we would be able to take in
their feedback.
Okay. That, and they would get a special invitation.
Correct.
That feels fair.
And I was, at first I was thinking that we would have extra questions, but I don't know that we have extra follow-up questions. I think if we allow them to do the presentation and give the public an opportunity to give us feedback, or do we want to give the public an opportunity to ask them questions? I don't know how that works because the public's questions might be different for each person. What's your thoughts on that?
Can be different for each person, so it's all on how the board wants to do it. So if the board wants to, if the board doesn't feel a need to ask additional questions,
then, the board doesn't have to ask additional questions. If we want to have an opportunity for the public to ask the finalists, questions, and then the board is taking that information into consideration, that can be done.
I think I like that idea. I just want to see how you guys. So what I'm thinking is we do the reception. We bring the meeting to order at 6 o'clock with the 3 presentations. Within each presentation section, we give the community an opportunity to ask them questions based on their presentation. And those are the questions that they answer in the second round interview. But then if there's a particular member of the public that does not have a question to ask, they still have that public comment section at the end of the meeting to give us their feedback on if they have a candidate of choice. How do y'all feel about that? Okay. I heard, who was before you? Go ahead.
I know that the public will have a chance to converse with them in a non-formal kind of atmosphere when they do the reception. And I think that's probably really good because whatever questions they have, if they talk to the candidates in that setting, I think they would get some pretty good feedback too.
Okay, Trevor Bailey.
I was just gonna make the comment because I think that's how we kind of did it the last search was that we had, I don't know if we did community questions, been a while. But I think we did something similar to that where the audience provided feedback forms and they had forms to write down. So I don't know if we'll have that, where they can just write down the name of the candidate, how they felt about it, what they thought, their strengths and weaknesses. And then I do like the fact that we'll have the reception. And like I said, we have a big enough facility here. If we need to, put them in 3 different rooms so they can have a different conversation and everything that could, work like that too. So, but definitely we want to make sure we get our admin staff in too, so they can meet the founders too.
So are you guys wanting to do, did we say 5:30? Are we just doing a quick 30-minute reception? So we're starting at 5.
For everybody.
So 5 p.m. reception, which is not a meeting, it's an open reception to interact, the public to interact with the candidates at 5 o'clock. Okay. At 6 o'clock, we start the meeting. Each of the 3 candidates will be able to present. And I know that we had the option of choosing a topic or allowing them the topic. I think 2, was it all 3 of them? Or 2 out of the 3 gave us an actual document. So I feel comfortable with allowing them to present themselves based on. Are you guys okay with that? They can present, 2 of them get, and I'm pretty sure that Dr. Griffin would be capable to create a document as well. So 5 o'clock reception. where they would interact with the public. 6 o'clock, we would start the meeting. Each one of them would present. They would not be in the room when the other was presenting. We allow the public to ask questions. And then after the question and answer, for each candidate, we still have an opportunity for public comment. All right.
What's our end time anticipation for that day?
Well, 5 o'clock reception, the board meeting will start at 6 o'clock. And that's
The microphone.
Done by 9.
Talking about.
Need the microphone.
About 10 minutes each. And then, we move on to the board meeting, so that would be what you're talking about, maybe.
I'd say probably around 8.
Okay, so that would be.
Probably not.
President Robinson.
Yes, ma'am.
I think you need the microphone so people on Zoom can hear.
So I think we're starting at 5. Then we will meet with the board, do the presentation starting at 6. Each presentation will be about 10 minutes each. So that would amount to a half hour. And then basically after they have done the presentation, there would be, the board would.
No, the public will get a chance to.
Yes, and so how much time do you want to allow for the public to give feedback? That's a big part of this. You want to do 30 minutes?
30 minutes total or 30 minutes of public comment for each person?
Well, for each person, I don't think you want to do 30 minutes because I think we would be here.
Excuse me, how much time are we giving? Oh, how much actual overall time?
Yes, over time.
10 minutes?
I would think, well, overall for both candidates or
10 minutes.
I think 15 minutes for public comment. Well,
15 minutes for public comment for each.
For question and answer? Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, so we will, did you get that, Kim?
15 minutes for each candidate.
And then if you think about a 5-minute transition window, we can
Yes.
just count 30 minutes times 3, an hour and a
Yes.
half.
So
So
how
that
much
gives
we-
us
so
about
hour and a half
30.
together?
And then after that, we still have public comment, which would not be a question, it's just a standard that we have to do.
Yes,
So,
yes.
so I think we should be able to get out of here by 9.
Okay,
And again, the candidates will be in another room. They will not be listening to each other.
good.
right.
But I'm okay with them being in the same reception space. Like, I don't think they need to be spread out because it's a competition. So you get in and work the floor, work the room.
Right, definitely. It's just the presentations that they would.
And I think it'll show us who is the person that shines and fits in most comfortably with our community. I think that they each appear extremely confident. They are.
Madam President,
And I think that we will see who shines and who, you know what I mean,
Yes.
in that interaction. Yes,
we're not asking them any questions, right?
we're not, the public
The
is,
public is
after their presentation.
after their presentation, and their presentation will all be on the same subject, correct?
They're gonna present off of what they gave us.
Okay. So yeah, I don't even see why they have to be separate.
Yeah, I think we're good. Each one of them already gave us a booklet except for Dr. Griffin, so she could just present.
Okay, so we called a vote on this, Madam President. Can we go to the next item of business?
I know you're trying to get wrapped up, but I just want to make sure everyone is okay with what we've discussed. Okay. Are you guys okay with that? Does that sound good? Okay. So then the only other thing that we had, let me make sure I'm not out of alignment with our agenda, because I'm pretty sure we only have one more thing. We have a resolution to appoint a superintendent, an interim superintendent of schools, because we anticipate that this process will go through July 1st. So I guess I'll ask the floor, was there, I don't know if there's more than one suggestion of who we want, or if it's a given who we're interested in.
Madam President,
Yes,
I make a motion that we appoint Dr. Chris Pernick as interim superintendent.
all right, is there,
Second
you
that
second that? So let me read you guys ready to go, we didn't even have it, okay.
And Madam President,
Let me read it. Resolution number 2025-04. Appointment of interim superintendent pending contract negotiations. Benton Harbor Area Schools, Berrien County, Michigan, the district. A special meeting of the Board of Education of the district. The board was held in Benton Harbor High School Library with the boundaries of the district on the 14th day of June 2025 at 8:00 a.m. The meeting was called itself. Yes, we're present, of course, with Secretary Triple leading around 10 a.m. The following preamble and resolution were offered by Trustee Vice President Barnes made the motion. Who made the support? Supported by Rockhead Martin. Okay. Whereas the Board of Education of Benton Harbor Area Schools recognize the importance of maintaining strong and continuous leadership through the transition to a permanent superintendent, and whereas the board has conducted a review of qualified individuals and has determined that it is in the best interest of the district to appoint an interim superintendent to provide stable and effective leadership during this period, and whereas the individual identified has the experience, qualifications, and leadership capabilities necessary to fulfill the responsibilities of interim superintendent. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Benton Harbor Area Schools hereby appoints Dr. Chris Barnick to the position of interim superintendent of schools effective July 1st, 2025, pending the successful negotiation and execution of an employment agreement. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall take effect immediately upon its adoption. And this is adopted the 14th day of June, 2025 by the Board of Education for Benton Harbor Area Schools. The motion was made by Vice President Barnes and supported by Trustee Rockhead Martin. Questions, comments, or concerns? Trustee Gavin?
I was wondering if we had a list of certified, who qualified for it. This felt a little sudden, but I know it's on the agenda. But did we have a list of, qualified candidates in the district who?
So I have a list of who our current administrators are, but I do not have the cross-reference to ensure that they all have the certification that they need to be the interim superintendent.
My other question is, I'm wondering, and I don't know if Haya can even help with this. I'm wondering, I know one time I don't think I wasn't on the board at the time, but the district selected a superintendent and then that person wasn't available for quite a while, right? I think it was Townsville, wasn't available for quite some time.
Yeah, I think it was a two-month gap.
That was it? It seemed like it was
Yeah, I think he was selected like the middle of I remember the day he was selected because it was the mayor's inauguration and they brought him to the inauguration. So it was like the middle of December, like the 16th or something. But he actually started February 12th. He had a 2-month gap in time.
Okay. And I guess what I'm wondering is have the candidates, I don't know if this is premature, if candidates identified like how soon, like if we chose our candidate, by beginning of July, would they be able to take those positions pretty quickly? Did they indicate anything like that?
Yes, they are aware that this job starts July 1st. So no one has expressed any concern with starting when they are appointed as superintendent of the district.
Okay. With that in mind, being that Dr. Bernick is already in central office, he doesn't have a building to close out, he does, all of these other issues, and it's just a few weeks. I can support that.
Okay, I also can support Dr. Bernick, and I would like to thank Dr. Bernick for ensuring that, for letting us know that this was a way that he was willing to support the district by standing in the gap. I think that's extremely honorable. To my knowledge, no one actually reached out to him to ask him if that was something he would be interested in doing for us. But I know that he was the candidate that I thought would be the perfect administrator to stand in the gap because he does have the history with the district. He's been amazing with us in answering our questions as relates to SEL and special education. He's willing to sit here through hours of meetings to give one presentation to the Board of Education. And I've just seen him stand in the gap and be 10 toes down, for lack of a better word. For Benton Harbor Area Schools, of course, the knowledge base, the experience that he has, the qualifications, but just his willingness to offer his service in this manner is extremely appreciated. So I also would be willing to stand behind Vice President Bowens and Trustee Rocket Martin in their recommendation. What would take place if this vote would pass? Dr. Burnett currently has an administrator contract. And so similar or exactly to how we did it with Dr. Buzz as an administrator, he would simply have an addendum to his contract that would say that he's working within the position of interim superintendent and that this is the amount that we would be increasing his pay to or what we're presenting to him. So with us taking this vote now, we're appointing him pending contract negotiations. And then I would reach out to Dr. Burnick to let him know that the board made the decision. And then we would go into conversations as to what would be the short-term increase to his amount for doing that interim role. And that would be a conversation that the board would have and work on collaboratively with him. Yes, ma'am.
I do have one question.
Yes.
He is the director of special education. And so would he be wearing two hats? Would there be an assistant director that now takes over his responsibilities? If there is any responsibilities within that role, I'm just hoping that we can get clarity.
We can definitely get that clarity. I know that we have, so I will initiate the conversation with him about what the dynamics of his current role is. I know that there was, and I was looking at it when we were doing the budget cuts, and I still strong on it, but I noticed that one of the positions they were potentially cutting was a special education manager position, or something like that. And so I don't remember whether that role was vacant or if there's someone currently in that role, but I think it's a good thing at this point. If it is a body that it wasn't eliminated, we definitely have the time to have that conversation to determine whether or not he's going to be wearing two hats, one, and then looking at that and considering the amount of money that we're willing to supplement him for the short term that he's working. One of the financial benefits of it is that in this gap after June 30th, we do not have a superintendent. And so we are not paying that maximum salary that we've been paying. We would only be paying the difference of elevating him to the level that we want him to be at temporarily, which would be probably about not $100,000 because it's not an annual amount, but it would be a cost savings for us. Because we would not be giving him the same rate that we were giving Dr. Buss every 2 weeks, if that makes sense. We don't want to have a superintendent salary to give out bi-weekly. We would just be giving Mr. Burnick an increase to his salary to compensate him for the additional duties. I hope that wasn't confusing what I just said. Okay, Trustee Reckerman?
Yeah, plus Dr. Burnick reached out himself. So evidently he's thinking that he can do whatever needs to be done to fill that gap along with his other duties.
Last question.
That's his choice.
Yes, ma'am.
Effective when?
July 1st.
July 1st. So that's July 1st to.
Until when we have a start date for our superintendent.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
And then the board has the determination to decide, do we want to compensate him for an additional 2 weeks over that to give that overlay of him being able to whatever he's been transition to that person. But that's a later conversation that we can have once we get to that place.
Thank you. Just for the board's information, we will contact the 5 individuals who interviewed today to let them know what the status is and to thank all of them for coming in and interviewing. So we will reach out to them to let them know what occurred during this meeting.
Okay. So if there's no other Trustee Doyle,
can you please let them know that we were very impressed with all of them?
Will do, definitely.
All right, so if there's no other questions about the interim superintendent position, Ms. Senior, can you please call the roll for the appointment of Dr. Burnick? Yes.
Yes.
Treasurer Ratcliffe.
Yes.
Trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes.
Trustee Gavin.
Yes.
Trustee Doyle.
Yes.
Madam President, motion carried.
Great job, Board of Education. This is a hefty meeting. So I don't know if you all really process the agenda as what it represents, but today we completed our final partnership training. We did interviews for our top 5 candidates and selected our finalists. And we also appointed our interim superintendent in the meeting. So give you all yourselves a round of applause. So I am extremely grateful. I know that you all are ready to go. So I'm gonna go right into open public comment. Anyone here that would like to make a public comment? Seeing none, we'll proceed. We're gonna start with trustee Doyle today.
This was an amazing experience. Again, I'd like to thank HYA for the wonderful candidates that you brought before us. The candidates was amazing. We got a lot done. I'm excited about the possibilities of being great, restoring the roar. Thank you.
Awesome. Next up, we have trustee Rocket Martin.
Yes, I'd like to thank HYA for not making this process painful. So this is my first time having to select the superintendent and learn some things. So thank you again. Thank my board for the way we cooperated with each other and got the job done. And I look forward to choosing a new superintendent for Benton Harbor area schools.
Yes. Thank you. Trustee Gavin.
I am so excited. You know, one of the board questions was, can you make a difficult decision or something like that? And this was a very difficult decision. But for all of the good reasons. I truly believe that our community is going to be excited about Benton Harbor area schools and about what we have to offer and about what we can create with our students. It just felt really good to hear, in my opinion, top-notch professionals who had a perspective about our district and shared what's possible, shared a vision of what we can kind of create together as a board. And so I'm just really excited about what's possible. And I'm grateful to Haya, the way that you handled this process. I'm grateful to my colleagues in the way that we were able to work together. And so I'm just looking forward to the leadership that we have access to. And, it's just my prayer that I know the community is going to feel the same way we do when they come in here in a couple weeks and see the amazing people who are interested in Benton Harbor area schools.
Thank you. Up next, we have Treasurer Bradley.
Once again, thank you to HYA for coming in, working with us. This being my second superintendent search. One previous was 2019, but and I'm like, whoa, that was a long time ago. But right before the pandemic. But this process was awesome. I'm glad we worked together to get things done, to handle business. We came in, did our training this morning. So kudos to Deb Macon. I want to also thank members of the public who are listening. These decisions are not easy. Thanks to our tech staff for coming in this morning and working with us all day. I see y'all packed and ready to go. So make my comments light. Thank you to our awesome secretary, Ms. Singer. She did an awesome job. So let's give her kudos as well. So thank you. And that's our gatekeeper. And I was up there joking with her earlier. I said she needed a rubric too because she has to work with the candidate as well. And so wait, okay, how are they gonna do in the office and stuff? But like I said, thank you. Safe travels to you all. Like I said, once again, thank you to our candidates and thank you to the board members. And we'll all connect later at some point in time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Byrne.
Well, the good thing is whoever is selected, they have to trade in their Chicago Bears stuff for us. Because we believe blue over here. So we blue Honolulu blue. So that bear stuff got to go. But I do want to say this was a unique experience, and Trustee Gavin often says we deserve the best. And today gave me reaffirming belief that we cannot just talk about Benton Harbor what was, but what can be. And I am so excited about the future of whatever candidate we select. And if I was to, knock on wood, die and leave here tonight, I would be safe knowing that Benton Harbor Area Schools is gonna be in good hands. I do want to give, for those that are in Zoom land, this past week, about 2 weeks ago, we lost two chairs people. One was Dr. Sherry Collins, and the other one was her husband, Dr. Collins, who used to be over the Department of Special Ed, and Dr. Collins was a principal, husband and wife. They died a week apart from each other. So please keep the Collins family in your thoughts and prayers. And it's Saturday, so I will call you guys Monday. Don't call me tonight, and have a good one.
Okay, so I will be brief. I will be extremely transparent. And I kind of shared this with the Board of Education at recess, in that I was extremely nervous and anxious about today's meeting. And you can never really tell my emotions because I do my best not to show them. But I feel such a heavy weight removed from my shoulders after today's interview. There was so much on the line, like I said, with the partnership training, getting our interviews to the second round, as well as the appointment of an interim superintendent. And I'm extremely proud of this board in being able to do both of those tasks unanimously, as well as us being able to finalize our training. So I think that today, even though it isn't officially Juneteenth, it's the weekend celebration of Juneteenth, I think it's extremely meaningful for Benton Harbor Area Schools as a district that we were able to accomplish as much as we did on a day that our community is celebrating cultural pride. And so I think that all things come together and serve a purpose. And I think that the date that we selected, although not intentional, has very strong meaning for us as a community. So I just want to thank my colleagues for being willing to come in today, for being open to working through virtual training. I want to thank Ms. Macon for being willing to assist us in that capacity, our tech department, as well as Ms. Singer for being there to assist us and letting me call you 1,000 times to work on these agendas to make sure that they are okay. Thank you to the team. I call you all HYA. Should it be higher? Okay. Okay.
We'll take whatever.
Okay. So I just want to say thank you to the team from HYA. You all have done a phenomenal job today with the selection of candidates that you brought to us, and I've enjoyed working with you. So I'm extremely excited for what's to come. I will ensure, because it's the weekend and staff are out, we more than likely won't have a press release that goes out today, but I'll ensure it goes out Monday to announce our finalist candidates and the schedule for our next meeting. So that's all I have. If there's nothing else, I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
Madam President, before we make a motion, I want to thank Natalie for ordering the food.
Okay.
Here, a motion to adjourn, please.
Second.
The motion.
Can I make a motion to adjourn?
The motion has been made by Vice President Burns and supported by Treasurer Bradley. Any questions, comments, or concerns?
I have 5 questions.
And I will reach out to Mr. Burnick. I'll email him with you all blind copies, so he's aware that he was selected. Ms. Singer, can you please call the vote? Yes.
Vice President Bowen,
Yes.
Treasurer Bradley.
Yes.
Trustee Rockett Martin,
Yes.
Trustee Gavin,
Yes.
Trustee Doyle,
Yes.
motion carried.
All right. This meeting is adjourned as of 5:25 p.m.